by Mason Lloyd and Kendall Taylor. Prologue. Women are like bacon. They look good, smell good, and taste even better. Unfortunately, each piece will slowly kill you. Fact of life. Ghost. 6 years ago. Fucker's deader than a doornail, a man said, sounding almost disgusted. Someone snarled, and I tried to turn in the direction of the sound, but my limbs wouldn't cooperate. If you have nothing to add to this, you may leave, a cool, calm voice practically purred. Doctor, I have a pulse back, but I have had a pulse 3 times, and he's coded in the back of the ambulance twice. He was pronounced clinically dead on scene and then resuscitated himself on the way to the morgue. It's very likely that his lungs are fried and nothing will help him. The respirator is breathing for him and keeping the blood circulating through his system via the machine. If I take him off, though, it's highly probable that he will succumb to the injuries he's sustained. Another voice, whom I assumed was the doctor, rushed out. Keep him on it. Find him some lungs, someone, the man who'd sounded deceptively calm earlier, ordered. Sir, the doctor interjected, it's not as simple as just finding him some lungs. Someone has to die before he can have his lungs. So make someone die, the calm man replied, sounding so very practical that it was hard to listen to. But, sir, the doctor objected, I don't care what you have to do, but if you want to continue breathing yourself, you'll do it. You'll make it happen because I need him. I need him, or the whole operation that I've spent the last decade planning will be for naught. Do it, or die. Simple as that, the man ordered flatly. Silence followed that statement, and I realized that whomever that man had been referring to had left the room, and me. This guy needs to die, the man that had been reprimanded earlier said. It'd be a favor to him if he did. His life will be terrible. No woman will ever want him again, not when those scars heal. His life is already terrible, Kershaw, the doctor said softly. The boss guy won't let him go, just like he won't let the rest of us go. Plus, he'll get reconstructive surgery, and the majority of these scars will be taken care of. No fucking shit. You should pull the plug. Give him a way out of this, the first man identified as Kershaw said in obvious disgust. You know I can't. He's got my family on his radar, just like he has yours and this guy's, the doctor said gruffly. He'd have them too if they weren't so protected. Family? Did I have a family somewhere? His brain is going to be fucked up after all of this. When I got him out of the morgue, he'd already gone fucking cold. There's seriously no way that he's going to come back as anything but a vegetable, the voice of Kershaw said. The doctor grunted in reply. At this point, he wouldn't be able to remember how much he's missing. Seems kinder than having to see your wife and kids every day, watching them go on with their lives without you. The doctor's voice sounded choked. Sorry, man. Didn't mean to bring it up, Kershaw replied. Fucking A, I hate this job. Fucking Hill. Fucking government project bullshit. I never signed up for this. None of us did, the doctor explained. Haven't you figured that out by now? All I know is that one day the boss man's going to get what's coming to him, and when that day comes, I'm going to have a front row seat in a recliner with a bag of popcorn in my lap and a beer in my hand. When that day comes, Kershaw, we'll all probably be dead, the doctor countered. There was silence for so long that I thought they were gone, but then Kershaw said 2 more words, and it was those words that would haunt me for the next 2 years. Or free. 6 months later. You're going to hurt yourself if you don't slow down. I looked over at the doctor, Dr. Monroe Rubin, and grimaced. This is the only way I'm getting out of here, I countered. If I can't fucking work out, I can't fucking fight my way out of this hellhole. Dr. Rubin didn't bother to correct me. I like your determination, he informed me, but if you're not careful, you're going to end up hurting yourself worse than when you started. I gave him a blank look. There was no way that I could look that bad. I'd seen the pictures. I saw the hideous burns on my body. I saw the way I'd looked, which, I might add, wasn't pretty. One man had called me the melted man. There had been burns on my face, neck, hands, and forearms, all of which, including my face, had been reconstructed. No longer was I the man that I was before, and I knew the man that I used to be. I knew that I wasn't ever going to look the same, and if I was being honest, that was likely a good thing. The old me was dead. The old me, the one that had a wife and kid, was gone. He would never be a threat to that family again. Why? Because I made a deal with the devil. Another 6 months later. I stared at the man through my scope. I couldn't do it. I really couldn't do it. There was no way in hell that I could do it. This man had been like a second father to me. He'd been my backbone for 3 years. He'd taken care of my wife and child for the last year while I'd been recovering, while I'd been dead. I dropped my head to the ground, uncaring that there was a large rock denting my forehead. No, 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 no. I swallowed the bile threatening to make its way back up my throat. I lifted my head and stared through the scope one last time. One last final time, then pulled the trigger. The man jumped, then fell. But then he got back up and didn't stop running until he was out of my range. You're dead. The gun at the back of my neck felt cold, but I knew that it would be okay. The man I'd missed just moments before would continue to watch over my wife and child. I closed my eyes and made my peace with the man above, then waited for the shot. It didn't take long. In fact, it happened so fast that I'd barely finished saying amen inside my head when the gunshot sounded. But no pain was forthcoming. I opened my eyes and stared at the dirt beneath my face. There was gravel and a small amount of glass mixed there. Get up, a man's voice ordered, the tone hinting to me that the man at my back was more than willing to blow my head to pieces if I didn't step very carefully. I stood up, being certain not to make any sudden movements, and turned to study the man at my back. It was only when he lifted the light to shine it in my eyes that I got a glimpse of the face and realized who he was. Stone. He was the president of the Dixie Wardens MC Alabama chapter, a man I'd met multiple times throughout the years, and a man I'd once called friend. He didn't look so friendly now with that gun aimed directly at my face. "Let me see your hands," he ordered, his voice low and menacing. I showed him my hands. Secretly, I wished he'd kill me. I wanted him to pull that trigger, to take me out and make this constant pain I felt in my heart go away. But I knew he wouldn't, not as long as I didn't react or do anything stupid. And I wouldn't. With that little piece of shit who'd been my babysitter any time I was out of my room for the last year, now dead, there was no one keeping me in line anymore, no one to tattle to Daddy that I wasn't following his orders. That, and I wouldn't do it to Stone. Once in the Brotherhood, I was always going to be in the Brotherhood, and that meant I wasn't going to do a damn thing to hurt any one of them. Not to this man, and especially not to him. Not to anyone. Turn around and lean your hands against that tree. Don't fuck around or I'll be forced to do something I don't want to do. I did as instructed, placing my hands on the tree, pushing harder than was necessary to give me a little bite of pain. A bite of pain that I needed to keep me present in the here and now. My eyes went down to the ground where my babysitter now lay, a puddle of ever-growing blood spreading out underneath his blown-apart head, and smiled. Stone methodically searched me, double-checking that I had nothing on my person that could be used to hurt him or myself, and then ordered me to start walking in the direction of where I had aimed the shot just moments before. The closer I got to the man who I'd nearly killed, the more fear I started to feel. Would the man I'd nearly shot recognize me? Would he know who I was? What would he say if he did? I walked stiffly to the tiny cabin where I'd tracked him down, thinking that I should have paid more attention to the fact that he was meeting people out here rather than assuming he was alone. Who sent you here? I know you could have made that shot, and the fact that knocking him to the ground was all you accomplished is the only reason you are still breathing, the older man hissed. He sounded pissed. I couldn't blame him. Someone is holding my family's life over my head. Said he'd stop hunting them if I followed the rules. I took a deep breath. I was kidding myself. I knew he wasn't going to honor that. I just had to wait, had to play his game. Otherwise, he would have sent someone else after him. Fuck the letter H. God damn it. My teeth were chattering. Fuck, it was cold. I hated it when I couldn't control it. It wasn't something that happened very often. Not anymore, anyway. But it always got worse when I wasn't in control of myself. And with Stone's gun to the back of my head, I definitely did not feel in control. Move slower. I don't want to run to keep up with you, he growled from behind me. You even think about escaping, you'll wind up with a bullet in one of your kidneys. I automatically slowed my pace, letting Stone catch up to me. Good boy. I gritted my teeth, stepped over a log, and came to a sudden, bone-rattling halt when I saw the man standing in front of us. It was him, face to face with the man that had nearly gone down from a bullet from my own gun. He studied me for so long that I thought for sure that he'd recognized me, but his next words proved that he didn't. Who are you, and what do you want? He growled. I looked the man straight in the eye and opened my mouth to speak. I wasn't too worried that he would recognize my voice. Not only had my face changed over the last year, but my voice had too. Plastic surgery couldn't fix damaged vocal cords. I hesitated. I couldn't give him my real name. Then he'd surely recognize me. My name wasn't a common one, and there was likely only a handful of fucking men in the entire world that shared it with me. I'm him. I stuttered over the words, not because of my problem, but because I nearly told him my name. So stupid. His brows furrowed. What did I ever do to you to deserve being shot at? Nothing at all. You've changed my life. My father decided that you needed to die. Once I made the decision to tell him why I was there, I let it all hang out. I told him everything that he would ever need to know about my father, and even some things he didn't need to know. And who exactly is your father? He challenged me. Here's where I fucked up. I'd never, not once, spoken about my father or the fact that the whole reason I joined the Brotherhood was because of him and my shitty family. What I should have realized, though, was that this man was a fucking magician. If he wanted to know something, he'd do whatever it took to get it, and there wasn't anywhere in this world a person could hide from him if he wanted something from him. And this was one of those times. I shouldn't have told him the truth. Shouldn't have told him my father's name, because the moment that I did, his eyes zeroed in on mine. And then they widened as realization dawned. Son of a bitch. You can't go back, the man said to me. If you go back, I won't be able to protect you or them anymore. I've got eyes on your family. You have to stay out of sight. I swallowed thickly. Just tell me where to go, I hesitated. And you promise that you'll keep me updated. Once a month, you and I meet, and I'll keep myself scarce. You miss one of those meets, and I'm going to assume that I need to move in. You'll go to the rejects. Stone will take care of you. And that was how I'd become a member of a motorcycle club for the second time in my life. Only this time as a ghost. I didn't get that promise. I hesitated at the entrance. He looked over at me. No, you didn't, he agreed. But that won't stop you from getting the fuck out of here. Now, will it? I walked away, knowing that he'd do everything he could to take care of my family, even if he had to put his own life on the line to do it. Chapter 1. I need a good fucking from something other than life. Ghost's secret thoughts. Ghost. 1 month later. I stopped under the shade of a magnolia tree, paused, and stared at my old life. I did this once a month, and each time I made myself sick with wanting. Once a month, I would stop by on my way home from the monthly meetings to discuss their health and happiness, and once a month I would torture myself by stopping by to see what I'd left behind. But it was the only way. The only way to protect her from a life that she wasn't meant to live in. Protect her from my father and mother, who would like nothing else but to ruin it and everything in it, including my wife and child. I watched as she broke, watched as she railed, watched as she dropped to the floor in the middle of our kitchen, a kitchen we had danced and sang in once upon a time, and broke down completely. I bent forward and threw up the entire contents of my stomach. This would be the last time I'd see her this close, the last time I'd do this to myself. But I was lying, both to myself and to her. The only difference was that she didn't know it. The cat, the bane of my existence, and the one thing that my wife held at night as she cried herself to sleep, hissed at me from the tree. Fuck you. Then I walked away and only looked back twice. This vicious cycle would continue, year after year, for 5 more years. 5 years of seeing but not touching. Until one day when I arrived after that monthly meeting to find a man in my house, a man standing next to my wife, pinning her against the counter. And everything changed.
Chapter 2. Needy AF. T-shirt. Mina. 6 years ago. I need a med check, please. I told the charge nurse. Will you... Mina? I looked up, startled to see Loki and Silas standing there, both of them staring at me with various shades of sorrow shadowing their features. Oh no, I moaned. Did he get hurt again? Tunnel was always getting hurt. It never failed. He'd hurt himself at least every 3 months. It was getting on that time again. And I just hoped it wasn't worse than it was the last time. The last time he needed 13 stitches on his forearm from a suspect pulling a knife on him. Silas's face shut down, but it was Loki's expression that was making me feel terrified. Very, very scared. Chills broke out all over my body, and the meds that were in my hands fell to the white-tiled floor. I heard the glass shatter, saw the liquid spread out all over the floor, and I swallowed thickly. Silas? Loki? Silas held his arms open, and my throat started to swell. tell me." My voice quivered, but my spine was straight and stiff. I needed to hear the words. I needed him to tell me exactly what was going on, and I needed it now. "I'm sorry, honey," Silas said. "But he got really hurt this afternoon. He didn't make it." I didn't hear the rest. I was in midst of dying inside, literally dying. If there was a way that one could feel their own death while still being alive, this was it. This was definitely it. Silas's hand touched my shoulder, but I pulled away. Tunnel would never touch my shoulder again. He'd never give me soft kisses on my nose. He'd never give me a hug or rub his beard along the sensitive skin of my neck just because he could. He'd never wake me up on Saturday mornings, his only day off, by placing wet kisses on every inch of my body. He'd never tell me anything. Not ever again. Because he was dead. I closed my eyes, dropped to my knees, and I cried. There was a knock at the door, and I looked at it warily. I didn't want to answer it. Answering it meant having to put on my happy face, and putting on my happy face wasn't something I wanted to do at that moment in time. But I knew they wouldn't go away. I'd, of course, tried ignoring them before. They didn't go away. In fact, they found their own way inside when I did. Which was why I walked to the door with heavy feet, shuffling my socks on the carpeted floor as I went. I'm sure I looked like a 2-year-old child who was just told to clean up her toys. I wanted to see the people on the other side of the door about as much as I wanted a root canal. I knew after it was done, it would feel better. But the pain in the interim didn't always seem worth it. But I opened the damn door and was rushed by no less than 20 people, all there to make sure that I wasn't spending the day alone with only my dark and morose thoughts to keep me company. "Mina," Rue cried, "you look so different." I guess I kind of did. I had lost weight since this all started, weight I couldn't really afford to lose. I looked like a shadow of the woman I used to be, though if I had to make an assumption, I was assuming she meant that I looked different due to my new haircut and style. I imagined that my husband was probably rolling over in his grave. My hair was not as long as he liked it when he was alive, but this was easier on me. He loved my hair, loved the length, loved when he wrapped it around his fists while he... I shut down those thoughts. I couldn't deal with those kinds of emotions anymore. I didn't have anyone to work those feelings out with, and I wasn't willing to work them out on my own. It would only ever be Tunnel for me, and that was that. "Yeah," I smiled, even though it didn't reach my eyes. I cut it, braided the length of it into a bracelet kind of thing, and put it on Tunnel's grave. I hope this one doesn't get taken like the last present I gave him, though. "I looked into that," Loki said cryptically. "Apparently it's the graveyard staff. They clean up the graves every so often so that stuff doesn't collect. Like dead flowers, for example." I could see that. I would hate for the graveyard where my husband's remains lay to be anything but perfect, I had to admit. The graveyard was one of the best in the city, and the grounds were absolutely stunning. The first time I'd seen that graveyard had been the day I laid my husband to rest. I'd picked it offhandedly, almost as if on autopilot. But the day I'd seen it in person, the day that we said goodbye, I'd been speechless. And I knew that Tunnel would love it. He had a thing for nature, and the beauty of that place was nothing less than spectacular. I remembered the funeral, remembered that terrible day like it was just yesterday. "You aren't expected to say a word here, Mina," came Cleo's rasped reply. "You could literally sit there and not say a word, and nobody would blame you." I gave him a look that clearly said, "Not happening," and walked up to the podium. My eyes caught on a large picture of Tunnel that I'd taken off of our wall at home. It was of him the day that he became a police officer. He was dressed to the nines in his Benton, Louisiana Police Department's finest. He was even wearing the hat that I rarely, if ever, got to see him in. and the smile on his face lit up the room. He was so handsome, so beautiful. Oh God, I missed him. I walked up to the podium, glancing over my shoulder at Sienna, who was being held by the president of the MC himself, and steeled myself. I could do this. I would do this. It would be okay. I'd let every single person know what kind of man this world had lost. The moment my clammy hands met the cool wooden podium, a sense of calm and peace overtook me. Sienna's laughter had me glancing in her direction once more, and the words just started to pour out. He was such a good daddy. I remember the first time he met our girl, Sienna. I wiped my eyes that I hadn't realized were leaking as I remembered that day with such clarity that I couldn't stop the smile from lighting my face. He held her up to his face and breathed in her scent. And what did he say? She doesn't smell like a baby is supposed to. I laughed, sniffing slightly. I had to tell him that she probably would, once they managed to wipe the blood off of her. I smiled wistfully, momentarily forgetting why I was standing at this podium in the first place. That was one of the best days of my life, second only to the day that I married him. Sometimes, if I didn't think too hard, I could pretend that Tunnel was just at work or attending a party with the Dixie Wardens. But it didn't take long for the horrifying memories to return. It was comical, really, watching us bring this little girl up. I bit my lip. Neither one of us knew what we were doing, but Tunnel? I shook my head. He was a natural. If Sienna was crying just to hear herself cry, then Tunnel would scoop her up, curl her into his muscular chest, and walk around, talking to her like she was a wise-ass 15-year-old instead of a fussy 15-day-old. Sienna's beautiful hair, so much like her father's, caught the light just right. And I saw the hints of red that Tunnel had, too. Had. Jesus, she was the only thing I had left of him now. Through colic, teething, and her illnesses, she always wanted her daddy. My throat welled. And now her daddy is gone. I bit my lip. Tunnel was over the moon 4 times in his life. The first time when we got married. The second time when our daughter Sienna was born. The third when he joined the Benton PD. The final time was when he was patched in with the Dixie Wardens MC. I looked at each man in the Dixie Wardens MC Benton chapter, hoping they felt the emotion I was trying to convey. They'd saved my husband. They'd brought him into the fold. They'd been there for him when he needed it the most. Tunnel loved the Dixie Wardens. He loved the police department. He loved his life. I paused. It wasn't always that way. We had a tough couple of years, but he made me a promise when we found out I was expecting. And that was that he'd give our girl a life that we would be proud of. And he succeeded by leaps and bounds, I said, as a lone tear fell down my cheek. I couldn't speak anymore. Couldn't tell them that they were his best friends. Thank you all for coming, I said as I looked over the crowd. He would have been so happy. Chapter 3. How's adulting going? Well, I turned on the wrong burner and I've been cooking nothing for the last 30 minutes. Being an adult sucks. Mina. Present day. Sienna, did you get your homework done? I yelled across the house. Sienna, my 8-year-old daughter, poked her head out of her room. Yeah, I did it with the tutor, she explained. Why? I resisted the urge to snap at her. I was in a bad mood. I'd had a bad day at work, and I was literally trying to hold my anger inside until after she was in bed, and I could drown my problems in a bottle of wine. My phone rang, and my heart jumped into my throat. That was normal, though. 6 years ago, I'd received a visit that no wife of a police officer wanted to receive. One that rocked my perfect little world and left my life as I knew it in ashes. My husband, Tunnel Morrison, had been killed doing what he loved. Like the hero that he was, he'd gone into a burning building to help someone and had died from smoke inhalation. However, that wasn't his only injury. Not that I'd been able to look at his body for confirmation. Although my husband had been a police officer, I hadn't really thought about the fact that something could happen to him. I refused to admit that it was a possibility. Sure, he routinely went into dangerous situations. Sure, he'd been involved in something that had to do with his sister Audrey. Sure, in the back of my mind, I knew it was possible that he could get hurt. But death? That had been a shocker. I hadn't even acknowledged to myself that it might happen. We talked about it, yes, but talking about it and it actually happening were two different things. I let myself drift back in remembrance of that night, feeling him hug me as he told me all those wonderful, lovely things I had needed to hear, things that had left me with one last beautiful memory of him. "Baby, we need to talk about this," Tunnel said. I whirled on him. "We don't need to talk about anything," I yelled, "because I'm leaving you. I can't do this if you're going to die." He reached out and pulled me to him so fast that I didn't even have time to blink. "You're not going anywhere," he snapped. "Now sit down. Let's go over this, just in case, and shut up." I bared my teeth at him, and his lips twitched. "You're just turning me on here, darling," he admitted. "I know you don't want to sign a will. I know you don't want to even think about a will because you think that if we make this decision that it might happen. But you have to put those feelings aside. And this isn't just about me passing away. Just think if something were to happen to both of us." He paused, letting that reality sink in. "If we're both in the car, Sienna's with Silas or one of the other brothers, and we got into a wreck and both died, who would you want Sienna to go to?" I bit my lip. "Not my mom," I finally admitted. My mother hadn't been a very good mother. Sure, she'd provided for me, but that was about all she did. She hated my guts, hated that I was the reason she had to work, hated that because of me, she was forced to get a job when what she really wanted to do was live a life of leisure and do something that the rest of society did when they had enough money. So she took it out on me, repeatedly telling me how I had ruined her life, slapped me whenever she felt like it. Though my dad hadn't been aware that she was doing all that. But then again, he wasn't much better. He had a drinking problem, and he knocked my mother around when she didn't get dinner on the table fast enough. She then took her frustrations out on me. I hated every single day of my life with them. "No, not your mother," he agreed. "How about my mother?" I shivered. Damn. That was something that neither one of us wanted to happen. However, if we had no wills, the next of kin was usually chosen, which just hammered the point home that we really needed to get our wills done. Son of a bitch. He was right. If we didn't do this and something happened to both of us at the same time, then Sienna would go to her maternal or paternal grandparents, neither of which were who we wanted her to go to. "Fine, fine, fine," I growled and took a seat at the dining room table. Tunnel didn't like that much, and he picked me up before sitting down himself. He then placed me on his lap and pulled the document titled Last Will and Testament closer. "It'll be okay, baby. This is only a precaution." I tilted my head to rest against his neck. It better be. "Mom!" Sienna yelled. I snapped back to the present, dashed my fingers across my eyes, and sniffled as I tried to compose myself. "What, baby?" I turned around and stared at my girl who looked so much like her daddy that it was hard to look at her sometimes. "Your phone is ringing." She handed it to me. "Do you want me to answer it?" I shook my head. "No, baby. It's only our neighbor." A neighbor who'd asked me out no less than 6 times in the last week alone. "Well, answer him," she ordered, pointing at the phone. Luckily, at that point, the phone had stopped ringing, making it a moot point. "Sorry, honey. Are you hungry?" I questioned. She pursed her lips. "It depends. What are you cooking?" My usual fanfare was out. I didn't have time to make much more than hot dogs and macaroni, and I told her as much a few seconds later. "I'll take the hot dog. I don't want any macaroni." She made a gagging face. My brows rose. "What's wrong with macaroni?" I asked. She bared her teeth in a grossed-out gag. "I heard that the stuff you make isn't made out of real cheeses," she said. "At least that's what Mrs. Temperance said when I was over at her house yesterday." Mrs. Temperance was her friend Lindsay's mother, and also a right bitch. I hated her, but I couldn't really say that to my 8-year-old. She'd want to know why, and I would have to tell her that not every mom could make a home-cooked meal every day from scratch and still look like she was stepping out of Penthouse. So I chose not to say anything at all. And I continued to endure the woman's ugly words and childish attempts to make my child think I was the devil who cooked out of boxes. I walked to the counter where my roses, the roses from my dead husband, sat, and inhaled deeply, basking in the scent. I also bit my lip as I tried not to cry my eyes out. The first birthday I'd received these after my husband had died hadn't been a good night for me. I ended up going to the bar owned by the Dixie Wardens, Halligans in handcuffs, and got rip-roaring drunk while one of the club ladies watched my daughter for me. Ever since, I'd managed to control my drinking until after she was in bed. But it was a close call sometimes, as I remembered why my husband had started this tradition in the first place. We'd met when I was 16, and Tunnel was 17. He'd been the teenage boy who lived at the house that my mother cleaned. He'd been the client's son, and he was so handsome. After sitting in the car, the very hot car, for the 4th summer day in a row, while my mother cleaned their house from top to bottom, even though it didn't need it, Tunnel had spotted me and invited me inside. At first, I declined, but Tunnel had been good. And by good, I mean he guilt-tripped me into doing exactly what he wanted me to do. And I fell for it like the besotted girl that I was. The same naive girl who also had no clue that his family, the family that also employed my mother, would soon be my demise. He'd seduced me with his pretty words, and soon we became the best of friends. Then, as time had went on, we became more than friends. 2 years to the day from when we'd met, we became lovers. Then, we'd become parents, which had then started setting off a turn of events that neither one of us had ever seen coming. Fast forward 9 months, and we were happy, married, and in love. Though neither set of our parents had approved. Both sets had disowned us, and even now, I never saw any of them, even all these years later. Sienna was 8 years old, and not once had any of our parents met her, except in passing at the supermarket, though that didn't happen anymore since we'd moved out on our own. But I had my daughter. I had some great years with Tunnel before I'd lost him, and I had my dreams. My phone started to ring again, and I reluctantly picked it up. "Hi, Josh," I said into the phone, not bothering to pretend that I didn't know exactly who it was that was calling. "Hey, darling," Josh said in his smooth, melted chocolate voice. "Are you cooking tonight?" Josh was so different from Tunnel. Where Tunnel had been hard, Josh was soft. Where Tunnel's words were sometimes blunt and honest, Josh's never failed to have the right amount of honey laced through them. Josh had brown hair, where Tunnel had had dirty blonde. Josh was light. Tunnel was dark. Shit, there I went again, comparing apples to oranges. "Mina?" Josh's tone was almost hopeful, and I wanted to smack him. I'd invited him for dinner once, and once only, and now he thought that I would cook for him whenever he damn well pleased. Well, he'd be wrong. It was time to fix this before it got any worse than it already was. "I'm sorry. I apologized, scrounging up the courage to say what I had to say next. "But I'm not interested in you in a romantic way. And when I'm around you, it's the vibe I get. I don't want to lead you on or allow you to think that I'm searching for something like that from you." His rumbling laughter was enough to cause me to breathe deeply, thankful that he wasn't mad. "That's fine, honey," he said. "I wasn't looking for that from you anyway. When my Melody died, I didn't think I'd ever find someone who understood my pain. I just think it's nice to be around someone who doesn't look at me as if I'm about to break every 30 seconds. I knew exactly what he was talking about, unfortunately. "That's good to know, Josh," I whispered. "As long as you're sure that you're not interested in that, then we're having sweet tea, hot dogs, and macaroni and cheese." I only wish that I'd known that by agreeing to that dinner, I was setting off a chain of events that would drag me so far into a black hole that I didn't think I'd ever see light again. Chapter 4. I see all these moms who can do everything, and I think they should do stuff for me. Mina's secret thoughts. Mina. I arrived home to my house to find Josh standing on my front porch. Sienna was in the back seat, and I was wondering if it would be rude to turn around and leave while he was still watching. I knew it was, but I'd had a long-ass day at work, and I just wanted to come home, slip into a pair of yoga pants, and eat a shit ton of potato chips. But seeing the man on my front porch, I knew that wasn't going to be possible. He'd probably ask for dinner, and most days, since I felt sorry for him, I would give in to him despite not wanting him there at all. When I tried to say no to him, he'd get this pitiful look on his face that reminded me of a small child not getting the sucker he asked for and then pouting until he got it. Most of the time, I gave the man what he wanted. But today wasn't going to be one of those days. I didn't feel well. I'd started my period a few hours into my shift, and I was wearing stained underwear that needed to be removed from my body hours ago. Unfortunately, as a nurse, you didn't get the option of going home in the middle of your shift to change because you got period blood all over your panties. Hence the reason I was in such a bad mood. Resigned that I was going to have to pull out the bitch card, I pulled into my garage and quickly shut the door before Josh could round the house. Then I shut the car off, ordered Sienna to her room to finish her homework, and headed to the front door. Josh was waiting for me the minute I got there. "Hey, how are you?" Josh caught the screen door as I pushed it open, but I blocked his entrance with my body. "I'm not feeling well today, Josh," I informed him. "I'm going to need a rain check." He frowned. "Time for me to cook, then?" I shook my head. "No," I said. "Honestly, Sienna and I want some time to ourselves. We're going to eat on the couch and watch a movie." His lips thinned. "I'll see you tomorrow." I closed the door on his frowning face and felt my heart slamming in my chest at 90 to nothing. "Mom, my homework was in my backpack, but I think I might have left it at the tutor's because I can't find it." I closed my eyes. "We'll run by there tomorrow before school, and we'll work on it in the car in the drop-off line. But I have a spelling test tomorrow, and that's in there with them too." I growled in annoyance. "Fine," I sighed. "Let me go change my clothes, and we'll go." So after changing clothes, I drove the 20 minutes across town to the tutoring center, then all the way back home. Only this time, when I got home, there was no Josh standing outside my door. Most people would have thought that he'd gone to his own house. Hell, that's what I thought he'd done too. But oh no, of course he wouldn't do that. Instead, he'd gone into my house and started using my kitchen to make dinner. "Josh, what are you doing in my house?" I snapped loudly. Josh didn't even bother turning around. "Cooking you dinner, darling." I could tell he was grinning. "What does it look like?" My hands clenched and I stared at his back as he continued to move about my kitchen as if it were his. "Josh, I'd like you to leave," I said. Baby, head to your room and get your homework finished. But, Mom, listen to your mother, Josh ordered. I turned to glare on him. You can't tell me what to do, Sienna said. You're not my daddy. I closed my eyes. This was definitely what we didn't need right now. Listen to me, girl. Josh stepped out of the kitchen and headed toward Sienna. You'll listen to me or I'll take you over my knee. I stepped in front of Sienna. I think not. Josh stopped. I'll leave, he told me. But I just want you to realize that I'm not stopping. This is only the beginning. I'll have you, even if I have to lie, cheat, and steal to get you. And tell your brat to get ready for a new daddy. With that, he left, and I stared after him as if he'd just grown a second head. Then I heard Sienna's door slam, and I whirled to see her gone as well. Oh, my God, I whispered hoarsely. Tunnel, what the hell did I just do?
Chapter 5. Tell me not to do something and I'll do it twice and take pictures. Ghost's secret thoughts. Ghost. I'd heard through the grapevine that Mina was seeing somebody, and like always, I came right out and did something about it, because I couldn't not do it. I had to make sure that whomever she was seeing was a decent person, but this guy wasn't any good, not even a little bit. I knew after my inside man who handled my rentals for all the houses I owned in that area had given me the information on the guy. He filled out the rental agreement form, so finding the information out was really quite easy to come by. And I didn't like the guy. At all. So I'd driven all the way to where my wife lived, a long 6-hour drive away from where I now lived. It wasn't the man's rental agreement that had me scared, though. It was the fact that he didn't have a history. Not a parking ticket or credit cards. There was nothing about him at all for me to find, and that wasn't a good thing. Everyone had some sort of paper trail of their life, a warning ticket for speeding or a bank balance that fell into the negative at least once or twice. I hate you! My head turned back to the scene before me. I was staring into my daughter's window, about 10 feet away from the house, and I had a listening device pointing at the two of them behind the glass. I stared at the crying little girl, with the tears pouring down her cheeks as she glared at her mother like she'd just betrayed her. The little girl with the 2 French braids that started at the top of her head and fell to nearly mid-back, hair that was the exact same color as mine. Her eyes were the same color, too. Deep green, almost the color of an olive, with whiskey-colored striations that broke that green up beautifully. I hate you! The little girl screamed again when my wife still didn't move away from her. My wife was beautiful. She had brown hair that fell just between her shoulder blades and the most soulful brown eyes that looked like they'd literally been poured from melted chocolate. She was skinny. Too skinny. Much skinnier than the last time I'd seen her, and it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what was going on here. She wasn't eating, and that was because something was bothering her enough that she couldn't. Sweetheart, my wife whispered to our daughter, please. It's not okay. It'll never be okay. He's not my father. I'm not ever going to call him Daddy. I only ever had one, and he's gone. You don't get to decide that for me. My heart shredded into a million pieces, and murderous rage started to fill my veins at hearing those words come from her mouth. He didn't ask you to call him. Bullshit. Let's go. My soft command had Sean at my side, turning and following in my direction, but that didn't stop him from looking over his shoulders periodically to get one last glimpse of the nightmare going on inside. I stalked around the house and headed next door, stopping at the home that was only a mere house length away from my family's, and knocked on the door. The man who we'd seen leaving my house just 5 minutes before opened his own door and stared at me. Who are you? You're going to move. The man's eyebrows rose. He was tall, just under 6 feet, with dishwater blonde hair and blue eyes that looked way too light to be real. His teeth were perfectly straight and so fucking white it was obvious that they were fake. To top it all off, his voice was too high and he sounded like a woman. Yeah? His smile was slick and oily, though, and I wanted to knock the grin right off his pretty boy face. Yeah, I confirmed. I don't care where you go or what you do, but you're no longer going to be doing it here. Oh, yeah? What makes you think so? The man crossed his arms over his chest. I pulled out some papers from my pocket. You're being evicted. I handed the papers to the man, and the man took them. You can't kick me out. You're not my landlord. My smile was scary. Yes, I am, I interjected, and you have exactly 24 hours, per your rental agreement, to pack your shit and get the fuck out before I seize the property. Whatever is still left inside will be burned. The man's smile looked a little brittle. "There's a house across the street," the man countered. "I'll just move in there." My smile likely got even scarier. "I own every goddamn house on this block, and trust me, you won't be renting any of them." The man stiffened. "You have no right." I took a step forward, pressed my face forward until only a few inches were between us, and I said something so softly that Sean likely didn't hear it. "You did the wrong thing tonight. I'll let you figure out what that was." Then we were leaving, walking back down the street to where we'd left the bikes. "Ghost, what the hell is going on?" I took one final look at the house where my whole heart resided and turned my back. I made a gesture for him to follow, and he did. He got on his bike and rode with me. We rode for about 15 minutes, but the moment we arrived at our destination, I knew he was finally catching on. "I'm going to tell you something, and I need you to promise me that it'll never, ever get out. If you tell anyone, even your woman, it could mean their death." He stayed silent and waited as I told him everything. And I did. "When I was a young kid, barely out of high school, I met my wife," I started. "The first day I saw her, her mother was cleaning our house." He didn't say anything, and I gestured for him to follow me. I stopped in front of the familiar grave and wasn't surprised to find my partner in crime there waiting for me. "When she was 18, I knocked her up and we got married." I nodded to the man that was leaning on my empty grave. "We lived happily for almost 2 years. Then my mother and father decided that I was needed, and I wasn't allowed to leave the family until they said so." "And what did they do?" Sean asked. "They threatened my family," I told him bluntly. "Tunnel's parents kidnapped their child, took pictures of her with her clothes off, and then sold them to the highest bidder, as a warning for what they could do. The baby had no clue that anything was wrong. They delivered her back safely to her home with no one the wiser, at least until he got the pictures," Silas butted in. Silas. My old president. The man I'd tried to murder because it would have helped keep my parents off my back and give Mina and Sienna a little more time. My stomach churned. My parents run one of the biggest distribution rings in the whole goddamn state. And what do they distribute? That was Sean again. I swallowed thickly. "Children." Sean stiffened. He knew what I was saying. "They what? Kidnap the kids? Sell them?" I nodded. "Those are the good cases." "And why haven't they been caught yet?" Sean asked forcefully. He looked pissed. Hell, he had no clue. He had nothing on me. My kid had been stolen. There were still pictures of her out there on the hard drives of filthy men who got off on child porn. Sure, we thought that most of them had been found and destroyed, but there was no guarantee that Jack and his wife, a couple who did illegal computer hacking, had gotten everything. They'd tried, yes, but some bastards were sneaky, and there was one man in particular that I knew of who still had access to the photos. Not that he accessed them, though, but the second he did, I would be on him. If he ever gets on the internet with those pictures of my baby, I will know. I monitored everything that my father did, and had been since the fucking second he decided to play a game that I wasn't initially willing to participate in. But once he decided to use my daughter in his disgusting games, I became a willing participant. One day my father would go down. He'd ruined my life by forcing me to do things that I didn't want to do, and above all else, he used my child in his sick games. My child. Biggest fuck-up ever. Now it was a waiting game. I was gathering information on my parents. I was funded by the government. I had a team, a leader of that team who made sure that I had access to anything and everything I needed. I was a rogue who did what I had to do when I had to do it. I had the power and the resources to do whatever I had to do to get the information the government sought. Once I had all the information they needed, I'd hand it over to my contact and watch as my parents went up in a puff of smoke. And I'd be the one to pull that silver handle that watched them fry. That was a promise. Because I haven't gotten enough information on them to issue warrants for their arrests, I finally answered. I got close once, and my father tried to have me killed. Started to go after my family. "And what happened then?" Sean continued, questioning. Always so curious. I looked at him. "I faked my own death." His eyes went wide. "And you left them?" he gasped. I nodded once. "And Silas is protecting them?" Sean's voice sounded strangled. Silas finally spoke up. "Been doing that for a while now, but once I realized how deep this ran, I pulled in a few old buddies." "Who?" Sean was beginning to sound impatient. "Not to sound like a dick here, but I need some more information. If you're not watching over them well enough—" "Joker." All his words stopped completely. I could hear the fucking leaves swaying and blowing each time the wind blew. "Well," Sean said, "that'll get the job done." Silas snorted. I grinned. And the boy that was living next to your wife? I gritted my teeth. A serial widower, I answered. Been married 4 times, and each wife has died of a heart attack well before they should have ever had to worry about that shit. Just fucking kill him and get it over with, Sean grunted. We aren't stupid. We know he had something to do with it, and I haven't even seen the file yet. I chuckled, and then that chuckle vanished just as quickly as it came when Sean's next question pierced the night air. When you get everything you need on your parents, what then? He asked. Are you getting your family back? I looked up at the night sky. There wasn't a star in sight. Goddamn city always fucking up the stars. It's not that easy, I sighed. I've been gone for a really long time now. She may not want me back.
Chapter 6. I married the man who was willing to start my car for me on cold mornings. Text from Mina to Audrey. Mina. I was sick to my stomach. I didn't want to do this. Oh God, I didn't want to do this. I looked over at my baby girl sleeping blissfully in her bed, completely unaware of my turmoil, and closed my eyes in mortification. I opened a can of worms, and now I couldn't figure out how the hell to get them sealed back up in the can again. This thing with Josh had gotten so far out of hand. When I told him 2 weeks ago that I would go out on a friends-only date with him, it had never occurred to me that he would take that opportunity and run with it. He'd wormed himself into my life, and I had no clue what to do or say to get him out of it. I'd plainly told him how I felt in the very beginning, and it was like he'd taken that with a grain of salt. Where I thought I had put up a clear roadblock, Josh just figured all he had to do was find a detour to get where he wanted to go. And apparently, he wanted to be with me. I didn't want to be with him, though. I wanted him to go the hell away and not come back. I wanted him to get out of my life and to leave me alone after he left. But after what happened earlier, I wasn't sure what I had to do to get him out of it. Hell, he didn't even live next to me anymore, and he was still ruining my life. I knew that I was leaving, though. That thing was concrete. I'd already packed all of Sienna's and my things that we were taking with us. I'd waited until Josh would have gone to work and then loaded our car up so full that I wasn't sure that Sienna would be comfortable enough on the ride to where we were going. But at this point, it didn't matter. She either had to deal with being uncomfortable for a few hours, or I was going to be forced into having sex with a man who I didn't want in my house, let alone anywhere near my person. I was leaving. The rest of our stuff was being put into storage, thanks to movers. They would handle the rest of the packing and moving, as well as the cleaning of the house after we left. I'd resigned from my job at the hospital, and I'd found a nursing contract in uncertain Texas that would last for the next 4 weeks while I tried to decide what in the hell I was going to do next. The clock on the wall struck 9, and someone knocked lightly on the door. I turned to stare at the door with uncertainty and sighed. That was because I knew the man who was standing on the other side of the door, and this one didn't scare the absolute shit out of me. Nodding to him, I carefully closed the door to Sienna's room and walked towards the door. He saw me coming and waited patiently for me to get there. The moment I opened the door, he handed me a stack of newspapers and a dozen eggs. "Hi, Lynn," I said to my other neighbor as I opened the door. Lynn was a good guy. He looked like a harmless man, but I saw the way he watched things. He moved and acted exactly like Tunnel had when we'd go out to eat or run to the supermarket. Always watchful. He could see a weapon on someone from yards away. Hell, I wasn't even sure how Tunnel had known some of the things he'd known. He hadn't worked in law enforcement for long before he'd passed. A half a year at most once he'd graduated, but that was enough to get a whole lot of experience. It was like cop years aged like dog years. It was as if he was in their head somehow, and this man, Lynn, was the exact same way. "Hey, darling," he said. "You going somewhere?" I looked at my car that was packed to the brim with our stuff. Yes. I didn't see a point in lying to him. He was a nice guy, after all, and he had taken good care of me and Sienna after Tunnel had passed away. Tunnel would have liked my neighbor, although he hadn't lived here long enough to have met Tunnel. Lynn had moved in days after Tunnel's passing. I hadn't had to mow my own lawn since Tunnel had done it last over 6 years ago, thanks to this man standing in front of me and the rest of Tunnel's club. "Are you selling your house?" He looked at my car, and then back at the house beyond where I was standing. I stepped back and gestured for him to come in. He did, and took a look around, almost as if he were assessing if there were any threats inside. "I'm not selling my house, no." I shook my head. "I have a new nursing contract in uncertain Texas, and I'm going there for a few weeks. It's really good money, and I couldn't pass up the opportunity since Sienna's starting a different school next year." He frowned. "Why so fast?" he asked. "Are you taking your cat?" I nodded and felt my phone buzz on the kitchen counter. "I am, and it does seem fast, yes, but I've been thinking about it for a while. Now that Sienna's off for summer, it's the best possible time to go," I added, picking my phone up and glancing at the display. Unknown, 9:28 p.m. "Who is that in your house?" I threw the phone down on the counter. He must have seen Lynn come into the kitchen. He may have moved, but he was still watching me. "Problem?" Lynn asked. I shook my head. "No, just work," I lied. They weren't happy that I was leaving. That, at least, was the truth. My boss was stunned that I was leaving. Since I'd started working there when I turned 21, I'd worked on that same floor. Then, when all this shit with Josh had started to go down, I gave my 2 weeks' notice. Unfortunately, I'd done the 2 weeks' notice by taking vacation for 2 weeks, which, legally, they couldn't stop me from doing. I had over 400 hours built up of sick leave and vacation time, as well as extended illness time that they had to pay me according to company policy, and they were not happy to be losing me. I thought about just telling them I needed a month or 2 off, but when I'd broached that subject with my boss's boss, I was not only told no, but I was told hell no. So, with no other choice, I'd quit. I'm sure. It's a surprise to me, too, and we talk nearly every day. At least when that other guy isn't over anyways. I immediately felt like shit about that. That was truer than true. Lynn was older than me. I'd guess late 30s, mid-40s, and he'd been married when I'd met him. But soon after he'd moved in, the wife had moved out, and I'd watched it all go down from my front porch in disbelief. She'd been caught cheating, and he'd kicked her out of their house. She'd begged and pleaded, and then she became angry, going as far as to hit his car with a metal sprinkler to show her displeasure at being caught. Then the cops had arrived, Loki and Trance, 2 members of the Dixie Wardens MC, Benton, Louisiana chapter, and had taken her away in cuffs. After that, Lynn had cleaned out her shit, set it on the curb, and I'd watched as the movers came to pick it up the next day. She was never to be seen again. And Lynn had established his place in our fucked-up neighborhood. We had an ex-preacher who no longer liked to preach directly across from me. Lynn, who I assumed was a cop at some point but never had it confirmed, lived next to him. An ex-con who had been convicted of killing his wife, though I'd looked the story up when he'd first moved in, and apparently his wife had been about to run him over with her car at the time, though he'd had no clue that it was his wife at first. He had just reacted to a car that was coming at him in a parking garage, and he had nowhere to go since he had a pillar on one side and a concrete guardrail on the other. Then there was the sex offender, though she wasn't actually one. At the age of 18, she'd had a boyfriend who was 16. The parents had found out about their relationship and had her arrested for statutory rape of their son. They had a really fancy lawyer, and she didn't have money for an attorney, a good one or otherwise. So she had to use a state-appointed lawyer who didn't give one flying fuck about her since she wasn't paying. The young girl had been charged with statutory rape and would be forever labeled as a sex offender, though she was really far down the block, and I didn't see her all that often because she worked nights. The person on my right was an older man who'd lost his entire family during Hurricane Katrina and barely ever came out of his house unless he absolutely had to. Then you had me. Everyone knew my story. And I thought that, at the time, Josh had fit on this street too. But I'd been wrong, and I had a sneaking suspicion that he wasn't really a widower either. A man who was in mourning didn't latch onto his neighbor and not let go. "You're distracted today," Lynn said. "Do you need help with anything?" My eyes flicked to Lynn's, and I shook my head automatically. "No," I grimaced. "I'm okay." Second lie in 5 minutes. Good going, Morrison. "You know, if you ever have a problem, you can come to me, right?" Lynn pushed. I looked away, not able to handle the fierce protectiveness in Lynn's dark green eyes that looked so much like tunnels that it sometimes hurt. Greatly. I think that was why I'd first latched on to Lynn as I did. He'd reminded me of Tunnel. No, not really outwardly. Where Lynn was a tall drink of water, Tunnel was more of a shot of whiskey straight to the soul. He'd affect you faster and harder than anything else would. Lynn was tall, muscular, but built more like a runner, whereas Tunnel was tall, really muscular, and built more like a football player. Though he didn't have a thick neck and too many bulging muscles. He was more of a running back rather than a lineman. Lynn had brown hair that was bordering on silver, whereas Tunnel had curly, dirty blonde hair that he shaved off because he hated his curls. I'd, of course, adored them. I'd loved when they started to get long enough to curl. But Tunnel and Lynn's eyes, they were so similar to each other's that it was almost uncanny. I'd never met anyone with their eye color. And the minute that Tunnel died, I'd met Lynn. Yeah, it was no wonder that I'd latched on and didn't let go. "Yeah, I know," I nodded. "I'm nervous. Really nervous. I've never worked anywhere else." Conversation went sort of back to normal after that. We talked about how Lynn's job was going. He's a broker of some kind. We spoke about how Sienna was doing at school. Terrible. We spoke about where his job was taking him next month. South Louisiana. And we spoke about what my plans were once I got down to uncertain. This I still had no clue about, but I at least had an apartment to stay at thanks to the hospital hiring me. Later, as Lynn was leaving, I halted him at the door. "I'll be back in a month or so, and then I'd really love to talk to you some more." "You seem kind of sad," I told him, studying his face. All the animation quickly slid off of his face. "Sure thing, darlin'," he grinned, pasting on his playful smile. "That sounds good." I watched him walk down the driveway, and then cross the street into his yard before closing the door. And only then did I look at the messages. There were 4. All of them from him. Son of a bitch. "Who is that? Why is he here? Call me immediately. I'm coming over." I closed my eyes as my belly started to revolt. Then I walked to the front door again, locked it up tight, and ignored the door when he did finally come over. I just prayed that he didn't see me packing.
Lynn. "She's moving." "She's what?" Ghost asked semi-irately. "She's moving. She's packed her car up and she's leaving. In the morning, as a matter of fact. Going down to uncertain Texas, where she has a nursing contract with a hospital down there for the next month." "Why is she moving?" Ghost asked. "That doesn't make sense." "No," I agreed. "Not unless that little peckerhead is still bothering her. I saw her glance at her phone, and the disgust in her face was enough to make me want to laugh when she read whomever texted her. It was that asshat Josh. I know it." "Guess he didn't get the memo," Ghost muttered. I knew what that meant. The man Josh was about to get the memo. And painfully. Too bad by the time I got to her house, it was already completely empty. Oh, and let's not forget that Ghost's entire club watched a grown man nearly cry.
Chapter 7. I wish everything was as easy as getting fat was. True shit. Mina. A month had passed, and I had not received one single phone call or text message from Josh. My contract was fulfilled, and I was hoping that my life could get back to normal. I'd even gotten my job back, with the same pay and hours. Thank God. What I didn't get, though, was the feeling of peace. Something else was wrong, because I knew that Josh wouldn't just give up as he had. Something had happened, and I wanted to know what. But to learn that, I'd have to actually contact Josh, and that sure as hell wasn't going to happen. No way, no how. Sienna was glad to be back in her home with her own things, as well as the space to do whatever she pleased. But most of all, she was happy to have her motorcycle club family back in her life. Her surrogate fathers coming around and bringing her things just because they could. Hell, she wasn't the only one who missed it.
Chapter 8. Some people will only love you if you fit into their box. Don't be afraid to shove that box up their ass. E-card. Ghost. It was 3 hours into Mina's arrival back home when Josh tried to make his first move. I had the house under surveillance, and after a call from one of Lynn's men, I was there within 30 minutes. I arrived just in time to see Josh stepping out of his car, his eyes focused on the front door. "Guess you didn't get my message," I murmured. Josh stiffened, not having realized that I, nor anyone else, was close to him. He was heading up the front walkway to Mina's house, my house, and hadn't once looked to see if he was alone. I wanted to smile, but chose to allow him to think that I wasn't as fucked up in the head as I was. "How did I know that you'd be here the moment I arrived?" he chided. I didn't answer him. "How did I know you'd be here the moment she got back home?" I shot back. "How did you know she was here at all? All she did was drive into town. You got some lookouts?" "Not on my street, he didn't. It was possible that he had some in town, but that was unlikely, too. This was Dixie Warden territory. Nobody fucked up in their territory and lived to tell about it. And despite Mina's husband being dead, she still belonged to the MC and always would. Doubly so if you thought about me being a part of the Dixie Wardens in 2 different lives." He finally turned, and I got a load of his eyes. They were harder, a little less scared of me this time, and I didn't like that. Didn't like that he thought he didn't need to fear me any longer. "I had questions," he said, crossing his arms over his chest. "Why would a man be so adamant that some other man move out of the neighborhood so a woman didn't get pursued by him unless that man had some sort of attachment to said woman?" I didn't like where this line of questioning was headed. Not even a little bit. "I started doing some digging," he grinned. "I've had a month to really think hard about this, and I think I figured it out." I knew he knew who I was before he said what he said next. "See, I was a lowly soldier on the Morrisons' totem pole when their son died," he continued, staring at my face to see if I was reacting to what he was saying. But I wouldn't give him that. Not in a million years. "Their son was about your size, less muscle, though, and had these fucked-up green eyes. Kind of like yours," he grinned. "But he was a cop, so I stayed the fuck away from him when I saw him in town. Always turned the other way. I always wondered how the hell a couple like the Morrisons could allow their son to be an LEO, a law enforcement officer, when they did what they did. But I didn't say anything because if I had, they'd see me as using my brain and thinking independently from what they wanted. So I chose to keep my trap shut. Then, one day, their beloved son dies." His smile was lazy, as if he had all the time in the world to form what he was saying into a nice, pretty package and wrap it up with a fucking bow on top. "Well, he doesn't die, not really, because I'm there when they bring him back. He's fucked up, but I don't really care about staying away from him anymore. He's too sick, too fucking weak to hurt me or my operations now. So I do my job, guard him and the other men that the Morrisons are, using, and go right home at night to my side jobs." "Your women?" I asked. "The wives that you marry and then kill?" He smiled pleasantly. I wanted to beat the shit out of his face. "Yes, as a matter of fact. Them," he grins. "But that's neither here nor there. Fast forward a year after the Morrison's son dies, and I'm a little higher on the totem pole. I do my jobs, get pats on the back by the big guys, and then go home." He crosses his arm over his chest, not caring at all that Mina's directly behind him. Within hearing distance, if she only opened the door. Me, I felt exposed. I'd never been in her neighborhood like this during daylight hours, never allowed myself to be seen so openly. To be seen was to allow my parents that much more of a leg up, and for right now, they didn't yet know that their precious baby boy wasn't dead by their handler's hand. Yet being the operative word. But a little shy of a year, their son dies by his guard's hand, and then his guard goes and shoots himself because he fears what his employer might do when they find out that their prized weapon has been killed for not following orders, even though his orders were to detain, but never kill if necessary. He paused. "But you look so much like their son, their new son, that I did some more digging. I've gone over my surveillance, and that night wasn't the first night I'd seen you. I'd seen you 52 other times on one single camera. My stomach clenched. And I have this nifty face recognition software that has this special ability to focus on the eyes. Eyes that look so much like their sons that I want to shout it from the rooftops that their sweet baby boy isn't dead after all. And guess who that man is? It's you. I shook my head. You have no clue who I am, and I'm not there, kid. My body locked, and I stared with no expression at all, betraying my thoughts. He didn't say anything, so I kept going. You have no fucking clue who you're dealing with, I told him bluntly. He shrugged as if he didn't have a care in the world. You let me have her, and I'll think about not telling them. I ignored his words. Go home, or I'll drop you like the piece of shit that you are, right here, in the middle of her yard. He grinned, but he got in his car and drove away. I watched him go and then looked across the road at Lynn, who was standing there, watching the entire altercation from his front porch. He gestured with his head for me to follow him and then disappeared inside of his house. Giving one last glance at Mina's front door, which was still shut tight along with every curtain pulled, I walked across the road, straight into a nightmare. Listen, my boss, the head of the FBI in our region, growled. This is big. I realize that you want to keep her safe, but it's my kid and my wife, I said bluntly. Would you allow your wife and kid to fall into the hands of a serial killer? A man who we both know is beyond fucked up in the head? He's been working with my parents. He fucking knew who I was, or thinks he knows, so he went to them because he's a spiteful little asshole and wanted his candy that I took away from him. This could be dangerous for them. My boss, a fucking chameleon if I'd ever seen one, was tall, muscular, and built like a runner. That was the only thing I could ever tell about him at any one given time. Sometimes he appeared old to me, while to others he appeared to be the same age. It was like he changed from day to day, and I had a feeling that it had a lot to do with what he did for the FBI as well as his other hobbies. Not that I knew what those were. He was one of the smartest men I knew, and I'd follow him into hell if he asked me to, which was what he was asking me to do. The only way I see this working out is if you decide to stop pussyfooting around, nab this guy, and get him to testify against your parents. That's the fastest way out of this, but for that to happen, you need to let him hang around for a bit. 2 birds, 1 stone. You let him hang, but watch his every move, and wait for him to mole himself deeper into the organization. Let him think his threat worked, then bust his ass. He'll plead a deal, and we'll get the information on your parents. Information that we desperately need. He paused. We've been working this case for 6 years now, and although we are closer to nailing them, we're not close enough to shut the operation down anytime soon. They're too careful, too high profile to kill. Just think about that. And that was how I ended up being in a bar in the middle of Chinatown, thinking about what Lynn had said. He was right, of course. Though I didn't want to admit it, he was so right that it hurt. I had to let this happen. I had to allow this man, this piece of shit that I knew was embedded in deep with my parents, get closer to Mina and my child. But in doing that, I'd hopefully be able to nail my parents down once I gave Josh the boot. Then maybe, just maybe, I'd get to have my life back. I'd get to have my wife and kid. I'd get to move back home and be happy again. Maybe.
Mina. Fuckity fuck. That was about all my brain could process as I watched Josh stroll up the front walk of my yard, as if he owned the place. I quickly backpedaled from the door as if a serpent were readying to strike. I looked behind me at Sienna, who was playing quietly on her iPad, and then looked back at the door. Sienna, honey, I called out. Go to your room and shut the door, please. Someone's here. She looked up at me, comprehension in her eyes, and then nodded dutifully. That was my girl, always following my orders no matter how much she didn't want to, though I had a feeling that had a lot more to do with the fact that she was so much like her dad. A dutiful soldier who was willing to do anything for the greater good. If she were like me, she'd question absolutely everything and rebel against any sort of authority that was imposed over her. Sienna's bedroom door closed just as I heard the first knock. I didn't answer it. I couldn't and wouldn't answer it. Or, at least, I wouldn't have had he not given me any other option. When it came to the safety of your child, you'd do absolutely everything in your power to protect them. Even date the crazy guy who was blackmailing you with everything you held dear.
Chapter 9. Don't tell me you miss me. Tell me you're outside with cupcakes. Actions speak louder than words. Ghost. I need to borrow your wife. Jesse James stared at me like I'd grown a second head. For what? Ellen started to snicker from her perch on the counter. She had her child Lydia in her arms, snuggled up to her chest. My heart started to race as I saw the tiny outfit that she was wearing. My own daughter had that exact same outfit on the day she'd come home from the hospital. I remembered that day so clearly that it was embedded in the forefront of my brain. Fuck. Her entire body fit into my 2 hands. She was small. So fucking small. She's so tiny, I murmured softly. She looks like a fucking doll. I clenched my thighs together and laid her down in the middle of them. She fit perfectly, her tiny baby feet scrunched up close to her body. One of them moved and jabbed me in the belly, and I idly wondered if that was what my wife felt when the baby moved inside of her. My hands looked like mammoths when I reached one finger forward and slowly stroked it down my little girl's cheek. She turned her head, rooting for something I didn't have, and I smiled. She's hungry, I said, looking up at my wife, who was staring at me with so much love in her eyes that I suddenly found it hard to breathe. She just ate, my wife corrected. That's a reflex. It's to help the baby know what to do when she's born. She does it automatically when her cheek is stimulated. I grinned. Good to know, nurse, I told her playfully. She beamed at me. I can't believe the timing. She shook her head. I walked out of that test and my water broke on the front lawn. She shook her head worriedly. None of your teachers had anything to say about it, I told her, and they gave me your grades, no hassle. She widened her eyes at me. Did you show them a picture of the baby? She questioned. I nodded. I did. They thought she was beautiful. Now all I have to do is pass the boards and we're golden. She was so excited. I have my first police academy day next Monday. Do you think they'll care if I bring my baby with me? I teased, because I'm pretty sure this little thing isn't leaving my sight. She snorted. Yeah, I'm sure we can find you some tactical baby holder that you can slip on during your hand-to-hand training. Her hair was everywhere, some of it still plastered to her neck from where she'd sweated during the whole fun part of pushing our little girl out, but I'd never seen her look more beautiful than I did right then. She rolled her eyes and I wanted to kiss her. Do you like her outfit? I asked. It was the first outfit on top that looked like it matched. She stared down at it, then a grin teased up the corners of her lips. I love it, she said. I got it from one of the girls in nursing school and didn't think that I'd ever get a chance to put it on her because it was a preemie. Who knew babies came this small and were still healthy? I questioned my wife. A lot more than you'd think, she admitted, though ours was a little smaller than most healthy babies. She was 4 pounds, 15 ounces. They also expect her to lose some of that over the next week while we establish a nursing routine. I laid my hand over our baby's chest, felt the rise and fall of her breaths, and wondered if life had ever been any more perfect. The hot pink flowers on the blue sleeper were adorable against my girl's lightly tanned skin. She had a head full of hair as thick as her mother's, well, mine too, but I prefer to think about her looking like my beautiful wife. There wasn't a single thing about her that I would change. I love you, Sienna. That was when my woman started to cry. I didn't move from where I was sitting with Sienna in my lap, but I offered her my hand and we stayed like that for a while, studying our baby's perfect features. Not once did I think that one day I wouldn't have this anymore, because if I had, I would have cherished it just a little bit more. You okay, man? I turned to find Jesse staring at me with worry clouding his eyes. My daughter had that same outfit. I cleared my throat, trying to get the catch in my voice to go the fuck away. Jesse looked at his daughter and his eyes softened. We got it at the Goodwill, he murmured. We couldn't find any clothes to fit her at any of our department stores. I looked away and changed the subject. Anyway, I need to borrow Ellen, I repeated my earlier problem. How much do you know about my old life, Jesse? Jesse shrugged. Not much, to be honest. I know what you told everyone the night Naomi was hurt, that you had a wife and kid, but they think you're dead. I nodded. Here's the rest of the story. I gave it to him in clinical terms, explaining my life over the last years since my death, not leaving out a single detail. Why? Because this man was going to give me his wife, and I wanted him to know exactly what he was getting into if he agreed to Ellen helping me. And unsurprisingly, Jesse nodded his agreement. What made her say yes to him? He asked. That doesn't sound like something someone like her would do. I gritted my teeth. He threatened to have Sienna taken away from her due to negligence on her part, I said. How do you know? Ellen asked. Camera feed, I answered. We have her house under surveillance. Everything he says or does when he's over there will be recorded. Not to mention that when we go to the game today and I sit close to her, I'll hear their entire conversation because of the wire I'll be wearing. Jesse nodded as if he understood. Good luck getting her to shut up during that game, though, Jesse grinned. She hates baseball. I don't hate baseball, Ellen said 2 hours later. I just highly dislike boring stuff. But if the game is good, then I should be fine. They were losing by 12 runs at the end of the 4th inning. Ellen, surprisingly, wasn't anywhere near as annoying as Jessie made her out to be, though. She was cute in a little sister kind of way, and the feeling made a pang of misery roll through me. I hadn't just left my daughter and wife. I'd also left behind my sister, though she was doing a hell of a lot better now that she was out of my parents' lives. After a time, my sister had finally seen the light, though I hated how she'd seen the light when it came to my parents. Audrey had been walking to her car after work when she'd been assaulted and later raped by a man in the parking lot. At the time, everyone had thought it was a random act of violence, but after doing some digging around, I found out that it had not been random, but it did have to do with my parents. That hadn't been the rapist's cover story. He'd deliberately made her think that it had something to do with a member of the MC's wife, when in reality, that had just been a seed that was planted to steer the blame away from him. Audrey had been treated like the prodigal child by my parents. She was their cover. She was essential to keeping up their appearance of normal. And they'd have done anything, absolutely anything, including having their only daughter get raped to protect themselves from getting burned when the fire got too hot. When my parents were being investigated too closely by the FBI, as well as local police, to get the attention shifted away from them, they set one of their own soldiers on my sister and had him rough her up. They didn't care how he did it, but the soldier decided to take it a little further than just roughing her up. He had done some digging and had found out that one of Audrey's co-workers, a club member's wife, was having trouble at the time. He'd used her as cover for what he'd done, deflecting what his true intentions were. My parents hadn't cared. It hadn't bothered them at all. It actually had worked in their favor, and it even got the local police to back off of them long enough for them to establish some boundaries between them. Meanwhile, my sister couldn't even go out of her house without having a panic attack, which was why I'd moved her a little closer to me. Though she didn't know it was me behind it, nor did she know she was closer to me. All she knew was that she was offered a damn good job 2 towns over from my new home in Mooresville, Alabama. She loved it here, and the small town offered her the security that she needed to move on with her life. Though my parents had been pissed off at first, they now didn't even notice that she was no longer there. Not that I wanted them anywhere near her. I'd learned of their dubious machinations while I was recovering from nearly dying in that fire, and what I'd learned? I shook my head. What I'd learned was that they were lucky I'd been too weak to even lift a pencil. That and they hadn't come anywhere near me. Otherwise, if I could have lifted a fucking pencil, I would have stabbed it straight into their cold, dead hearts. "This is crazy, you know," Ellen said to me from my side. I looked down at her. "How do you figure?" I asked. "They're so close to us. How do they not see you?" They were close, but the excitement of the fans around us had them paying attention to only what was in front and beside them, not what was behind them. The excitement of the game? I offered. I didn't know. It had been a skill of mine since I was younger. I was always able to blend in, even when I became bigger and less easy to conceal. Ellen gave me a doubtful look. "How did you know what seats to get?" she continued to pester me. I gritted my teeth. Found the tickets on her counter. "You were in her house?" Ellen whispered, eyes wide. I nodded. "I'm in her house all the time." "Ghost," she hesitated. "I know I don't know all of it, and I realize you held some back because I was there, but maybe it's time you tell us what in the hell is going on." "I told you most of it," I finally admitted. "But everything else? That you can't know. You can't know because if you knew, it'd put you in danger, and I'm not going to do that to any of you." My words were almost subvocal, but she heard anyway, and she chose to leave it be. Thank fuck. A loud crack had my head turning to see who'd hit the ball, causing my head to whip around so fast that my head spun. I saw the ball and knew it was headed straight toward us. Her. I only had a split second to react. One moment in time where I either did something or not, and there was no way in hell I was letting that ball come anywhere near my woman. I reached out and forward, spread my fingers wide, making as big of a target as I could as I leaned over the man that was between me and Mina, her date, who I despised, who I did not want anywhere near my woman, and who I wanted to choke on a hot dog, and stopped the ball with my arm. The foul ball hit the muscle just over my tattoo, the one I got the day my skin was healthy enough to take one after that day, and I grunted in pain. The ball rolled down my arm and into Mina's lap, and she caught it with her hands that had been enfolded in her lap nearly the entire game, almost instinctively. It missed hitting her temple by the width of my arm. She inhaled sharply, and her head turned so she could get a look at the man who'd just saved her life, and her lips formed into the cutest little O that I'd ever seen, though that was saying something because she had made that expression frequently since the day I first met her. The past slammed into me like a freight train. I walked down the steps of the front porch, and the hot, humid summer air slapped me in the face like a still, damp towel straight from the dryer. I was already sweating, and I hadn't even done anything but walk outside. Wonderful. That would convince her to come inside. Not. Everyone wanted to hang out with a sweating 17-year-old, right? Whatever, I couldn't help what my body did. I took the last step and tapped my foot 7 times on the last step, gritting my teeth as I did. I didn't want to do the things that I did, but I couldn't help it either. I had OCD. A mild form of it, yes, but OCD nonetheless. I was an awkward teen, and that was due to the fact that most people found me weird. No one could understand why I had to tap 7 times on the last step, nor the fact that I usually only stuttered on my Y's and P's. Then there were the other things, like the constant need to wash my hands, the need to always walk on the left, even when you're supposed to walk on the right. Oh, and let's not forget the most fun one, the overwhelming need to count absolutely everything. That one always made me the latest. It didn't matter where I was or what I was doing, I always had to know the number of people in the room. That was why I'd only gone to a pep rally one time, and only that one time. Leaving that rally unsure exactly how many people had been in the gym had left me upset for days. But as I finally walked down the path to the old beat-up car that was parked at the end of our half-moon driveway, I was determined to make this happen. I would not watch her sweat her tiny ass off in that car one more day. I would bring her inside, keeping her out of my parents' view, and have her stay in my room with me until her mother was ready to leave. Then I'd sneak her back down and deposit her back into her car with no one any the wiser. I just couldn't stand to watch her suffer one more day. It was terrible, and it happened every day her mother worked for us, even if she thought I was a weirdo. I tapped on the roof of the car and started to speak, startling her. You need to come inside with me, I cajoled. I hate seeing you suffer. Then her eyes met mine, and everything in my mind went quiet. Everything. Absolutely freaking everything. No longer did I care that there were 15 people on the grounds, 8 of those from the grass company, 4 of them from the landscaping, and 3 looking at the pool. No longer did I need to do anything that my disorder usually demanded that I do. Why? Because I couldn't take my eyes off of this girl in front of me. She was beautiful, absolutely stunning, and I wanted to wrap her in my arms and never let her go. "Hey," she whispered, "I'm okay." I licked my suddenly dry lips. You don't look okay." Holy crap. This girl didn't know it, but she was a miracle worker. My head was quiet for the first time that I could remember. "But I'm really—" I interrupted her lie. "You're sweating, your face is really red, and I'm pretty sure I haven't seen you take a drink of water the entire time your mother has been cleaning," I pointed out. She looked down at her lap. "My mother said I was to wait right here and not move," she said stiffly, then shook her head as if she couldn't believe she was even telling me this. "If I move, she'll get pissed." "Seems to me your mother's too busy to know if you moved or not," I said. "I haven't once seen her look out a window to check on you." "You're certain?" She bit her lip, sounding slightly more hopeful now. "Because even getting out of the car will help." She looked at the trees on the edge of the lawn. "Being in this car feels like an oven every day, but if she finds out, the repercussions will be worse than this hot car." A hot flash of anger rolled through me at the idea of this girl having any repercussions for protecting herself from the hot Louisiana sun. She looked up at me with those soulful brown eyes, and I realized right then and there that this girl was going to save me. And when she stepped out of that car, her little frame came up to just above chest height on me, and I realized that despite being tiny, she had the ability to change my world. "Thank you," my wife whispered. Thank God for the shades that were covering my eyes. I knew that my face was different enough, but my eyes weren't, and I'd only seen 3 people with the exact same color as my eyes before: my daughter, my sister, and Lynn. I nodded instead of speaking, not trusting my voice with her, and not because I thought she would recognize it. She wouldn't. The smoke inhalation had permanently damaged my larynx and vocal cords. I didn't sound the same, not even close. But I knew my voice would crack the moment that I spoke to her. She turned around, albeit a bit reluctantly, and I sat back in my chair. Josh glared at me and bared his teeth. He knew exactly who I was, even if his companion didn't. I wanted to punch those perfect teeth of his right down his throat, wait for him to shit them out, and then force him to swallow them again. I didn't do that, but boy did I want to. Then my worst nightmare at any Major League game popped up, and the kiss cam was on the large screens above the uppermost stands, and it was directly on Mina and Josh. I stiffened. Mina stiffened. Josh answered his phone. "Thank fucking Christ," I muttered to myself. The camera stayed zeroed in on Mina and Josh, with Josh none the wiser, and Mina looked down at her lap while fans booed all around us. The screen, after staying on the two for over a minute, moved backwards to Ellen and I shook my head. "Sorry, darling," I told her. "I'm not saving face here only to get it fucked up when I drop you off." Ellen started giggling. "He wouldn't dare." My phone buzzed and I pulled it out of my pocket. Jesse, 13:44 hours. Don't you fucking dare. I showed it to Ellen, and she had the nerve to bat her eyelashes at me. I sighed and typed back a quick message, then shoved it back into my pocket. You knew that he would do that, I pointed out. He told us he'd be watching it. Which, by the way, he was really jealous about, she said. They're playing his favorite team today. I didn't much care for baseball, and I never had. My game was hockey because of the physicality of the sport. Sometimes I could watch football, but only if it was college ball. It was embarrassing to watch a bunch of millionaires run around the field and cry when they got roughed up too bad. It was an embarrassment to all the men who came before them that we now had so many rules that had been put in place that took away from the spirit of the game. They couldn't do this and they couldn't do that, blah, blah, blah. My thoughts were abruptly cut off when Mina stood. I have to use the restroom, she whispered to Josh, who I might add was still on his phone. Dumb motherfucker. I didn't want him talking to her, but it was still rude as hell to bring someone on a date or whatever it was and stay on your phone for the majority of the time. Let me tell you something, motherfucker, I growled, leaning forward. You may have forced me into doing this, allowing you to have her, but that doesn't mean that once I figure out how to get her out of this, I won't beat your ass for every single time you've hurt or embarrassed her. Watch it. Josh didn't so much as stop his conversation, but I could tell he'd heard me by the stiffening of his spine. Let's go get something to eat, Al. I offered Ellen my arm. She took it, and I led her out to the aisle where we went to find something to eat, only to come to a halt when I spied Mina in the line for the bathroom, her head down and tears running down her cheeks. Will you go talk to her? I begged. Ellen didn't even hesitate. Instead, she walked straight to my woman and struck up a conversation. By the time they made it into the bathroom, Mina was laughing. I spotted something on the ground where the two women had been talking and walked over to it, stooping down to pick it up. At first, I thought it was a wallet, and then realized quickly that it was a phone wrapped in a leather case. I flipped it open and pressed the home button on the screen and nearly had a heart attack when I saw my daughter's smiling face staring back at me. A huge kick to the gut ensued, and I swiped the phone open, staring blankly when I saw the passcode. It was 6 digits long. I pursed my lips, and then I typed in Mina's birthday, followed next by Sienna's when that didn't work. Then I smiled and typed in my birthday, and the phone slid open with a click. My heart stopped when I saw the lock screen. This time it wasn't my daughter staring back at me, but me. Or the old me, anyway. Damn, I muttered. Then, like any curious man would, I went through her phone for the 15 minutes it took for the ladies to get out of the bathroom. And not once did I stop reading the messages that Josh had been sending my woman, and my woman's clear and unhidden animosity toward the man. I felt like shit then. It was very apparent that Mina wanted nothing to do with the man. The only reason she was even giving him the time of day was due to the fact that he'd blackmailed her into it. She'd tried multiple times to get out of it, and he hadn't taken no for an answer. The motherfucker would die. A slow, agonizing death. Soon.
Chapter 10. I would marry the fuck out of you. Coffee cup. Mina. By the time I arrived home that night, I was exhausted. Josh had forced me to go to this game after getting off at work that night, and I knew I'd be tired as hell tomorrow. Seeing as it was 10 to 11 now, I went straight to bed, only stopping briefly to check on Sienna, who was sleeping peacefully in her bed, which was a drastic change from how she'd been acting when I'd left. She had most assuredly not been happy to find out that I was going out on a date. She'd said some mean things to me, and I'd gathered her into a long hug before I'd left her with Bailey and Sebastian for the evening. I'd arrived home to the two of them, talking quietly on the front porch, but I was thankful that they didn't linger too long, wanting to talk. They could plainly see that I was exhausted. I was also not up for any questions. Thankfully, they'd given me that reprieve, although I knew that they'd be asking about my date sooner or later. As I lay down in my bed, mine and my husband's, and stared blankly at the ceiling, I couldn't help but compare this date with those I'd had with Tunnel. Tunnel had always tried to make our dates fun, and we never ever went to places that the other didn't like. That meant that we never ate sushi because he hated raw fish. I hate spaghetti, so we never went out to eat Italian. And to this day, I'd yet to ever go out to an Italian or a sushi restaurant since Tunnel had passed. I rolled over onto my side and stared at the empty pillow on Tunnel's side of the bed, and carefully reached my hand over to rub along the empty spot. It was often that I went to bed like this alone, and if I concentrated hard enough, I could still pretend that he was still coming home, that he wasn't off of his shift yet. I closed my eyes and let my mind slip into a sort of dream state, one that was meant to be interrupted. I wouldn't go to sleep for real until Tunnel arrived home. When he did, I'd hear the alarm disable, then I'd hear him come in, lock the door, then rearm the security console. Shortly after that, I'd listen to him as he walked quietly, which was never all that quiet, since he was a big guy and his footsteps were heavy, to the cat food bowl, which he'd then fill to the brim, because our cat hated eating out of a bowl that wasn't filled to maximum capacity. That way, Taco, as Tunnel liked to call her, wouldn't bother us until the morning. Then I heard him stop in the kitchen and watched as the light flicked on and then off 7 times. I smiled. A lot of people didn't even realize that Tunnel had this problem. And honestly, it wasn't so much a problem anymore as much as it was just one of his quirks. Tunnel told me many times that he had OCD, yet if I hadn't known or wasn't told by Tunnel himself, I wouldn't have even realized that he did the odd things that he did. When he kissed me 7 times, I didn't care. Not like he thought I cared. In fact, I loved that he kissed me 7 times. 7 times was 6 more times than most women got, and I was happy to have anything he was willing to give. Sure, it was a little odd to have him turn around, head back into the house and go through his departure routine, not once or twice, but 3 times. It wasn't a big deal. Certainly not something that would make or break us. I just planned accordingly and allowed him the time he needed to go through this process. Luckily, it was only when we were leaving, and only when he was leaving our home, that he had a routine he had to follow. The soft tap, 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 tap of Tunnel's boot hitting the bottom step that led into our bedroom had me rolling over onto my belly and glancing at him as he moved surely through the dark toward the bed. He knew I was awake and didn't try to be quiet. "What time did you go to sleep, baby?" he asked, dropping his keys down onto the nightstand. His gun soon followed, and he bent down and put that one into the floor safe, something he'd been doing since the day that Sienna was born. The next thing to go was his utility belt, followed by his flashlight being plugged in. He then sat down in the chair and took off his boots while he waited for me to answer. "About 2 hours ago," I admitted. "I was reading before bed and lost track of time." His lips twitched. "That seemed to be a new habit," he growled. "What did you read this time? Anything good?" "Oh, yeah, it was good. It was about a Highlander. How could it not be good?" "Yes," I said matter-of-factly. "It was excellent. I think you'll like it too." He grinned and tossed his boots to the floor, then stood up and shucked his pants, followed shortly by his uniform shirt. "I'm not as much excited about the book itself, but more what the book did to you," he growled as he crawled across the bed to me. I smiled into the darkness and held my hands out wide. He accepted the invitation and dropped down fully on top of me. I buried my face into his neck and moaned when I felt his heavy erection pressing into me. "I'll be very happy to show you." I looked at the empty space where Tunnel used to lay his head and barely resisted the urge to cry. My cat wasn't here to keep me company, so there would be no crying Jack today. Tomorrow, maybe. But tonight, I needed to go to bed. So that was why I reached out and downed the 2 sleeping pills. They didn't do too much for me, not anymore, but I needed them to get a few hours of sleep. If I didn't have them, then sleep would elude me tonight, just like it did almost every night since the night Tunnel left me. After swallowing the pills dry, I laid my head back down on the pillow and closed my eyes. The bed didn't even smell like him anymore. Nothing did. For the first month after Tunnel's death, I didn't change them. But I'd been forced to wash our sheets one night after Sienna had slept in our bed and promptly had a diaper leak all over them, That had been the most emotional load of laundry that I'd ever done. I'd bawled like a baby, and even Sienna, who didn't even understand why I was crying, had joined me. My eyes flicked over to my closet, where all of his clothes were still hanging. The clothes didn't smell like him anymore either. Not even his dress uniform, which was also still hanging up in the closet. Then there was his cut, that still smelled like smoke. It was unfair. It was sad. And I still had it hanging up where he placed it every night, ready and waiting for him to come back and use it. Although he never would. I hadn't smelled him since his scent had dissipated from the clothing I kept. Until tonight. The man who had saved me from a ball smack to the face had smelled like my ton. He smelled exactly like him, right down to the deodorant and the faint hint of motor oil and gas that came with a man who rode a motorcycle and worked on them. The moment I caught a whiff of that smell, memory upon memory came rushing back. It had been like a tidal wave of emotion washing over me, and I'd had to excuse myself from Josh's side, a man who wouldn't be happy that I was thinking about my dead husband who has been gone for 6 years, before I cried. And I did cry. In the line for the bathroom that was about 60 women deep. I cried until a lovely woman, the woman who had been with the man who smelled like mine, came up and spoke with me. She'd been sweet and had me laughing about her kiddos, one who was 17 and another who was just shy of 6 months, in a matter of moments. The man had been standing there, waiting for his woman to come out once we were done. He then handed me my phone that I hadn't even realized I'd dropped. The same scent wafted off of him, just as it had earlier, and I was still sad. Very, very sad. So sad, in fact, that if I could sleep forever, I would. However, I had my baby girl to worry about. Tunnel's baby girl. I would never leave her. But sometimes I just felt like it would be easier. I could just go to sleep and never wake up again. Only then would I see my tunnel again.
Chapter 11. If you can't handle me at my worst, I don't blame you. I'm a fucking hot mess. Ghost's secret thoughts. Ghost. I thought I could do it, allow her to be the bait, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. And I was about to do something bad. Very, very, very bad. This was either going to blow up in my face, or it was going to work out. It didn't matter what happened beyond this point. I would protect them, with my life if needed. I'd sacrifice anything and everything that I had to in order to do it, too. There would be no uncertainties on my end. None. I made a phone call and told Silas what I wanted, and he promised he would make it happen. Then I went across the street and spoke with Lynn. I can't do this back-and-forth business anymore, I told him. I can't sit here and watch her be unhappy. We're going to have to find another way. He grinned. I got a week out of you, though. That was 4 more days than Silas thought I'd get. I grunted in reply, then walked out without another word.
Chapter 12. Damn right I'm good in bed. I can stay there all day. Mina's secret thoughts. Mina. Silas, I can't just up and leave again. I just got my job back. I hesitated. I really, really wanted to leave, though. I'd leave right this minute if I could. If I had won the lottery and it allowed me to pack up and get the hell out of here, I'd do it in a freaking heartbeat. You're being harassed by a man. The phone went off on the counter again, and I ignored it. Silas didn't, however. He picked it up and placed it to his ear without even pausing to see if it was okay. Yeah, he snapped. My lips twitched. I loved Silas. He'd taken such good care of Sienna and I. Even Tunnel when he'd been alive. Now he was like a grandfather to my daughter. And I didn't want to leave this place. But I also didn't want to deal with Josh's freaky self either. Ever since the ball game, things had gone from bad to worse between Josh and me. It had gone from scary to downright terrifying, and I was beyond relieved that Silas knew about it. Though I expected that had a lot to do with the fact that his son and wife were on our porch the night that Josh had dropped me off. When I'd refused to give Josh a kiss, Sebastian had not only seen it, but he'd also stepped in to stop it when I tried to pull away after Josh hadn't taken no for an answer. Josh had pulled out in a huff, and Sebastian had given me a long, meaningful look, which told me everything he thought about Josh, but had left without giving me the lecture. But then Silas had shown up the next day, demanding answers. And now he was telling me that I was moving all the way to Mooresville, Alabama, where another chapter of the Dixie Wardens were located. I'd heard of them, of course. The president of that chapter had died because he'd been shot by a gangbanger. It had been big news everywhere because he was a law enforcement officer. But in our small town, where the majority of people were either members of the Dixie Wardens MC, married to a club member, or were family members of a club member, it had been huge news. The Dixie Wardens were a tight-knit group of bikers, and it didn't matter that this man had been the president of another Dixie Wardens chapter. If you were wearing the Dixie Wardens patch, then you were family regardless of where you called home. And if something happened to family, then all of the Dixie Wardens were there, trying to help out in any way that they could. The 6 days that our club, no, Tunnel's club, had been in Mooresville, Alabama for the funeral, had left Benton, Louisiana feeling like a ghost town. I'd been asked if I wanted to go, of course, but since I was working, I had Sienna and everyone else was leaving, it didn't make sense for me to leave. I wasn't really a part of the club. Not anymore. My husband had been, but I was just someone that they watched over at this point. Like now. Silas was speaking quietly on the phone, his voice a low rumble of sounds that sent shivers down my back. He was protecting me, just like he'd been doing since the day that Tunnel left this earth. "No," Silas barked. "This is the end of the line for you. You either leave now or you get ready to receive the ass-whooping of a lifetime. I will personally dish that punishment out if you don't leave her alone." My eyes closed. That wouldn't work. Josh was relentless. I knew that now, better than anyone, after the last week of his constant calls, unannounced visits, and insistence that I do whatever he wanted. The one thing I could say was that at least he hadn't forced me to have sex with him. I thought it was going to happen last night, but something had happened outside, and Josh had left instead. I locked the door and then huddled in my house the rest of the night, scared to death that he would be coming back to finish what he'd started. But he hadn't. And now Silas was telling me that I was leaving. With a startling realization, I knew that I wanted to go. Maybe getting away from this place permanently would be enough. He hadn't followed me to Uncertain like I thought he would. Maybe that was the trick. Get far enough away that the thought of pursuing me would be too much of a bother. Silas hung up the phone and handed it back to me. "You'll get that changed once you get there," he ordered me. "There's a house set up for you. The old ladies of that chapter have banded together and have already set up everything that Sienna will ever need in one of the bedrooms. You'll only need to bring your clothes. There's a job waiting for you at the hospital there, as well as the clinic, in case you would rather work there instead." My brows rose. "How did you manage that?" I asked him, stunned. "One of the members there is a doctor. He's involved with the hiring process at the hospital, and the clinic is also his. So either way, whatever you choose, you'll have a job waiting for you." I sat there, still stunned, after he left. Was this my life? Would it be okay to leave? Then, after biting my lip, I realized that it would be. There was nothing holding us here anymore. Nothing but memories and a grave that never really felt like my man was inside of it, resting eternally. "I'll be back in an hour with the rest of the ladies. We're going to get you packed up and out of here within the day. That way you'll have no excuse not to go tonight." He was right, of course. If I did it all myself, it could take me weeks. And by then, Josh would catch on to what I was doing. And it wouldn't be so much of a surprise anymore. "Okay, Silas," I said softly. "Let's go." 9 hours later, I was parking my loaded-down Tahoe under the carport of what looked to be a brand-new house. It wasn't a grand house or anything, but you could tell it was new. There were still stickers on the window, denoting the manufacturer. The grass was still in squares where they had taken the sod off of a pallet and rolled them over the dirt of the yard to grow. Then there was the dumpster that was still on the street, a dumpster that was filled with so much crap that it likely needed to be emptied long before now. "Mom, why can I see all the way inside that house?" Sienna asked worriedly. My lips twitched. She was so much like her daddy that it was uncanny. I saw tunnel in her every single day, and the more she grew up, the more I saw it. If I were being honest, it was sad sometimes. It made my heart break to see her do the same things as her daddy. "Because it doesn't look like there are any curtains up yet," I supplied the answer. "It was likely a very new house, and they just acquired it for us. It's pretty, isn't it?" "Yeah, I guess. You could plant some flowers in that flower bed right there." She pointed to the front walk where there was a flower bed, sans flowers. "I could," I agreed, happy that she was semi-on board for this new venture, though she hadn't said as much. She was still upset about leaving her house, where her daddy had made her a bed and painted her room, to be overly excited about this new one. My stomach clenched at the memory of that bed. I'd helped with the bed, of course, but only enough as to offer Tunnel help where he needed it. He'd made her an exact replica of a princess bed. It had huge columns that represented turrets and a peak on top of the built-in bookcase that resembled a roof. Then there was the paint. That was a masterpiece in and of itself. It was painted gray, and Tunnel had painstakingly painted darker gray blocks on the entire expanse of the wood walls of the bed, making it look exactly like a castle would look if you were staring at the exterior. And the icing on the castle bed cake was the tiny flagpoles at the top of each bookshelf with pink streamers flying from them that blew in the breeze of the room's ceiling fan. "Well, let's go inside already," Sienna grumbled under her breath. Another thing she did like her father. "Okay, honey," I agreed, fishing the keys out of my pocket. My eyes lit on a tiny dot of pink on the top of the key, and my heart skipped a beat. That had also been something that Tunnel had done for me. I had a ton of keys. One to my house, one to my car, one to Tunnel's truck, one to the storage shed, one to the trailer lock, one to the trailer, and so the list went on. After about the 40th time that I had to go through all the keys on my keyring, and yes, I was more than aware that they were all different looking, Tunnel had put dots on all of my keys, color-coding them to coordinate with the locks. I still had the colors on my keyrings, though I had to refresh them every couple of years since Tunnel had done it. That had been a heartbreaking moment, and surprisingly, one that had sent me into a tailspin of depression that took a while to climb out of. If it wasn't for my daughter, Tunnel's daughter, I'd be doing a lot worse than I was doing right now. I heaved myself out of the car and walked up to where Sienna was waiting impatiently by the carport door, looking at me like her father used to, with bemused impatience. "Sorry, baby," I apologized, slipping the key into the lock. It turned easily, and I pushed the door open. The alarm by the door immediately started to beep, and I typed in a code to turn it off. "How did you know the code?" Sienna asked as she pushed past me. "Silas gave that to me along with the keys," I answered, not willing to admit that the code was another number that was heart-stoppingly familiar. The anniversary of when Tunnel and I met. It was just 4 numbers, but those 4 numbers, 0804, would be forever etched in my brain. Though it was a coincidence, I didn't wish to examine it any further because it made my heart hurt, so I walked into the living space and stared. "This house is tiny," Sienna murmured. I looked around at the sparse house. It wasn't bad. She was right, though. It was sort of small. But since it was only her and me, it would be just fine. Especially since it had 3 bedrooms. Sienna walked down the hall to explore, and I walked over to the countertops. They are lovely, I thought, as I ran my hand over them. A memory assaulted me, too fast for me to brace for it.
Babe,
Tunnel said, standing in the middle of the cabinet department at Home Depot.
this is your domain, not mine. If you want black fucking countertops, we'll get you black fucking countertops.
My mouth dropped open. Tunnel Angelo Morrison, you did not just say that to me. My man grinned and acted like he hadn't just committed the biggest faux pas any man could commit.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Minnie. I was just telling you to get what you want, that's all.
He held up his hands. I continued to glare, even though I really wanted to laugh instead. This man of mine, he didn't care if what he said was considered politically correct. All he cared about was getting his point across. And I cared that Tunnel was my man. I didn't care that he could be crass and so bluntly honest sometimes that he often came off as an asshole. This man of mine just didn't sugarcoat things, and frankly, I was glad that he didn't. It was important to me that one always be truthful, even if it would hurt less to lie. Such as right now. Tunnel, you're so freaking annoying, I told him. Sometimes I just want to take you to the back of the store and knock some sense into you with my fists. He looked at said fists.
Minnie, you can't even kill a fly with a fucking fly swatter, he told me. How the fuck do you think you're gonna knock around a man who is twice your size and knows how to take a punch?
I wouldn't let my mind hang on to the fact that he knew how to take a punch. He was a police officer. He was, indeed, trained to take a punch. But that wasn't where he learned to take one. No, he learned to take one from his old man who took delight in beating the shit out of him. When it came down to it, Tunnel would willingly submit to a beating as long as his sister wasn't touched. Can I help you both with anything? That came from a timid young woman decked out in jeans, boots, and a bright orange Home Depot vest. Yes, I said, letting my hand smooth down lazily along my hips, as not to reach out and show my husband what I could do with my fist. I want to get these black quartz countertops with the blue flecks in them. How do we go about doing that?
Thank fucking Christ,
Tunnel muttered under his breath. I glared at the man, and he shut up. But his lips continued to twitch as he tried to hold his smile away. I can help you with that, the woman muttered.
Well, let's fucking hope so, honey. You do work here.
I looked at the ceiling. Tunnel, don't make me come over there.
Come on over, baby. I'd love for you to show me what you're working with.
Mom, Sienna screeched, come look at this room. I looked away from the black countertops, the same black countertops that I'd chosen for my own house, but I had never gotten because Tunnel had passed the next week. Coming, I called out, my heart in my throat at the memory. God, I miss you, Tun. Sienna was out in the hallway, jumping up and down on the tips of her toes. Hurry! Then she walked into the bedroom that I assumed would be hers and squealed. It has a princess bed, Mom. My heart clenched. It does? I was surprised. And games and toys. Oh, look, a doll like the one Daddy bought me. I looked at the doll she was holding up in her hands. It was an American Girl doll, and one of the only things I was ever able to keep nice, since Sienna was rough on all of her toys. But that had been out of necessity on my part. I wanted her to have something from her father that she could look at in 20 years and not be embarrassed to show it to anyone. It's beautiful, baby, I murmured quietly. You'll have to thank them for their generosity. She beamed at me. I love it. Then she was doing something in the closet, and I chose to look at the rest of the room. The club had gone above and beyond when it came to decorating Sienna's room. She had everything in here that she could ever want or need. This was getting weirder and weirder by the minute. First my countertops, now Sienna's room. I was, quite honestly, scared to look at the rest of the house. But that wasn't the hardest part. No, not seeing the colors that I would have decorated my own house in. Not even the bathroom done up exactly how I'd spoken with Tunnel about doing ours. The hardest part was lying in the bed later that night,
smelling my husband for the first time in forever, and crying my heart out. That, my friends, was the worst. Chapter 13. Marriage. When dating goes too far. Meme. Mina. A knock at my door woke me up early that morning, and I shifted in the bed and looked at my daughter. Mom? I sat up all the way. Yeah, baby? This house, it doesn't feel right. My brows rose, and I looked at the alarm clock on the opposite side of the bed from where I was sleeping and noted the time. 6:06 in the morning. What do you mean, honey? She walked over to the edge of the bed, the side where her father used to sleep next to me, and crawled into it. She laid her head down on the pillow and stared at me through the lightning dawn. This house feels like home, but it's not. I knew exactly what she meant. I like it here, but there's something missing. There it was, and I got it because I also felt that way too. I know, I agreed. I don't remember him. I rolled over onto my back and looked up at the ceiling. Let me tell you about him, I said. We met when we were very young. She chuckled. I know that part. Tell me a funny story. Tell me something that'll make me smile. I swallowed thickly. It hurt to think about him. It hurt even more to talk about him. Here I was all of these years later, and it still felt like I'd just lost him yesterday. There was no moving on for me. Tunnel was my everything. He was the man who was my first and my last. And I was okay with that. I just needed everyone else to be okay with that, too. This is the clubhouse, Ellen said. I looked around, noting that it wasn't much different from Tunnel's old chapter's clubhouse. The place, although it looked more like a house than a huge room, was really an enormous man cave. There were huge flat-screen televisions hanging on each wall, and on one wall, there were even two. It was decorated in a muted brown that would be able to hide dirt and grime really well. And the chairs, yeah, those were really similar. It was like they'd all went in, sat on some couches, and bought the ones that were the most comfortable. None of them matched, and some of them were even different styles of furniture completely. It's nice. I grinned. And it was. It really was nice. Well, as long as you didn't care if shit matched, which I did. She started to chuckle, and once again I was surprised to find her there. I'd arrived with Silas just a few minutes ago, and she'd been one of the first people I saw as I walked up the steps. She was with her husband, who was definitely not the same man that she'd gone out with to the ball game a week ago. I hadn't yet seen the other man that I saw her with at the ball game, but for some reason, I knew he was there. It was as if I could sense him. Not to sound rude or anything, but when you went to that ball game, you were with another man, I whispered quietly. I don't understand. Her husband, who was close but not directly at her side, because he was giving us the illusion of privacy, snorted. Ellen turned to look at him. Jesse, she indicated to the man who hadn't let her out of his sight. That's my husband. The other man I was with was Ghost. He's another one of the brothers here, and he didn't want to go to the game by himself. I was the only one free, even though I'm sure he would have preferred to go with anyone other than me. Apparently, I'm a talkative person, and I annoy people while they watch baseball games. She said that last part, staring a hole into the side of her husband's head, and I had to pinch my lips together to keep from laughing. This couple, I could see. Ellen and that other man? No way in hell. He'd been too intense, too masculine, too scary. I couldn't see why anybody would want to be with him. Well, except me. He reminded me of someone, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. And then, as if he sensed my thoughts, he appeared on the back porch. The only thing that lit his way was a small green light outside. It had been a light I'd asked about when I'd gotten here. Apparently, green lights were for veterans. According to Ellen, they kept a green light burning here all day, every day, in support of veterans everywhere. I'd never been a veteran, and neither had Tunnel, but we'd both known many veterans, and a few were important people in our lives. Hence the reason I thoroughly approved of this gesture, as I made a mental note to get a green light bulb for my house as soon as I found the nearest Walmart. Ghost is here, I murmured to no one in particular. But both Jesse, the man Jesse was talking to, and Ellen all turned. A hush came over the room after that, and the moment that Ghost came inside, all eyes were on him. "What?" he rasped. And yes, I do mean rasped. He had a smoker's voice, one that said he smoked and smoked a lot, which kind of disheartened me a little bit. I didn't like smokers. My father had been one, and even the faintest whiff of smoke reminded me of the man who loved to beat the shit out of my mother, often while he had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. A big man that had been introduced to me as Big Papa earlier walked toward him and said a few words. I saw the moment Ghost realized that I was in the room. His eyes swept over the room, stopping on me, before he quickly looked away. He turned back to Big Papa as he pulled a pair of sunglasses out of his pocket and slipped them on, causing me to slump a bit in disappointment. I wanted to see his eyes, badly. But with him all the way across the room, that obviously wasn't going to happen, especially considering that I had really poor eyesight. It was my heart, though, that grabbed my attention with the way that it was beating out of control. With just that one single sweep of the room, his gaze briefly locking on me, and I was nearly shaking in my pretty new boots. "I really like those leggings." Ellen broke into my contemplation. I wouldn't have thought that the octopus print would have been very cute, but they are adorable. I sell leggings at my store. I'll have to see if I can order any like that. I looked down at my leggings. They were my primary wardrobe choice now, after a woman from work got me my first pair for my birthday. Every time a pop-up sale would show up in my Facebook newsfeed, I followed over 10 leggings sale pages. I would buy at least one pair. Most of the time, it was more like 2 or 3 pairs. Now I owned more than 55 pairs, and I probably would have owned even more than that had I not given away a few pairs to friends as birthday presents over the last year. Yes, I was addicted to leggings. Yeah, I agreed. I didn't think they'd be all that cute either, to be honest. I originally ordered these for a friend for her birthday, but when I saw them after I got them, I couldn't give them away like I'd originally intended. This is one of my favorite pairs. She nodded. I tried to wear leggings out of the house once, and my husband told me I needed to go change. I'd love to have some, but they wouldn't be practical. That's a good thing, Elle. Jesse offered his 2 cents, not bothering to act like he wasn't listening to our conversation any longer. Because I'd seriously have to spank your ass, and those leggings wouldn't offer much in the way of protection. I grinned. He was, of course, correct. I don't have a husband to tell me no. I heard something crunch behind me, and saw that Ghost was standing there, next to the food table, holding a beer can in his hand that he'd somehow crushed. I looked up to see his eyes, but was caught with the glare of the glasses covering them. He stared, but that gaze was too intense for me, so I looked away. And I felt him there, for at least 20 minutes, while he spoke quietly to another member of the club. This man was huge and bulky with kind eyes, and had been introduced to me earlier as Sunshine or something similar to that. I felt like my skin was about to burst into flames. "Can you give me a drink, mister?" I turned at the sound of my child's voice, and I saw that she was standing in front of Ghost, pointing to a pitcher of tea. Normally, she would have just gotten it herself, but the pitcher was completely filled to the brim, and she didn't have the arm strength yet to lift it up and hold it without spilling. "Yeah, sugar girl, I can get you a drink," Ghost said, picking up the pitcher as easily as he would lift his own hand. "You got a cup?" My entire body locked. Sugar girl. It could have been a coincidence. Sure, it could. It had to be. No one else would know to call her that but my husband. It had to be a coincidence.
Memories of the first day that Tunnel called our child Sugar Girl assaulted me. Go give Daddy a kiss, baby. I patted my daughter's diapered bottom. She toddled over to her daddy, who was in his chair in front of the TV, still in his police uniform, and tried to pull herself up. Automatically, Tunnel hooked an arm under her diaper-clad butt and pulled her into the chair. She did the rest of the work and scrambled up his chest to get to his face. Then she started laying kisses on his face, except they weren't normal kisses. They were open-mouthed kisses with lots of slobber and a little bit of tongue.
Oh, thank you, sugar girl,
Tunnel said laughingly.
I love you too.
Sienna gave him a gummy smile, her lone white tooth glinting along the bottom of her mouth, and then fell face forward into his chest. And, just like she always did, she was out like a light a few seconds later. I wish I had your superpowers, I murmured. He grinned, then lifted his forearm to wipe the drool from his face.
One day you'll be her everything, baby. So right now, just let me enjoy our sugar girl.
He had no clue how right he was. He'd enjoyed the best of Sienna's baby years, and had died right before she turned 2. A lump formed in my throat at those thoughts. My husband had a name problem. He never once called any of us by the same name. Sometimes he would cycle through about 4 names. For our daughter, it was Sienna, D, a shortened version of her middle name, Sugar Girl, or C. For me, it was Mina, Minnie, Philly, a shortened version of my actual name, Philomena, or Min. I never knew what would come out of my husband's mouth, so we really had to be ready to answer to any of them. You okay, girl? Ellen asked. I nodded. Would you like to meet the rest of the girl squad? She asked. They're all in the family room, or they would have been out here to greet you by now. No, I did not. Because doing that would require my leaving this spot, and I liked this spot. The man, Ghost, was like a wall of fire at my back. Even though he wasn't touching me, I could feel his heat practically seeping into me.
How's work going for you? I heard asked behind me. Good and bad, came Ghost's reply.
I froze at that raspy voice. Mina? I was frozen in between leaving and staying. I couldn't get my feet to move. I turned to look over my shoulder at the man at my back, and was unsurprised to find his eyes on me. What was it about this man that made me act like this? Ellen touched my arm, and the connection between us was severed. I took a step away from Ghost, then another, and another, until I was all the way across the room. Where to? I asked breathlessly.
Ghost. I watched her go, feeling like a piece of my heart was walking away from me. You're either going to have her back in a matter of days, or you're going to have her so mad at you that everyone within a 2-mile radius will hear everything that has ever happened between the two of y'all when she starts screaming it at you because she's so pissed off at you, Sean pointed out helpfully. I turned my glare to him. My heart wasn't beating right. It felt like it was skipping way too many beats to be considered safe. I don't want to talk about it, I told him. Sean grinned. So, sugar girl? Sean teased. I blew out a breath. Did you see her freeze when you said that to her daughter? Sean continued. I gritted my teeth. And your daughter? Man, she's fucking adorable. She looks just like you, Sean continued. Those eyes. Yeah, those eyes. Those were all mine. I was happy that her eyes had stayed green. How long is this going to go on before you make a move? Sean asked, this time really expecting an answer. I shrugged. I don't know. I never planned to do anything, but it's getting harder and harder to stay away. My gaze turned to zero in on my daughter, who was standing across the room staring at the other kids. She was standing off to the side, silently taking everything in, and I realized that my eye color wasn't the only thing she'd gotten. She was watchful and observant like me, too. Chapter 14. If you don't have anything nice to say it anyway. Sometimes motherfuckers need to hear the truth. Ghost's secret thoughts. Ghost. Day 5 of Mina and Sienna being in Mooresville. I watched her live in my house, and I knew that this would have to be taken care of quickly. I couldn't keep doing this. I couldn't watch her cry in my bed. Couldn't watch her walking around looking so lost and sad. Couldn't stay away from her another minute when all I wanted to do was wrap my arms around her and never, ever let her go. You know, one of these days she's going to find you standing out here, I grunted. You're creepy as fuck standing here, too, Sean offered his 2 cents. I'd heard the 2 men arrive, of course. I just hadn't acknowledged them because I didn't feel like talking. Obviously, they weren't taking my subtle hints. I'm standing in my home, Sean. No, he disagreed. You're standing in an RV and ignoring everyone and everything so you can watch the woman that you won't claim as your woman. I shot him the finger. Fuck off. Someone's pulling up. My head whipped around and I saw Loki, one of my old club brothers who also thought I was dead, pulling up with his wife and children in tow. Oh, and Taco, Mina's cat. You know, I'm not sure any of the club would ever talk about you to anyone but among themselves. It wouldn't kill you to tell them that you're alive. No, I agreed, but knowing it might get them killed, and that is not a risk I'm willing to take. And that was that. Day 7 of Mina and Sienna being in Mooresville. I couldn't do this. I really, really couldn't do this. Shit, I grunted and walked up the driveway. Can I help? Mina jumped a foot and whirled like a startled cat, instantly on guard. Her eyes were wild and her entirely too short hair spun spectacularly around her head as if she'd been in a commercial trying to sell a certain brand of shampoo that was for luxurious, sleek hair. The cat that we'd bought together, the one that I knew didn't like me, although dislike was too mild a word for what this cat felt for me, hissed and growled, causing us both to turn our heads and stare at the evil shit. Wow, Mina said. She never hisses and growls like that at anybody. I saw her pause as the memories hit, and I barely resisted the urge to back away. Oh, this was not good either. She used to hiss at my husband like that, Mina said, a slow smile curving over her lips. When we got her, Taco used to love to lay on my husband's chest. She grinned at me, not asking why the hell I'd walked up her driveway when I didn't even live on the street. Then one day, the cat grew up enough and decided that she no longer liked my husband. He hadn't hurt her or bothered her in any way. She just decided one day that she hated him, and that was that. That was all true. I'd kind of liked the cat. In fact, I had even thought that I had bonded with that cat, damn it. Then one day she just up and decided that I was no longer an acceptable human being and showed her displeasure with me by hissing and spitting at me any time I came too close for her comfort. Like right now, for instance. I was presently within a 10-foot radius of Mina, and the cat was protecting her owner like a dog would have done. And now she's doing that to you. How odd. She studied me for a long moment. Why are you here? That was the $1,000 question. Why the hell was I here? I shouldn't be here. I damn sure shouldn't be in her driveway, talking to her. The only good thing was that it was dark, so she couldn't see the color of my eyes due to the shadows. I live down the street, I lied. In actuality, I lived in the camper that was right here on this same property that she was on. It was far enough away, though, that it seemed like it was the next property over, but it wasn't. I saw you struggling with the grill and thought that I'd offer to help. Her lips pursed. My husband used to have a problem with me manning the grill, too, she murmured. Those watchful eyes were still scrutinizing me. I can do it, though. I doubted that. The reason I had a problem with her using the grill was because she didn't know what in the hell she was doing, and she proved that moments later by squirting about half the bottle of lighter fluid onto the grill and holding out a match. You don't have the charcoal on there, I told her. That is what you're supposed to saturate with the lighter fluid. She looked at me over her shoulder. I don't have any charcoal. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Then how did you expect to light this grill and keep it lit? I questioned, barely keeping the exasperation out of my voice. Or were you just in the mood to light a fire? I stared pointedly at the hamburger patties that were incredibly way too fat and needed to be smashed down at least an inch, knowing damn well and good that she didn't intend to just light a fire. You sound like my husband, she said, and the buzz of electricity between us was enough to cause me to groan. On the inside, at least. On the outside, I was calm, cool, and collected. Maybe your husband just knew his shit, I suggested mildly. I think there's a bag of charcoal at my place. Give me a minute to run down there. Take those inside and smash them down until they're about an inch thick. Oh, and make sure you wash your hands when you're done. I could have kicked myself at that last comment. That had been something else I used to say to her. She'd gone into nursing school, and her hand-washing habits had gone from good to excellent. If we went to a store and she touched a cart, she washed her hands. If we went to dinner and she touched a menu, she washed her hands after. If she had to shake someone's hand, she washed her hands after. Being a nurse had clued her into the diseases that were a daily part of the world that she lived in, the things that could cause her harm if she didn't take the necessary hygiene steps to prevent them. Germs also became a constant battle. I, of course, teased her mercilessly about it back then, and apparently it was something I continued to do to her now. Shit. I'd called Sienna Sugar Girl the other day, and now I was teasing my wife about things that the old me, the dead me, used to tease her about. Son of a bitch, I really needed to get the fuck away from here or she was going to figure it out. I could already see the wheels turning in her head. "I can cook these inside," she murmured, "on the griddle." That was true. She could. But I didn't want her to go quite yet. That's not what I said, though. "That's true. You could," I agreed amicably. She eyed me. I could see those wheels turning, and I had to resist the urge to leave. Again. "Do you want to stay for dinner?" I looked at all the light in the house, and I shook my head. "No." Her mouth pursed. "Then I think I'll cook them on the griddle. Good night, Mr. Ghost." With that, she walked inside, leaving the grill and the puddle of lighter fluid in the middle of the driveway. It was only after I'd put it all away and had walked back to my trailer that I realized this was going to be a lot harder than I thought. I wanted to stomp into my house, gather my woman up in my arms, and crush her to me while I held her enough to start making up for the 6 years' worth of holding her and cuddling that I'd missed out on since I had died. Damn it. Damn, I grumbled, then fell back on the shitty cold bed and closed my eyes. I needed to stop. Really, I needed to. But I didn't, and within 2 weeks she would have all the evidence she needed.
Chapter 15. Give up carbs over my bread body. Meme. Mina. "Sienna," I called. "Are you ready to go to camp?" I'd signed Sienna up for a week-long camp called Police Explorers that was put on by the local police department, though she had been the one to request to go. She'd asked me to do something, anything but the daycare that I'd planned to put her into while I worked, and Aaron, one of the Dixie wardens in this chapter, had suggested the summer camp. One was put on each week for 4 weeks by a different officer at the department, and they had no problem whatsoever if a child attended all of them as long as she was picked up by the time the camp let out. At first, that had been a problem for me since I didn't get off of work until 6, and the camp ended at 4. But I'd then been informed by the ladies of the club that she would go home with one of them for the 2 hours it took me to get off of work, and that I could pick her up there. So that was what I'd done, and had been doing for the last 2 weeks. Today, Sienna was being taken home by Aaron, though, since he was the one putting on the camp with his canine officer, Tank. "Yeah, Mom. Does this look okay?" I turned to see her dressed in blue jeans, a white t-shirt, and tennis shoes. "Yes," I informed her. "Looks perfect." "Why?" She looked down at her pants. "Someone said that they were too tight yesterday and I was showing off my butt." My brows furrowed. "Who said that?" "Another boy in the camp with me," she answered. I growled under my breath. "Well, how about next time you tell Aaron that someone is bothering you and he will take care of it," I suggested. "Your pants aren't too tight. They're jeans. They're supposed to be snug. Now, are you ready?" She nodded her head and we walked out the door. I had my nursing bag in one hand, the one that held my stethoscope, blood pressure cuff, and other shit that I needed on a daily basis, and my keys in the other, while I tried to juggle locking the door without dropping either bag. Sienna waited patiently for me to lock it, and then walked to the car where she waited for me to unlock it. "He's mowing our yard again." My head whipped around at the sudden sound of a lawnmower running down the side of the yard, and I blinked when I saw Ghost there, covered in sweat, mowing the lawn. He'd mowed the lawn before, of course, but that time I'd only caught him finishing up. It had never occurred that he would mow the entire yard, which was a half an acre big, with a push mower. "Wow," I breathed. "We're going to be late." I rolled my eyes and walked to the car as I unlocked it. "He looks hot," Sienna said as I settled into the car. I agreed. He did look hot, though it wasn't hard to get hot when it was almost 90 degrees at 8 o'clock in the morning. "Why do you think he's mowing the lawn with a shirt on?" "I saw the guy cross the street mowing the lawn, but he had his shirt off." I didn't know the answer to Sienna's question. "I don't know, baby," I offered. "Maybe he wants to wear it." She said. "Let's go." We went, but not far. "Shoot," she cried out suddenly. "I forgot my papers that I was supposed to do for homework." I looked at the clock. It was 15 until 8, meaning that I would have 15 minutes exactly to get her back home, get the papers, drop her off, and then get to work on time. Damn it, I muttered under my breath, and then turned around.
Ghost. It would be my baby girl that broke the camel's back. The moment that I saw her car leave, I shucked the shirt. It was way too fucking hot already, but adding a shirt to the mix made it nearly unbearable, and it was barely 8 in the morning. The heat index projected that it'd feel upwards of 110 by mid-afternoon. But I wasn't going to expose myself to the woman because it wouldn't take her but 5 seconds to see my naked chest and know exactly who I was. See, I had a very distinctive tattoo, one that Mina knew I had, one that she'd studied up close and personal, one that was only half there now due to the burns and would be readily visible if my shirt was not on. The day that I'd become a Dixie Warden, I'd gotten a tattoo of the wraith-like woman that was on the back of the Dixie Warden's cut. It took up half my right side and was beautiful. Was being the operative word. Beneath that tattoo, I'd gotten another tattoo that was Mina's. It wasn't anything too over the top. It was a skeletal hand, depicting me, holding onto a strand of curls, for Mina, in a tight grip that signified I was never letting go. In a swirling cursive font and hidden in the hair, the word Mina was entwined through multiple strands of hair. But during my brush with death, I had suffered severe burns that had melted away half of not only my club tattoo, but also my tattoo for Mina. The burns healed in a curve around my shoulder blade that formed a sort of C shape and cut off the left half of the club tattoo into something unrecognizable, and leaving the curly hair of the Mina tattoo, which made it look like the Wraith Lady's face and hair were melting off. Overall, it was a pretty cool effect, but the loss of Mina's tattoo, along with my club's tattoo, left a hole in my soul that felt like it would never mend. But to those who knew me, they knew what those tattoos were once. That and how I'd been able to convince Silas of exactly who I was. Sighing long and loud, I turned the corner of my house, now Mina's house, and started walking away from the driveway and the entrance to the street. I'd just reached the end of the yard and had maneuvered the mower back around to go back the way I'd just came when I stopped dead in my tracks. My hands let go of the lever that kept the mower running, and I stared in shock at Mina's car that was in the middle of the street, still running. Where was Mina? She was standing in the middle of the street, her hands falling limply at her sides with tears running uncontrollably down her cheeks. She knew. I knew she knew. There was no doubt now that she knew exactly what was going on, who I was, who I once was. I saw the moment she compartmentalized it, saw the moment that she decided that she couldn't do it. She walked into the house, came back out moments later, still crying I might add, and walked back to her car. All the while I watched her, a sick knot in my stomach that was on the verge of pain. She got into her car, stared at me for a few more long moments, and then backed down the road, turned it sharply like she was in a hurry to leave, and peeled out before speeding down the road. I watched her go, knowing that everything had changed. Everything. Chapter 16. Anybody that doesn't agree with leggings being pants can physically fight me, and I will win because I have superior range of motion. Meme. Ghost. I didn't bother to shower, didn't bother to change. Instead, I rode after her, even going as far as to forget my cut, which I never forgot. I caught up to her at the police station where she dropped Sienna off with the papers that she'd taken from the house, the ones that had brought her back when she was supposed to be at work. Then I followed her, not to her work, but to a spot I hadn't realized she'd known existed. When I pulled up, she was already out of the car and walking down the long, overgrown path, deeper and deeper into the woods until we came to a house. I Googled this place, she said softly. I had suspicions. I grunted. They told me your last name was Lane. Ghost Lane. She laughed, but there wasn't a single ounce of humor in her voice. I Googled property here and found this place. I looked at the house. It was a fixer-upper that really needed some attention. The reason I'd bought it? Because it was the very house that Mina and I had dreamed about. At night, we'd take walks together and tell each other our hopes and dreams. When we have the money, I want a house with a wraparound porch. Mina looked up at me. I want it to be old, not new. I want it to have those old creaks and groans as you walk through the house. I want it to have a root cellar and for it to need some work to fix it up. She smiled. I want to pull up the carpet with you and find out that there's beautiful hardwood floors underneath. She smiled at me and I squeezed her hand lightly. She let go of my hand and reached for it. Knowing what she wanted, I let her guide my hand to her belly, and I grinned when I felt our baby inside of her, likely doing somersaults. That feels so weird, I said as I pushed down. Is that her head or her ass? She snickered. I don't know, she admitted. I can never tell. I felt something sharp and pointy. That has to be an elbow. She shrugged. Heels and elbows feel a lot alike. The doctor can always tell me where and what she's doing inside of me, and I'm all over here trying to decide if what I'm feeling is her head or her butt. I grinned. Back to this house you want, I said. I think we could afford an old place, but it won't have everything you want on it. She pursed her lips. I want the wraparound porch to overlook a pond or a lake. I raised my brows at her. That I really can't afford. She shrugged. We can put that in after, but I bet it would look way better if it were there already. It would. I nodded. What else? I wanted to have those glass doorknobs that old houses have, and skeleton keys that go to each door, even the attic. I grinned. And a big red barn that looks older than the house. I just smiled. Anything that Mina wanted, Mina got. She walked inside and didn't stop until she was standing in the middle of the living room. I'd done nothing to the place since I'd bought it over 4 years ago. The only thing I'd done was maintain it as it was, but made 0 changes to it. This was our dream. This was the house that we'd wanted to fix up together, and I would be damned if I did anything to it without her. I made a promise to myself a long time ago, she said, her voice heavy with grief. To God. To anyone that would listen. I swallowed thickly, not sure that I wanted to hear what she had to say. What? That if I ever got another chance, if you came back to me some way, that I wouldn't squander it. I wouldn't scream. I wouldn't yell. I wouldn't question. I wouldn't hate. I'd love you. I'd love you for every single second that you were gone. I'd hug you, kiss you, never let go. She looked up at me with tears in her eyes. I know you. That day at the baseball park, you smelled like you. I swallowed. I felt you. For a hell of a lot longer than when I first saw you at the baseball park. She whispered so quietly that I could barely hear her words. I'd look outside at night and imagine you there. I was there. I'd look over at one of Sienna's school functions, thinking that I felt your gaze on me. I was at every single one. She closed her eyes at the raw emotion in my voice. Dentist appointments, doctors, anything and everything. Jesus, I felt you everywhere. I was. The tears hadn't dried up, and her entire neck was soaked as they ran unencumbered down her throat. I hate you, she whispered. I hate you, but I don't hate you. I didn't say anything. I made this promise, and now I want to break it. Then break it, baby. My words seemed to open some sort of dam that was holding those swirling emotions inside, and the moment that I gave her freedom to break her promise, she screamed. She screamed and screamed and screamed. I've been dying without you. My throat was clogged with unshed tears. I prayed that you would come back to us. I was at your funeral. I nodded, not trusting my voice. I contemplated suicide. My body froze. I hadn't known that. It hadn't even occurred to me because of Sienna. Mina would never do that to Sienna. But then I thought of your baby, all alone in this world, and couldn't do it. I wanted to touch her, to bring her into my arms, to do anything to make the pain that was on her face go away. But each time I started to move, she screamed, Stay away! I stayed away. I planted my feet and rooted myself to the spot as I watched her break. I watched her break her promise, and I watched her heart tear apart all over again. I needed you, and you weren't there. I nodded. I know. I've missed you. I know, I rumbled. I've missed you too. Her heart was beating so hard that I could see the pulse at her neck moving with each beat of her heart. Why? Her voice cracked. Why are you back now? She viciously wiped away a tear. You're never going to leave me again. I won't let you. I didn't say you wouldn't be able to stop me like I wanted to. I only stayed silent, letting her know with no words that she didn't have that option. If I felt I had to leave again, I would. If it was her safety or her happiness, I'd choose her safety every single time. I love you so much, she sniffled, but I still hate you. I don't think I'll ever be able to forgive you. Then she was in my arms, for the first time in 6 years, 5 months, 1 hour, and 13 minutes. My hands were shaking, my knees were weak, and I couldn't get my fingers to loosen the grip they had on the hair that I'd fisted in both hands as I locked her in tight to my body with my arms. I missed you. I buried my face into her neck. I've cried so many tears, prayed so many prayers. My voice wouldn't work. I couldn't tell her the 1,000 things I've wanted to tell her for what felt like forever. I couldn't tell her I was sorry and that I was a complete and utter asshole. I couldn't tell her why this was a bad idea. I couldn't do a goddamn thing but hold her and breathe her in. Sienna, she said on a sob. I shook my head. Not yet, honey, I said roughly. Not yet. She seemed to grasp that there was something going on that was keeping me from her. She didn't question why I'd stayed away. She knew just as well as I did the love we had for each other. There was nothing that would take that away. I wouldn't have stayed away unless I had a damn good reason, and she knew that it wasn't something small. It was huge. It was big enough that I had to leave her, had to see her cry every night while she thought that I was gone from this earth. Then her lips were on mine. Her tongue swept in, and my body's battle with staying upright lost its fight. I dropped down to my knees, then went further, laying Mina's tiny body down onto the dusty floor. One hand went to the side of her face, while the other went to the floor beside her head. I didn't even notice the dust and dirt on the floor, didn't care one single bit that we would both be covered in it before we were done. Her lips were on mine, my tongue inside her mouth. I need... Those words were pulled from my throat, a guttural, harsh tone, and I couldn't fucking breathe. Couldn't fucking think. All I could do was feel. Remember. Taste. She fisted my shirt, and I took it for the demand that it was and shrugged out of it. My cock was throbbing, pulsing with heat and need. Feeling her so close, knowing that what I'd wanted for so long was nearly mine for the taking, that was a heady feeling. I wanted to rush. I wanted to go slow so that I could savor every single second. I wanted to devour her. But then her hands touched the bare skin of my chest and my breath hitched. I should have demanded to see your body. Her hands ran over the rough ridges of damaged skin on my chest. I wanted to, but everyone convinced me that I didn't need to see that. She didn't. I didn't even want her to see the aftermath now. You were so hurt, she whispered. Oh, God. Todd. God. Tears continued to slip out of the corner of her eyes, and she couldn't say anything without her voice wobbling. But she was doing better than me. I couldn't even fucking speak. The fact that she was here, underneath me, was so surreal that I couldn't make my brain work. You needed me, and I wasn't there, she whispered brokenly. I brought my hand up to her face. You needed me, and I wasn't there, I countered back. I watched you cry into that stupid cat's fur every night, wishing that it was me there instead of her, wishing that I had something to offer you that wouldn't kill you if I did. Her eyes closed, and when she opened them again, she was still crying. Her eyes, so freaking bright right now that I never wanted to look away, pulled me right in. And then there was nothing but us. Nothing but the way she felt, smelled, sounded. She caught the change, and our mouths met in a tangle of tongues and teeth. I bit down lightly on her lip, causing her to hiss in a sharp breath. Don't be soft and gentle, she ordered. Too late. That was all I'd wanted for so long that I would settle for nothing else, and I think she sensed that. My hands went to her hips where her small scrub top seemed to swallow her upper half. I've let myself go, she whispered. I had no one left to impress. I moved my hands up, pushing her shirt with it. She raised her arms high over her head and let me pull the top off. Pens, medical scissors, and her cell phone clattered to the floor, but neither one of us reached for them. I don't care if you have to roll around on the floor to get where you need to go. I'd love you still, I informed her, dropping a kiss to her collarbone. She lifted her hands to my sunglasses, ones I hadn't noticed that I still had on, and slowly drew them off my face. The moment she got the first good look at my eyes, her eyes once again started to spill over with tears. I've missed you so much, she sniffled. I pulled her to my chest, her breasts pillowing against my sternum, and I forgot how to breathe. The next few minutes happened fast. My remaining clothes were discarded, followed by hers. She didn't question taking my holstered gun off, nor did she put it where I couldn't get to it easily if needed. She knew me, and knew me well. She'd also done the same damn thing almost every time I came off shift, whether she was awake or not. We woke up for each other and always helped each other get undressed. So, this moment where we were taking each other's clothes off for the first time in a long time, it was so sweet and tender that it was hard for either one of us to not lose it. And when she was fully naked, I didn't see the small pooch of her stomach where she carried our child. I didn't see the stretch marks or the changes in her body and face from time passage. I just saw her, my Mina, my everything. I maneuvered to my back and pulled her down on top of me, using the spread of our clothes as a blanket as I went. She followed me, straddling my hips with her legs and forcing me to remain still as she climbed onto me. Her mouth came down on mine, and I lifted both hands to move the hair back out of our faces. With one hand fisted in her hair, holding it back, the other started to shift down her side, feeling her, breathing her in, remembering every inch of her body and becoming reacquainted with the thing I'd craved most over the last 6 years. I've missed you so much, I couldn't help saying again against her lips. I feel like I'm in a dream. Her eyes opened and she stared at me, eyes so full of love that I wanted to squeeze her to me and never let go. I love the beard, she whispered, running her hands along the rough hair that covered my jaw. But most of all, I love having your eyes. She sat back, giving me the full view of her naked body on top of mine, and my dick that I'd been trying to keep in check jumped, causing her to grin wickedly. Her eyes dropped down to where my cock lay bobbing against my belly and turned a sly look toward me before she took one lone finger and trailed it up the underside of my cock. "I've missed this, too." She exhaled at the same time the air burst free of my lungs. "I dream of you every night. Wake up needing you. I haven't had an orgasm since you've been gone." I hadn't either, which I told her. Her mouth dropped open. She didn't believe me, but it was true. Every time I tried to touch myself, I'd see her crying face and I'd stop. It was my personal punishment on top of everything else. "It wasn't anybody else's to have, not even mine, but yours. Everything, my body, heart, and soul belongs to you, baby," I growled. "Now have mercy on me and give me you." She fisted my cock, and my eyes squeezed tightly shut. When I opened them again, it was to find her leaning in close to my face. "Help me, then," she ordered. I didn't wait for more encouragement. This was a move I'd done before, but she still squeaked in startled delight when I lifted her by the hips and settled her pussy over my face. "Only way I can think to help you, baby," I growled, inhaling deeply. My eyes connected with hers as I brought my tongue out for the first lick. The second lick, her eyes closed and her head fell back, causing her hair to trail along the length of my chest and belly. Her hair was shorter now, but with her head back, it managed to sweep the very tip of my cock. It was definitely a weird experience, but one I fucking loved, and surprisingly had missed. My hands went to her hips as I tilted them forward, only for her to catch the hint and ride my face. "The beard," she moaned breathily. "God, I don't know whether to laugh or scream." "Laughing may not be appropriate," I growled against her pussy lips, "but screaming is A-OK." Her head tipped down and she watched as I took one long swipe of her crease, paying extra special attention to the engorged bundle of nerves that was calling for me. I brought one hand up from behind and she leaned forward, knowing what I was going for. The moment my thumb met her weeping entrance, I pushed it inside of her, surprised like I was the first time I'd taken her and how tight that she was. The second I breached her entrance, she clamped down on my thumb so hard that if she hadn't been so freaking wet, I would have thought she didn't want me to be inside of her. But then she started to come, and there was no denying anything that she felt for me. Her hips jerked on my face, and I continued to lick her clit while I pumped my thumb in and out of her. At least I did until she fell forward and tried to smother me with her vagina. She breathlessly rolled to the side and flopped her hands out above her head as she panted for breath. Her nipples were pebbled into tiny little brown buds, and I couldn't help myself. I had to taste those, too. And by the time I'd settled my cock at her entrance and started to push inside, she looked like I'd wrung her out to dry. But the moment I got half of my dick into her, she started to writhe. "Please," she mewled. I growled and thrust forward, dropping my mouth to hers to catch the scream that left her lips. My eyes felt weird, and the pressure inside my head as well as my cock was enough to detonate anybody. But I wouldn't go, not until I made her come one last time. Then I'd follow. Then I'd give myself that release that I'd been needing. I made slow, sweet love to her, pushing inside just as slowly as I pulled out. Over and over again, in and out, until all that I knew was the glide of my cock into her tight heat. "You make me feel so full," she breathed. I agreed, but it was my heart that was full. Having her in my arms, taking my cock, it settled something inside of me that hadn't been settled in a very, very long time. Even when I felt her quickening around me, I didn't speed up. I continued to ravish her with my hands, mouth, and cock until she exploded in such a sweet, intense orgasm that she took me right along with her. Her arms went around my neck, pulling me to her and holding me there while my own orgasm rocked my big body. I poured everything I had in me into her willing pussy and had a gush of satisfaction pour through me at knowing that she was the first person and the only person to ever get this from me. "There's 6 years' worth of pent-up need inside of you right now," I told her. "I should have used a condom because there's no way in hell that you're going to escape this unscathed." She knew what I meant. I could tell by the way her eyes lit with excitement. Mina had never been on birth control. Not once in her entire 26 years. Not because she was religious and didn't take it, but because we'd always been willing to have babies, and when we weren't, I used condoms. But I hadn't carried a condom with me in a very long time because I hadn't had need for one. And now, looking down at her with pleasure written all over her face, I knew it wouldn't be a good time. Her getting pregnant would be very bad, not because we didn't want a child, but because that would be just one more thing that my parents could use to hold over me to get me to do their bidding if they ever found out that I was still alive. Something which was likely already a done deal since Josh knew by now that we'd taken Mina and wouldn't be returning her. I rolled over and pulled her to my side, uncaring that we were getting our clothes filthy with dirt and other things, and instead decided to live in the now. In an hour I would deal with the fallout. Right now my life was curled into my arms and I couldn't find it in me to think of anything else. Chapter 17. Life hadn't given me lemons to make lemonade. It's given me anger issues, a love for pizza, and a need for retribution. Ghost's secret thoughts. Ghost. I need your promise, Tunnel. I trailed the tips of my fingers up the line of her naked spine. Her hair was tangled around my shoulder and neck, tickling my back. Anything, I told her. She sighed. Don't leave me again. I closed my eyes. That was the one promise that I couldn't keep. If I can help it, I won't. I offered the only thing I had to give. She knew instantly what I meant and brushed her lips against my shoulder. It hurts, Mina whispered a long time later, her hand playing absently along the rough scarring that spanned my chest. I knew she was talking about my burns, but there was an undertone there that said she wasn't just talking about that. Sometimes it has to hurt, baby, I told Mina. That's when you know you're alive. I don't like that, she said. I know you wouldn't have left me if... She trailed off. What do you do, Tunnel? She looked at me fiercely. I hunt the evil that people pretend doesn't exist, I answered almost immediately, not one to lie to the woman that held my heart. If you really want to know, Mina, I'll tell you every single sordid detail. But if you're just curious what I do now that I'm not who I was and don't really want to know it in all of its entirety, then just be happy with that first answer. I licked my lips. I told you, no more lies, and I meant that. If you want to know if I killed a man this morning, then I'll answer you honestly. But if you don't, then I'll stay quiet. Just be sure you can handle everything that is me now. She stared into my eyes. Did you kill a man this morning? She asked warily. I could tell she really wanted to know the answer, so I didn't bother evading the truth. Yes, I answered. He was a sex offender and raped his daughter. Her eyes closed. I worked that yesterday, she answered, and I can't say that I'm upset that you did what should have been done. Relief flooded through me. I love you, Minnie, I told her. I've missed this. Missed what? Her eyes started to fill with tears. Because there are things that I missed, but I had no clue how much until I saw you. It's almost debilitating. I closed my eyes and pulled her into my chest. I missed finding your hair on my shirts, I told her, twisting one of the brown locks between my fingers. I missed you sleeping next to me and stealing my covers. I missed you bugging me about dinner and what you were and were not willing to cook. I missed you staring at me until I paid attention to you. I dropped a kiss to her nose. I missed the way you smelled and the way you brushed your hair. I missed the way you took long showers and left me all the lukewarm water that our poor water heater could muster. I missed the way you scattered your makeup all over the counter and the way you left your toothpaste in the sink. I halted. But what I missed most of all was the way your shampoo used to scent my pillow, the way you looked holding our daughter, and the way you felt in my arms. She was crying, but I couldn't find it in me to brush away her tears. I missed the way you left your trash everywhere, she lied. I missed the way I'd find bullets in the washing machine and the way you always seemed to lose your wallet no matter what extravagant means I went to in order to get you to put it in the same spot. There is so much more that I missed, but you're right. Being in your arms makes me feel like I can breathe again. I moaned into her hair, then rested my forehead against hers. You need to tell me everything, she said finally. I need to know. I need to understand. She paused. Did you have Len looking after me all these years? Is he your brother? My brother? I shook my head. No, Lynn's just Lynn. The Joker. The guy that knows shit before it even happens. Not to mention that he works for the FBI. Plus, Silas vouched for him. Though Lynn has his own agenda. He volunteered to watch over you, but there's more about him than even I know. Where did the name Joker come from? Mina asked abruptly, trailing her fingers lightly down my chest in an absent way that I absolutely loved and missed. He seems so normal. We were avoiding the tough topic, the one where she demanded to know why the hell I left her and our child, and I couldn't say that I wasn't happy for the reprieve. The moment she knew why, she would flip her lid. Joker is Lynn's street name, I answered. He got that name during an undercover assignment. He's somewhat of a criminal mastermind, but on the right side of the law because of the way he gets down to a criminal's level. He's done several undercover operations, and many of them require that he commit some difficult tasks that no one in their right mind would ever want to do. He gets into an organization, he lives and breathes it, he busts his perp, then returns back to normal life for a while before he goes back undercover again. He's like a chameleon. He changes his appearance, his demeanor, everything about himself, and he becomes exactly who he needs to be to get the job done. He's a scary motherfucker. Wow, Mina breathed, sounding stunned. I never would have guessed. He comes off as so unassuming. I never saw that from him. I hummed in agreement. That's his job. That's why it's so easy for him to get where he needs to be. He's watched you for a very long time, but I feel like that is for an entirely different reason than he's told me. But each time I asked him why he stayed to help for so long and let the case continue for so long, he evades the answer. It's quite annoying, honestly. But it worked out for me in the end because he kept you safe while I dug into my parents' lives, looking for anything possible I could pin on them. She took a deep breath. What changed? She asked hesitantly. What made you leave us? I looked at the ceiling and swallowed thickly. I'd known this question was coming as soon as I mentioned the case that I was trying to build against my parents. When Sienna was almost 2, she was taken. I felt Mina's body lock. What? The question was asked so quietly that I closed my eyes and tried to scrounge up the courage to tell her something I'd never been able to tell her before. This woman of mine, she was a hot Latina who had an even hotter temper when it came to something she was passionate about. Her daughter, for example, was one of those things. Where I'd been irate, this tiny woman in my arms would be incensed. They took her, I repeated. What? She repeated. How do you know this? And why did I never know that she was? Because my parents threatened me with killing her, something they proved they could do when they stole her from us one night, if I didn't help them. She paused. Okay. I reached over and grabbed my pants, tugging them out from under Mina's feet. She watched me warily as I got to my feet and donned them, then started to gnaw at her lip. It had been a nervous habit of hers when she was younger, and she'd obviously kept that habit, though I hadn't seen it firsthand in such a long time. Under any other circumstance, that would have turned me on. Now, no. I was too distracted with everything that was happening here, with Mina, and I was about to tell her the worst thing that any parent could tell the other parent. I didn't know that they took her. I swallowed, looking at the white curtains above the window. They were old and lace-like. They'd likely need to be thrown away if we were to fix this place up. Not until I went into her room the next morning to find her there, as well as a stack of pictures to show that they'd had her. How? Mina sounded so confused. They'd bypassed the alarm, I said, while you and I had slept. She'd been gone until 6:45 that morning. They'd taken her around 12 a.m. You'd gone to work, had even checked on her before you left, and didn't ever realize that she'd just gotten there. She smelled like my father's cigars. Mina started shaking, and I closed my eyes. The pictures, though, those were what forced me to follow their orders. What were they? She turned to face me, crossing her legs to allow her to get as close as she could without actually being on top of me. Pictures of her... I closed my eyes, exposed. They took shots of her genitals, her nipples, and her face. I swallowed thickly. They were clinical, to me, but they wouldn't be to someone else, not to some sick fuck child porn addict. Mina moaned and her chin started to wobble. I took Sienna and the pictures and went straight to Silas. He set me up with a married couple that his son Sam lived with in their compound in Kilgore, Texas. They were good with computers, I hastily added so she didn't start freaking out. Went there, watched them take down pictures from over 40 sites. Took them over 11 hours, but they found every one of them. But, Mina asked, carefully neutral. But my father and mother still have some on a jump drive, I growled under my throat, and this wasn't the only thing the two of them found. They found hundreds of thousands of pictures, all of children. She moaned beside me. I couldn't look at her. My shame was too great. And there were manifests, times and dates that showed shipments, I said. Shipments that I found out later were of children who had been kidnapped from all over the country, sold, and then delivered all over the world to buyers who had a desire for little kids. Mina moved, ran straight to the bathroom, and threw up her breakfast into the non-working toilet. I stayed where I was, frozen in my own horror. What else? Mina croaked from the bathroom. We took everything we found to Silas, who took it to Lynn. Lynn had already been investigating them, unbeknownst to me, but what we found on them wasn't enough. The search was done illegally, so it couldn't be used against them, I continued. So I pledged to help them find whatever they wanted me to find. I started digging right away, and in doing so, I ruined our lives. How? She was sitting on the tile floor of the bathroom, staring at me with her hands wrapped tightly around her knees. I tried to help. I had no fucking clue what I was dealing with at the time. I was so incensed and full of rage that I couldn't see how far I was getting myself in until I was already at the bottom. I looked away. Then, not paying attention, I tried to help Rue that day. She looked at me sharply. My club brother had trouble following his woman, and I'd been helping watch over her when someone had tried to set her house on fire with her in it. While I was trying to help her, I got a message. She sat up to her knees, reading the change in me immediately. I gathered her clothes, leaving her panties that had some questionable liquid on them, and handed them to her. She dressed without another word. I was to either agree to help them, or they'd shoot you. But they had a rifle pointed at your head. You were at work, in a room with a patient. You were smiling and had your favorite blue scrubs on with the white flowers, the ones I'd seen you leave for work in that morning. Her eyes went huge. I could see you through the scope. They'd taken a picture and had sent it to me. I was to agree to help them, or they'd kill you. Right then and there. And you faked your death? She gasped. Not intentionally, no, I disagreed. That was just how it worked out. I agreed, yes, and about that time a beam fell in front of me, blocking my exit. So you really did die? I nodded. Twice, actually, I said. I was clinically dead. On the way to the hospital, it was just a formality since I was a police officer. They wanted to say that they did everything that they possibly could. With the brothers doing CPR on me, it had gotten enough oxygen into my lungs that when they started CPR in the ambulance, it actually worked. I regained a pulse. I wasn't going to live, though. My lungs were fucked up, and they weren't sure if I'd suffered oxygen deprivation or not. I was on the road to death. But somehow... I shook my head. I don't know how they did it. Falsified patient reports, reported me dead. Nobody, luckily, requested to see my body. I looked at her pointedly. It all worked out perfectly for my parents to steal me away. They searched donor registries and then killed him for his lungs. I had a lung transplant. The scar, she whispered, eyeing my chest. I nodded. The scar. They saved you. I nodded. They saved me, but only so I could live to kill for them, be their puppet. She sucked in a breath. What did they make you do? That first 7 months I was little more than a bunny. I couldn't do a damn thing because I was learning how to breathe again. She waited. The first job they sent me out on, they wanted to test my loyalty to their cause. Her eyes closed, and she sat down on the toilet as she waited for me to say it. They wanted me to assassinate Silas. Her eyes snapped open. You tried? I nodded. I was there, waiting to do it, with a man standing over me ready to blow my brains out if I didn't connect. My eyes lost focus as I remembered that day in such vivid clarity that it almost hurt to think about. I'd seen him, through the scope of my rifle. I'd watched him reach into his pocket, look at his phone and smile, my finger caressing the trigger. And I couldn't do it. That man, he'd done so much for me. I couldn't do it. I closed my eyes. I didn't have you. I didn't have Sienna. I didn't care. You didn't shoot. I shook my head. I shot all right, but I didn't hit him. I wanted Silas to know that someone was there, that someone was going to try to kill him. I stopped. The man at my back was charged with taking care of me as well as taking care of Silas if I failed to do so. How are you still alive, then? She asked, staring at the floor in horror. Because Stone was there, I murmured. Stone? Stone, I said. The president of our club that died some months ago. The police officer. He was there. Walking in the woods, doing shit that men do in the woods. He'd just come up behind me when I took the shot. He saved you? I nodded. He did, and almost killed me at the same time. So you went to this chapter and left me alone? I swallowed. Essentially, yes. Essentially, she said. Why am I still alive, then? Why am I still here? Silas and Lynn, I answered immediately. After finally realizing it was me, Silas called Lynn. Lynn divulged that he was already looking into my family at that time, and I vowed to help him do anything he wanted. And that man Stone killed? She asked. Dumped his body in the lake that Silas was visiting, I answered honestly. Also found a body that resembled mine from a morgue. Shot it in the head and then left it in the woods. When they came investigating a few days later, when they realized that Silas was alive and well, they found the body. They thought it was you. I nodded. She breathed out. Why has finding evidence on your parents taken so long? She whispered into the hands. I walked toward her and dropped down to my knees in front of her. Then dropped a kiss to her hair before wrapping her into a hug, reveling in the way that she felt in my arms. Because what they do, they're good at, I admitted. They're really good at hiding their tracks. Hell, there are only a few people who know that they're such bad people. You'd never assume that they are who they are unless you caught them doing something, which most don't, unless they're as bad as them. How did you find out your parents were that bad? She asked. I knew from a young age that they weren't good, I said, but it wasn't until I'd just come off my probationary period at the Benton PD that they finally saw the value in having a cop, their son, as a member of their team. I looked away. I never told you, but they tried everything in their power to get me to do what they wanted, and not one of those things worked until they threatened Sienna and you." "And I would have never known you were here if I hadn't been so stupid," she breathed, finally lifting her head to allow me to see her face. "I don't know whether to laugh or cry." I stared at her intently. "I wouldn't have left you alone." Her eyes went wide. "I was holding on," I admitted. "I tried so hard to let you live your life, and every time it looked like you were moving on too far, I sabotaged whatever you had planned." I hesitated. "It was what got me into trouble in the first place." She tilted her head to the side. "I kicked Josh out of his house," I admitted, "showed my hand and fucked myself in the process." "Why?" I sighed. "I didn't like the way he was acting around you, nor the way having him around made Sienna cry," I admitted. "I forced him to move out." Her mouth stretched into a small smile. "What I didn't know at the time was that Josh was already working with my parents," I began. "He was present the day I arrived in my parents' clutches, and he was the man that watched over me, though since I'd been in a fog of pain at the time, I hadn't remembered." I growled in frustration. "When I kicked him out because he was bothering y'all, he got suspicious. He moved and then spent the next few weeks doing his research." "He figured out who you were," she guessed. "Got it in one," I nodded. "Threatened to tell my parents that I wasn't as dead as I'd made myself appear to be." She groaned. "He was so frickin' innocent," she moaned into her hands. "I thought he was sad like me. I should have never fallen for that act." "You likely couldn't help it," I said, prying her hands away from her face. "He's gotten 4 women before you. Trust me, he's well versed in the act of conning women." She lifted her gaze to mine. "What are we going to do now?" she asked. "He's going to tell your parents that you're alive. Then they're going to start searching for you." I grinned. "That's where good computer wizards come into the picture," I said. "The same couple that I told you about who deleted all those photos off of the computers?" I asked. She nodded her head, indicating that she understood, and I continued. "They help women escape abusive situations," I murmured. "They erased you and any signs of you. As long as you don't register Sienna for school just yet using her birth certificate, then there should be no threads that tie you here." "But what about the hospital?" she asked. "I filled out employment paperwork." "Tommy Tom took care of that," I answered. "You're now under my alias name as Mina Lane. Sienna is now Sienna Lane. For the unforeseeable future, until we can nail my parents to the wall." She looked at me skeptically. "It's been 6 years, Tunnel," she stated. "What's going to change?" I didn't disagree. She was right, of course. I'd been at this for 6 years now, and now I was no closer to nailing them than when I had first started. "I'm going to fucking kill them if I have to," I said. "I was trying to shut down the entire operation. If I don't completely eliminate them and just cut them out of the picture, there's going to be just that many more taking their place. But at least they won't be after you or Sienna anymore." She ground her teeth. "Why haven't you already done that?" She sounded so freaking broken-hearted about it that I wanted to do absolutely anything to take the pain away. But I knew she needed to hear the truth. She needed to know exactly why I did this. I pulled out my phone and pulled up an app. It was one that only law enforcement was allowed to have. "This shows the number of kids that are missing in the United States right now," I rumbled, pulling up the list of missing children. "I know for a fact that at least 15 of these children have gone through my parents' operation over the last 6 months. Her eyes widened and a tear spilled over her cheek and trailed all the way down to her chin where it fell down onto her pants. Shit. How could I do this, bring myself back in your lives by taking my parents out, only to have this continue? I asked, not expecting an answer. "You couldn't," she whispered. "No, that was what I thought too. It wasn't my baby that was being hurt, but it was somebody's baby. Somebody's Sienna. And I wouldn't sit here and allow that to continue. We've foiled almost all of their shipments," I said. "They're being very, very careful. Each time it happens, they wise up just a little bit more." I trailed my finger down her face. "But Josh fucked up." Her eyes widened. "He gave me an in, and he doesn't even realize it." She watched me avidly. "This blackmailing thing, it works both ways." Then I grinned maniacally. I think I miss that smile, that mischievous smile, the most.
Chapter 18. Bless Your Stupid Heart. Coffee Cup. Mina. My husband was alive. Those words kept repeating in my head, dropping like a bomb each and every time I thought them. I should be furious. I should be, but I wasn't. I should be pitching the biggest fit to end all fits, but I wasn't. I should be screaming at him for putting me through the last 6 years, but I wasn't. I should be crying still, But I wasn't. Why? Because I'd made a promise to God. I told him that if he somehow brought Tunnel, Ghost, back to me, that I wouldn't waste a single second. I wouldn't stay mad. I wouldn't scream and cry. I wouldn't do anything to jeopardize the time we had together. I'd already broken some of that promise by crying for half the damn morning. Each time that ghost touched me, I cried. I couldn't help it. My husband was alive. I shivered as I pulled my car into my driveway. When I'd left this morning after seeing Tunnel, I'd been totally and completely lost. I didn't know what to do, think, say, or feel. I'd driven to the house, the one that Ghost Lane owned. When I'd done a search on the appraisal district's website for that man, I'd been looking for a reason to dispute the musings that had started to filter through my head. Everything about Ghost had started setting off little tiny alarms. First, it had been the way he smelled at that baseball game. Then, when I'd arrived at the house that was set up for me on such short notice, I started having my doubts. Why would a house, one like the one I was walking into right now, be the exact house that I'd always wanted to live in? Sure, the exterior wasn't what I'd wanted, but the interior, it was my house. My dream house, the one I'd wanted to share with my husband. The one that I told him about hundreds and hundreds of times over our many, many walks we used to take together. Over the next week or so, I'd found myself suspicious. So I watched, and the more I watched, the more suspicious I became. Ghost. He didn't like burgers. Ghost stood like my husband, like a man who was confident in himself and didn't care what any other person thought of him. But it was the leaning that got me. The way he never sat down, and when he became tired, he'd lean his hips against a wall or a tall counter, then stack his foot one on top of the other. He also had this nervous habit, just like my husband had. He'd touch his fingertips together in a rhythmic pattern that only he saw in his head. But what held me back from truly believing that it was my husband was his lack of stuttering. My husband, Tunnel, had a stutter. He also had a compulsion where he pronounced the Y in a word 2 times before he said the actual word. Still, I continued to hold out hope. Maybe the stuttering was hidden away. Maybe the stuttering wasn't a problem any longer. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was. But today, when we came back for Sienna's papers, I'd noticed those tattoos. They may have been marred by the scarring of his burns, but they were still there. I'd recognized those tattoos no matter what. And those tattoos were my husband's. Ghost was my husband. Ghost was my Tunnel. After dropping Sienna off at her explorer camp, I'd driven to the house that I'd seen online, researched meticulously on Google Earth, and felt the last nail hammer home. My husband was alive. I felt him come up behind me, felt his large hand circle around my hips and smooth down over my stomach, and I shivered in reaction. You're standing here in the middle of the kitchen like you've come back from the dead, I croaked. Every single time I think about it, I want to drop to my knees and cry. I'm so happy you're here, but I can't wrap my head around it. Not yet, he hummed. I won't leave you again like that, he promised. Those were just pretty words. He didn't know if that was the case or not. He could die tomorrow and leave me alone again. But I couldn't live my life thinking that he was going to die at every turn. That was also part of my promise, part of the reason that I hadn't yet freaked out. I'd promised myself that if I got this chance again, that if I got my husband back, I wouldn't take it for granted. I'd be grateful for each day with him, and I wouldn't piss it away thinking that he'd be hurt or would be taken from me again. I was going to enjoy every single moment, because I knew better than anyone that another moment wasn't promised. I'd lived that for the last 6 years,
And now that my prayers had been answered, I was going to seize this opportunity and stop being sorry. You, I hesitated. I what? He prodded, running his beard along the line of my shoulder. You don't hesitate on your whys anymore, I said. And you haven't kissed me 7 times in a row. He chuckled darkly. Though I still make an appearance every once in a while, he said, kissing the back of my neck. As for the kissing, I had to get over that one, or I'd give everything I'd worked so hard for away. That made sense. I guess I could see that, I murmured. Was it bad that I missed it? That I wanted my old tunnel back? Those quirks had been one of the reasons that I'd fallen in love with the man. Sure, they were incredibly inconvenient, but that didn't change the way I loved him. If anything, it only made me love him more. He turned me, sensing my discomfort, and stared down into my eyes. I raised my hand and smoothed it over his beard. I sure do like this beard, I informed him, trying to smile. He caught the hand and pressed it harder against his face. I'm still the same annoying person who'll drive you insane, he promised. My brows lowered, and a frown took over my face. I never thought you were annoying, I told him. Inconvenient, yes. I studied his beautiful green eyes. Annoying? Never. I stared at him hard. Do you want to know the things I missed the most? His eyes softened. The way you used to kiss me 7 times in the middle of the night when you thought I was sleeping. His grip on my hip tightened. The way you used to walk the house to make sure that everything was secure. His eyes closed. The way you used to call me halfway through my shift and tell me something funny that happened to you. He swallowed, and I saw his Adam's apple work. The way you used to play cards with me because I was bored. His lips twitched. How proud you were of Sienna. You used to tell anyone who would listen all about her. He cleared his throat. What I missed the most, though, was the feeling right here. Having you to talk to. Being able to tell you anything and everything that I would go through my head. And you not judging me for being a weirdo. He started to chuckle then. Let's go to the shower, he ordered. I followed behind him, taking one last look at my kitchen before I went. This kitchen, I said to his back as he led his way to the bedroom. He knew this house, knew where everything was. Another mystery solved. It was the one you wanted, he said. Everything here is what you wanted. I knew that, likely better than he did. What did you do, look at my Pinterest board? He shrugged, and I knew that he had. There was no way that my man would be able to remember everything. The main things like colors and what kinds of countertops I wanted, sure. But the tiny stuff, the freaking rustic light plate covers, yeah, those he wouldn't know. But he had them in this house, and it showed that he paid attention. Ghost led me into the bathroom, then pulled out his phone and pulled up an app. I watched as he armed the house, then listened as the robotic voice from the front of the house said, "System armed." My brows rose. Don't want to be stupid here, he said. I may know what's going on for the most part, but my parents are sneaky little assholes. They have been able to do some things that I would have never thought possible. I sighed. I hate your parents. He pressed a button on the shower wall, and the water turned on. This bathroom wasn't my idea, though, I mused. He grinned, and I saw a piece of my tunnel come out to play. This was my dream, he said. We're putting one of these in the farmhouse. I rolled my eyes and started to strip, but Tunnel's big hand stopped me. Let me, he rasped. I raised my arms and allowed him to pull my shirt up and off me, tossing it to the side of the room where the hamper was. It didn't make it, and my pens scattered all across the floor, but neither of us moved to go pick them up. Make sure we get those pens out of the laundry basket,
Or you'll be getting ink on your pants like the old days, I teased. I was notorious for leaving pens in my pockets, and the pen exploding somewhere in the washing process. Then I'd dry the clothes and permanently set the stains in. I'd ruined many clothes in my time, and a lot of the time they were tunnels. He grinned. I think I could handle having that happen, he drawled, moving to my sports bra. Why are you wearing this contraption? I grinned. I'm all about comfort these days, I teased. His eyes brightened. Is that why you wear those fucking leggings all the fucking time? He growled. I shrugged. Maybe. He just shook his head. Those are not pants, Mina, he said. Those are leggings. There is a difference. I grinned. I noticed that they were leggings, but I don't see why they can't be pants, too, I teased him, then hissing in a breath when he swept his thumbs over my nipples. He raised one low eyebrow at me, as if to say, "What was that you were saying?" I started to laugh then. That had been a tactic he'd used a long time ago. When I wanted to do something and he didn't want me to do it, he'd distract me with sex. So you don't like the leggings? I asked. I have over 40 pairs of them now. His eyes darkened and I reached for his shirt. He lifted his arms and hunched over, doing it automatically. See, I was 5'0". I literally would have to climb him to get to his head. He'd learned how to compensate for my shortness, and did it now, even after 6 years, as if it was second nature. My heart felt full. So freaking full, it almost hurt. Almost. I didn't say I didn't like the leggings, he grumbled, his hand going to the waistband of my scrub bottoms. I just think they're too revealing. I don't own a single pair of jeans anymore, I blurted. Or, at least none that are with me. I left them all in storage after you died. I wouldn't own another pair until I had a reason to have them. His eyes softened. You're going to have to go get them out. He lifted his hand to my neck and pulled me closer, forgetting that he had a job to do involving my pants. Because you're going to be on the back of my bike again, and you're not going to be wearing leggings when you do it. And there was the reason. Being on the back of his bike again sent a thrill through me that I couldn't hope to contain. I couldn't freaking wait to get back there, where I belonged. I know, baby, he growled. I want you there, too. I pushed my own pants down, then slipped off my shoes and socks before kicking the entire pile into the corner of the small bathroom. This works for a single person, but this wouldn't work for us for long, I told him as I walked to the shower and turned it on. We take up too much space. He laughed and pushed me into the shower before the water had warmed all the way, causing me to screech as the coolness hit my skin. Eep! I screeched. Tunnel, you shit. I turned my most fearsome glare on him, and he did nothing but laugh. Your hair tie is still in, he said without apology. I continued to glare. Yeah, I said. That was going to come out before I got into the shower. He shrugged, then reached for my hair. I bent my head forward and came face to face with his scars once again. And sadness poured through me. I wish I could have been there for you, I whispered, as I raised my hand and ran it down the length of his chest. I hate that you had to suffer alone. I don't wish you were there, he replied. I wish that you were never subjected to my life. If it wasn't for my selfishness of taking you all those years ago, you would have been a whole lot safer. And you and our daughter wouldn't be in the middle of my shit tornado. I bent forward and placed my lips on one scar in particular. This one looks terrible. What happened here? I could tell he didn't want to tell me by the way his body locked, but I looked at him with a, you better tell me or else look, and his mouth twitched. You sure? My stomach nodded. Yes, I murmured, almost soundlessly. He pushed me under the water, and I closed my eyes as he started to wet my hair down. It's not a happy story. He hesitated.
I opened my eyes and immediately got an eyeful of water. "Keep 'em closed, darling," he ordered, then reached for the shampoo. That was another thing. My shampoo had already been here when I'd arrived, and the same exact brand of soap that I used. Should have realized the moment I arrived, and there was sensitive skin soap everywhere, that there was more to this than I realized. I murmured almost to myself. His soft chuckle echoed off the tile walls. Then he cleared his throat. "I tried to escape when I was about 4 weeks post-op from my lung transplant," he said. I stopped him. "You're on anti-rejection medications, right?" He looked at me. "Yes," he confirmed, though it was hard to explain why I needed them to my doctor. I told him that I had a lung transplant in a foreign country. I shook my head. "That's crazy," I said. "I never thought about that. Keep going. I'll try not to interrupt this time." His fingers were doing wonderful things to my head as he worked the shampoo through my thick locks. "Don't think I didn't hear you say you wanted to cut this either," he growled. "I'd be devastated. I know you cut it all off after I died, but no more of that." I smacked his chest, and he took the hint. My burns were still pretty bad, and I could hardly move without pain exploding through every nerve ending. My eyes opened as worry filled them. Before I could say anything, though, he maneuvered my head by tugging on my hair and forced me to rinse. "When I tried to escape," he started, causing me to gasp in horror. "Exactly. They caught me before I could even step foot out the door. But I was delirious and not thinking straight. All I could think about was you and getting back to you before you got too scared." This man, always thinking about everyone but himself. Leaning forward, I placed my wet face against his chest and urged him to continue by squeezing his waist lightly with my arms. "They sliced part of my healthy skin off with a butcher knife to let me know how serious they were about me behaving," he muttered. Bile rose in my throat. "I didn't try to escape again for another 6 weeks. And when I got caught again, they sliced the same piece of healing tissue off." I didn't want to hear any more. His parents, wherever they were, better enjoy their last few days of freedom, because if I ever got a hold of them, I was going to do everything in my power to make them hurt as much as they hurt Tunnel. Before I could say anything else, though, Ghost started in on the conditioner as I reached for the soap. I ran it down over his chest and abs, taking extra special care of the parts that still looked angry, despite having healing scar tissue there. I wanted to take away all of his hurts and all of his pain. But I knew even if I could do that, Tunnel wouldn't let me. As he worked his fingers through my wet tresses, I realized that I'd also missed this. I'd forgotten how much I liked him playing with my hair, even if all he was doing was working his fingers through the long tresses and loosening my curls. My hand went lower, purposefully avoiding the appendage that I could feel against my lower belly, and I rubbed the soap into a lather around said appendage. "Wench," he grunted, pulling my hair taut. "Touch me." My lips quirked up at the corner. "Maybe later," I said, moving the soap to my own body. He only chuckled, and I used that time to soap my armpits and behind my neck. I followed that up by quickly running the soap down my body, under my breasts, and finally down to the apex of my thighs. "You need any help?" I bared my teeth at him. "No," I said, "because if you help, you and I won't be getting out of here for quite a while." He grunted something unintelligible, and I moved the soap to my backside, running it through the crack of my ass. He watched me, not trying to hide the fact, and a mischievous glint entered my eyes. "Can you hold this soap with your butt cheeks?" I teased him. This was an old question, one I tried to get him to act on every time we were in the shower together. The memory of trying to get him to try it was enough to make sadness enter my eyes. "Come on, try it," I said, offering Ghost the soap. The sadness had to be why he did what he did next. If this were 6 years ago, he would have never, ever done it. He took it from my hand and looked at it, then shook his head and reached behind him. Then he started to laugh. "See?" I cried out. "I knew you couldn't do it either." I never said I could, as he continued to try to clench the soap with his ass cheeks. The soap dropped and we both looked at it. "Turn around and pick it up," he suggested. My brows rose. Did he think I wouldn't? Shrugging one shoulder, I turned around, backed up, and then bent over to reach for the soap, and immediately felt his erection prodding my ass. Then, without any hesitation whatsoever, he lifted me up, spun me around, and leaned me into the wall. The cold tile hit my back, but before I could voice anything at all, he pushed his erection to the entrance of my pussy and advanced inside of me. My mouth dropped open into an O, and he took advantage of that too by placing his mouth on mine. He swallowed the scream that came in the next instant when he pushed so far into me that I felt impaled, and continued to hold his mouth there while he took me roughly. His cock inside of me felt like he was finally home, and though it burned where I stretched around him, I would do it over and over again just to feel it, because feeling it now cemented the fact that he wasn't a figment of my imagination, that he wasn't some specter that I'd made up just to make me feel better. My hands ran down Tunnel's shoulders. No, this man was alive, and very well. Rougher and darker than he used to be, yes, but any less Tunnel? No. He was perfect. "Please," I mewed, urging him faster. He didn't change his pace, or give any indication that he heard me or even cared. But Tunnel never had listened to me. He had his own agenda when it came to my pleasure, and I'd get mine when he was damn good and ready to give it. His gaze connected with mine, and I knew he was feeling the effects of our joining just as strongly as I was. "Tunnel," I breathed. "Please." He growled. My eyes closed. And then he started to fuck me in earnest. He pounded away inside of me, the tiled wall at my back steadying me against his unyielding thrusts. I took everything he had, and then some, and he looked so goddamn intense that it was nearly too hard to watch. "Oh, fuck, baby," he said to me. "You undo me." He undid me right freaking back. "You're so fucking beautiful," he grated out. "I want to wrap your pretty face with my hands and never let you go." A tear formed at the corner of my eye. "I love you, Tun." He pressed closer. Mere millimeters separated our faces now as he gave me all that he had to give. "I will work for the rest of my life to make sure that you and our baby girl are safe," he explained to me. "I will suffer. I will give up anything at all that guarantees that you live and do it happy and healthy." "Happy," I breathed. I finally remember what that feels like. Then I exploded and took him right along with me. Chapter 19. Nobody told me being a mother was just being a tiny person's snack bitch. Meme. Mina. I opened the car door of my SUV and grinned at my girl. "Hey, baby," I called to her. "How was your day?" She pursed her lips. "It was okay. Evidence is not my favorite thing in the world to search for. I just wish we could give the death sentence to people that we know did wrong things." I stifled a laugh. "What about if that person isn't guilty?" I questioned her. She shrugged. Just like her father. "What's for dinner?" she pressed, ignoring my question. "I was thinking a sandwich," I said. "Sound okay?" She shrugged. "I'd rather the leftovers from last night." I didn't offer those because Tunnel and I had finished the rest of the enchiladas that I'd made for dinner last night during round 1 of reunion sex and round 2. "You can help me make some tamales when we get home," I offered, but I ate the leftovers for lunch. She huffed into a groan of disappointment. "I don't like tamales." "But your father does." I couldn't say that either, though. Not yet. We'd discussed it earlier, and we'd both agreed that we couldn't tell Sienna about Tunnel, until the threat of the truth getting to someone else was gone, or this entire thing was over. And right now, the case against Tunnel's parents was still very much a large problem for us, and we weren't going to expose our daughter to that. Hopefully not at all. The moment I pulled into our driveway, 5 minutes later, I wasn't surprised to find Tunnel sitting on the dirt outside of his trailer, holding a beer. "Mommy, that's our neighbor," Sienna said confidently. "He's very nice. I like him." That made my heart happy. She didn't know the significance of her liking him, but I did. See, Sienna was picky when it came to people she was around. If you weren't a member of the club or a teacher of hers, then this girl probably wasn't going to like you. She seriously detested all new people, and Josh had been no different. I made a little finger wave at him before I got out of the car, and his lips twitched. "You should invite him over for dinner," she said authoritatively. "He always eats sandwiches." I knew that. I'd watched him, too. That was why I wanted to make him some tamales. I hated the fact that he had to eat a sandwich. See, the thing about Tunnel was that he's an absolute terror in the kitchen. My man, he tried to cook, but the inevitable always came true. He burned dinner, or ruined it by adding too much salt, or something distracted him. He forgot he was supposed to do something, and he never did it. Unless it came to cooking on the grill, and he was a master at that. But only when it pertained to the grill, and the grill only. People with ADHD got distracted easily. Since it frustrated him beyond belief, I'd always done the cooking, even when I'd come home from a 12-hour shift. Why? Because I didn't want to see my man upset. If it made life easier for me to do the cooking, I would do it. And knowing he was left to his own devices for 6 years left a hole in my heart the size of Texas. "You should invite him to dinner," Sienna repeated. "I like that he calls me Dee." My heart felt happy. Sienna Deanne, my baby girl, didn't know what she was offering Tunnel, or Ghost to her, by asking him over for dinner. "Why don't you go ask him while I go inside?" I said. "Tamales take a while to get prepared, and I have to lug all of these groceries in." Groceries that I knew would drive Tunnel insane to watch me carry inside the house while he was watching. He always hated when I'd go to the store by myself, especially when we lived in our apartment complex in Benton, and I had to lug them up 2 flights of stairs. My cat, Taco, twirled around my legs the minute I stepped out of the car, and immediately launched herself into my seat before I could close the door. I just rolled my eyes and went to the back hatch, opening it easily and grabbing 3 bags in each hand. "You better get out of my car before I get back, or I'm leaving you in there," I lied to the cat. The cat eyed me from the dash, where she liked to lay, and flicked her tail in what I assumed was feline amusement. Normally, the cat got out when she felt like it, but with the weather pushing 80 degrees right now, I didn't want to lock her up in there and accidentally forget about her. Turns out, after dropping the groceries inside, I didn't need to worry about the cat, because she was outside, hissing at Tunnel as he brought groceries in. All of the groceries. How did men do that? I wished I had the capability to hold 10 bags with one hand, and 3 of those bags contained gallons of milk. Chocolate milk, to be exact. My daughter loved her chocolate milk and wouldn't drink the normal stuff. Why? Because her father, the man currently staring at me with so much love in his eyes, didn't like it either. He liked chocolate milk, and only a certain type. Hence the reason our daughter loved only that certain kind, too. Thank you," I said, holding the door open when I got there. Tunnel walked right in, Sienna trailing behind him with a bag of her own, and the cat. "Did you get the hatch closed?" I questioned as I looked back outside. It was indeed closed. I shook my head in amazement. "Yeah," Tunnel said. "Got it closed and got your cat out. She's going to die one of these days of heat exhaustion if she's not careful about getting in there." See, Tunnel and I were always on the same page. "I know," I said softly, as I watched him move around the kitchen and start putting stuff away. I tell her that all the time. Tunnel gave me a wistful look. I knew that look. Tunnel hated this cat, and always had, since the day that the cat started hating him. It was amusing to me, since the cat had no problem with me. But the moment that Tunnel came anywhere near Taco, the cat started to go nuts. Tunnel opened the pantry up and started to put away items, being sure to leave all of the ingredients I would need for the tamales out. I hadn't told him I was making them, but once he saw all of the ingredients I would need to make them in the bags, he decided on his own that I would be making them tonight. I started to giggle. "You're terrible." He shrugged unrepentantly. So that was how I ended up making tamales and getting my little girl to eat them when she'd always sworn she hated them. And I got to do it while I watched as my daughter fell for Tunnel. All over again. Hours later, after Sienna finally settled down enough to go to bed, I was once again lying, panting. I'd had more sex in the last day than I had in the last 6 years. How do I tell Sienna? His voice rumbled out into the darkness. I ran my hand down his chest, exactly like I used to when I was in deep thought. I think you don't beat around the bush. I finally settled on. Just tell her. She's a smart girl. I think she'll understand. When the time comes. Until then, keep doing what you're doing. He went up onto his arms and stared into my eyes, his mouth so close to mine that I couldn't avoid the temptation and moved until my lips brushed his. He grinned down at me, then slowly slid his length out from inside of me. I gasped at the empty feeling first, and then when I felt the warm liquid that started running down my cleft. I didn't worry, though. Now that we were at least thinking more clearly, we were a lot savvier with the fact that we needed something to catch the mess, meaning we'd stocked up on towels and had placed them on top of the nightstand. Before it could fully fall to the bed, he reached for the towel and plastered it to my body. I rolled with the towel as he got up and stood awkwardly by the side of the bed. He walked to the bathroom to clean up. He came back out moments later, and I traded him places, using the time in the bathroom to clean myself with some baby wipes that I'd gotten at the store earlier for just this reason. Once I was done, I headed back out into the bedroom. I reached for my panties that were lying next to the bedroom door and pulled them on, even though I knew the second I got into that bed, he'd be ripping them right back off of me. But as I watched him slip his socks on, and then his boots, my brows furrowed in confusion. "What are you doing?" I asked him, tripping over my underwear and falling back on the bed. He watched me with amusement. "I'm getting my clothes on so I can go," he said evenly. "Why?" "You're not leaving. If you leave, I'll have to kill you." His eyes shone with laughter. "That's an awful lot of smack you're talking when you can't even put your underwear on while standing up." I flipped him off, then sat down on the bed to put my underwear on. He had a point. I was very clumsy, and I likely couldn't even take my man with a gun if I had one. Once I had the panties at my knees, I stood up and slipped them the rest of the way on. "That's irrelevant," I said. "There's no reason you can't stay here." He looked at the door. "Our daughter might see, and you just said that you thought I should wait, agreeing with my earlier thoughts," he countered. "I can't do both. If I stay here, she might see me. And that's not the best course of action. We agreed on that." I sighed. "I have a lock on my door." He frowned. "I don't like that," he said. "Then you'll just have to be vigilant," I said. "You've been gone for a long time. If you leave me tonight when I just got you back less than 12 hours ago, I will cry. Plus, you can slip out the window and head over to the trailer if you hear her coming. It's just right there." I pointed at the trailer in question. "Speaking of, did you watch me get out of the shower last night?" I questioned him. His mouth twitched. "Yeah." I just shook my head. My man had no shame. "You know, you're quite smug for a man that has spent the last 6 years hiding himself from me," I told him. He didn't offer an apology.
Instead, he slipped off his socks and gestured to the bed.
"Let me do one more round for the night, and I'll be back."
Then I watched him slip into the darkness of the house, never once turning on a light to illuminate his way, and make a perimeter check of the house. Like he said, he was back moments later, and I was in the bed waiting for him. He slipped in behind me, assumed our favorite sleeping position, and I finally felt like I was home. And I slept better that night than I had any other night since the last time I slept beside Tunnel.
Chapter 20. I'm a train wreck full of pizza, fireworks, and glitter. Text from Ghost to his wife. Ghost. Shit, I grumbled to myself as I hauled myself out of Mina's bedroom window. The moment that I was out, I turned around and gestured to her. She followed me to where I was standing and placed her hands on the windowsill. "Make sure you lock this after I'm gone," I ordered her. Her mouth twitched. "Yes, sir." I pulled her down by the collar of her shirt and tugged her mouth to mine. "Be good," I ordered, "and make sure you don't give any of my tamales away to the boys. They'll eat them all." She grinned mischievously. "I'll see what I can do." Then she backed away, and I moved my hands, settling them on my hips as I watched her close the window and then lock it. I tested it and nodded in approval. When I turned my back to go change my clothes, she knocked on the window, drawing my attention once again. Once she had it, she leaned forward and exhaled on the window, causing it to fog up. Then she wrote, "I love you" in the condensation. The images of the characters <3 forming a heart. I grinned. "Love you too, baby." Then I winked, causing a flush of pleasure to rise up her neck and settle in her cheeks. Moments later, I was dressed in a different pair of jeans, a black t-shirt, and the same boots. My cut was in my hand, and I was walking out to my bike at the same time that Mina was walking out the door with Sienna in tow. We'd cut it too close this morning. I'd wanted to stay longer, enjoying the feeling of peace for the first time in so long, and had nearly allowed Sienna to walk in on us. The only thing that had saved us was the fact that Sienna had yelled from the end of the hallway that it was almost time to go. Winking at my woman in her scrubs, looking adorable with her hot pink stethoscope around her neck, I waved at them. Sienna waved back enthusiastically, and I grinned. Getting on my bike, I waited for the two of them to get into the SUV before I started my bike up. Sienna watched me the entire time, even turning around in her seat to look at me as they drove in front of me down the road to the intersection. I waved at her when she turned left and I turned right and headed to the office where I had a video conference with Lynn, Silas, and 2 other members of our team. My happy mood evaporated the moment that I got on the line with Lynn and Silas. "They're moving?" I questioned what I'd just heard. Lynn nodded, as well as the 2 men who had been insinuating themselves into my parents' investigation. "Van and Candace both made a mutual decision to move out of state," he said. "They haven't moved yet, but they're in the process of moving. And there's something else. I knew I wasn't going to like this, not even a little bit." "Yeah?" I pushed. "They are saying that your sister is going with them." It felt like I'd just taken a sucker punch to the solar plexus. "She's what?" I bellowed, standing up. "I had her moved away from them. How did they even find her? Why the fuck would she do that?" The first agent, Donald, shook his head. "I've only heard rumors, so I can't speculate as to why." "I've heard rumors too," Vance, the other agent said, "but only that. Rumors." "Enlighten me on these rumors, then," I ordered. Lynn's mouth twitched, and I could tell he found it humorous that I was acting like their boss right now instead of him. But I didn't much give a shit at the moment, not when it came to my sister's safety. "There's 2, Vance said. "The first is that she's being forced so she can keep her inheritance." I shook my head before he'd even finished that one. "She's a registered nurse. She has no reason to need her inheritance, nor would she want it. No, it would have to be something big to get my sister to go with them." "The other rumor is that she's pregnant." My breath left me. "That would be more likely to be true, but I don't know how that would have happened and why she would think going with my parents would make that better. They were the worst people on the planet when it came to family, and they didn't much care what anybody thought, even their kids. They'd been horrid to grow up with, and if it hadn't been for Audrey and me having each other, our childhoods would have been a whole lot more different. Not to mention Audrey was wary of everyone, man, woman, and child. 6 years ago, Audrey had been raped on her way to her car after work. Ever since then, I'd not seen or heard about her finding anyone to be with. Sure, she was a beautiful girl and could get anyone she wanted, but she shut down anyone who got too close. The second they crossed over some invisible line known only to her, she retreated, and when she retreated, she burned the bridge so that they couldn't follow her back. I'd watched this time after time over the last 6 years, so excuse me for being doubtful that she was pregnant. There had to be another reason as to why she was moving with my parents. That was a crock of shit. I think it's more likely that she's being forced in some way to go, I murmured. I'll have my wife call her and find out why. There was silence from all ends of the phone lines, and it took me a few long seconds to realize what I'd just said. Knew you'd cave, Silas finally said. Knew that her being there in your territory, you'd break. I sighed. Then Lynn started to laugh. I looked into his olive-green eyes, the same color as mine, and idly wondered about Mina's question from the other day. Is he your brother? No, we weren't brothers, but now that I was studying the man, it was more than apparent that our features were similar. Not exactly, but similar enough that I wasn't sure how I didn't notice them before now. A cousin, possibly. I don't want to talk about it, I muttered darkly. I didn't cave anyway. She figured it out. Silas's eyes were dancing. Girl ain't stupid, boy, Silas muttered, then passed to look at something behind him. Moments later, his daughter, who was growing way too fast, came into the frame. She whispered something into his ear, and I watched as the man's smile lit up his face before he shook his head. She disappeared moments later, and Silas's eyes returned to the screen. I've missed so much, I murmured. I'd not only missed my own kid growing up, but I'd also missed everyone else's. It felt like life had passed me by, and I didn't like the feeling. I sighed. You've missed it, but there's enough time to catch up, Silas offered. We're taking care of this now. We're fixing this, because it's time. We've tried to do this the right way. It's now time to do it in whatever way that gets the job done. Agreed, Lynn said. Donald and Vance? As of right now, you can return to regular duty. Meet me at my office for a briefing the day after tomorrow. Then take a week off. We knew what that take a week off meant. Lynn didn't want them anywhere in the area when this shit hit the fan, because it was very apparent that the only way we were going to take this operation was by force. There were no legal protocols left to follow. This was guerrilla warfare time, and I agreed 100%. Lynn, I said, my sister needs to be out of this mess first. Lynn nodded. Send someone to get her, he said. Get her out of the city, take her as far away from here as you can, and sit on her. I gnawed on my lip thoughtfully for a few moments while I thought about who could do that, and then a smile came to my lips. I'll send Fender, I grinned. He comes off as all sweet and shit, but the boy is fucking crazy when he's threatened. Silas started to laugh. Fender was a Dixie Warden. He was the epitome of a laid-back country boy. He had an easy way about him and a deep southern drawl. He moved slow and reacted even slower, until he was threatened, and then he struck like a snake on speed. Poor Audrey won't know what hit her, Silas shook his head. Maybe Fender can tape the encounter. I almost felt sorry for my sister. He'd draw her in with his easy nature and get her to talk. He'd act like he wasn't a big deal, then when she least expected it, he'd talk her out of her panties. Or he would try, if I didn't say something to him first. Because there was no way in hell I was allowing that man-whore to add my sister to his notch post. Will do, I said. We meeting with the rest of the brothers the day after tomorrow? I asked for confirmation. Lynn nodded. That should give your Fender time to get Audrey out and clear. He was right. All right, then, I said, saluting the two men with 2 fingers before hanging up. I immediately dialed Fender's number. Hello? Came Fender's relaxed drawl. I have a favor I need to ask of you, I said to the man without preamble. Can you get off of work long enough for a week and some change? Fender grunted. Likely. Good, I said. Then I laid out my plan. Fender sighed when I was done. You had me until you said I couldn't have her. I grinned. She's delicate. I hesitated, wondering if I should say this second part or not, then decided, fuck it. He may need to know that information if she started to freak out. She's like Amy. Fender was quiet for a long time, so long that I had to check my phone to see if we were still connected. Fender? I'll help her, and I won't touch her, came Fender's promise. My head dropped. Thanks, man. Amy had been why Fender had gotten my vote to become a fully patched member of the Dixie Wardens MC. Big Papa, our pseudo-president who refused to take the mantle, had asked Fender what his biggest sin was. He hadn't hesitated in stating it. My best friend, since I was 4, raped my sister over and over again for nearly 2 years whenever he came over to my house. I didn't know what was going on, and Amy, my sister, hadn't told anybody what was going on because my ex-best friend had threatened her with killing me in my sleep. It was one night when I woke up to find my room empty and Jay nowhere in sight. I'd gotten up to search for him when I heard weird noises coming from my 15-year-old sister's room. I pushed the door open, thinking she was having a nightmare, when I found Jay on her bed raping her. He had her face covered with a pillow, and she was being forced down with the comforter off of her bed, holding her upper body immobile. I snapped, killed him in a fit of rage. I couldn't say that I wouldn't have done the same thing if that had been me. I'd have killed to have the closure that Fender did. When I hung up, I dropped my hand on my face and rubbed it vigorously. Now I needed to call my wife and ask her to call my sister and tell her not to freak out when some strange man showed up at her door. A smile lit my face. I hadn't gotten to call her in a really, really long time, and I couldn't fucking wait to hear her voice.
Mina. I picked up the phone and answered it while also charting what I just administered to a patient in room 3. Mooresville ER, this is Mina.
Hey,
came the growly reply. My eyes closed and a knot formed in my throat as a shiver stole over my body. I hadn't heard that voice over a phone line in such a long time that it was nearly debilitating to finally have that again. Hey, I said, my voice coming out husky and choked with emotion.
Baby,
came his whispered, gruff reply.
Are you okay?
The computer screen in front of my face swam. Yeah, I'm okay, I said softly, dashing away a tear with the back of my hand when it spilled out of my eye. Are you okay?
Yes and no,
he answered hesitantly.
I need you to call Audrey and tell her that one of the boys over here is going to come get her.
My brows rose. Is she in trouble? I asked worriedly. Audrey and I had turned into each other's go-to person. After Tunnel had died, we'd had no one left but each other, and we used that to our advantage and strengthened the bond we already had. Sure, I'd had the club, but none of them felt the supreme feeling of loss that Audrey and I felt, making us closer than anyone else could ever be. And I suddenly felt like shit, because I now had Tunnel back and she didn't.
No, she's not in trouble,
Ghost said.
Not yet, anyway. Not if we can get her back with us in time.
I frowned. What's going on? I pushed.
From what I hear, my parents have somehow cajoled her into moving with them.
My heart started to pound. Audrey had nothing to do with her parents. She hated them almost as much as Tunnel did. There was no love lost between them, and Audrey would never, ever voluntarily put herself into the same breathing space as them, let alone move with them. Speaking of moving, why are they moving? I asked in alarm.
Exactly, Tunnel agreed. Why the fuck are they moving?
I bit my lip. What do I say to her to get her to go with some strange man that she doesn't know? I asked. You know her just as well as I do. She won't do it willingly. He cleared his throat.
Fender already has the permission to share that I'm alive.
You
just tell her the truth about Josh. I know you've given her the runaround about it, but if she knows the full story, then she'll willingly come up here. Just tell her it is for her protection and that it's so she's not followed to you.
All of that was true. I wouldn't be lying to her. Okay, I finally agreed. I'll call her now. Is there anything else you want me to tell her?
No, he said. I'll talk to her myself once she gets here.
A smile took over my face. That makes me happy, Tun. I hated the thought of having this knowledge about Tunnel being here, and her not aware. We'd both made many drunken promises over the last 6 years, and I hated the thought of keeping something of this magnitude from her.
All right, baby, Tunnel said. I gotta go. I have to figure out what the hell is going on to make my parents bolt right when we have the best lead yet.
What lead? I whispered, staring blankly at the screen in front of me.
Josh, Tunnel said, confirming my fears. He thought he could play ball with the big boys, but he's about to find out how wrong he was.
And for some reason, that made my heart pound. Alrighty then, I said breathlessly. Will I see you when I get off of work? He grunted in reply.
Spent enough nights without you, Minnie. I don't want to spend any more time alone.
With that, he hung up, and I said I love you to dead air. But I knew that he felt it, just as he knew I felt the same way.
Sighing and tossing a look beside me at Dr. Tommy Tom, who hadn't even acted like he wasn't listening to the entire encounter, I stuck my tongue out at him. Today, I'd given him a reaming for withholding information about my dead husband not being so dead, and he'd only smiled. Now here he was, unabashedly listening to my conversations with my now very much alive husband, and he was listening in like he had something to do with my husband's miraculous reincarnation, so to speak. Glaring at the man who continued to just smile at me, I searched through my latest calls and hit go beside Audrey's name. I'd called her a few days ago to let her know where we were, and she'd called me the next night to make sure I was settling in all right. "Hello?" Audrey answered. I immediately frowned. "Audrey? What's wrong?" I asked instantly, sitting up in my seat. "Nothing," Audrey lied. We both knew when the other lied. We'd been doing it so often to each other over the course of our friendship that it was almost second nature to know. Our "yes, I'm all right" had always meant no, I'm not all right. I'm hurting and it's hard to breathe. But we always said we were all right, because admitting that we weren't felt like we were entirely way too close to the breaking point. Audrey sighed. "I'm in trouble." I relaxed a small amount. She wouldn't admit that if she was in danger. "What's going on?" I asked, leaning back in my chair. I noticed that Tommy had relaxed once again, too, going back to leaning casually in his seat as he listened to me instead of being on alert. "I made a mistake." She didn't sugarcoat it. "I got this package. It was delivered to my place by mistake, but it was addressed to my parents. Instead of opening it or throwing it away like I should have, I delivered it to their place while I was visiting some friends in Benton. I was going to just drop it off on their doorstep, but when I got there, a guy was outside. He'd fallen and had hurt himself pretty badly. His arm was dripping with blood from a gaping wound on his forearm, and training just kicked in. I helped him stop the bleeding. And in return for staying as long as I did, my mother and father arrived home." I sighed. "And they decided you were useful and requested you to help them in some way," I groaned. "Yep," she said. I'd been getting that for the last 5 years. Calls to check on my welfare that were also requests for me to come work for them at their company. One drunken night, over a bottle of wine and some pizza, Audrey and I had compared stories, and then we'd questioned why a company that specialized in electronics would need a nurse at all. We'd come up with the fact that the parents were just trying to look out for us. Now, I didn't have such tame ideas. More likely it was due to them being into something they shouldn't be and needing a medical professional to help them, or someone who worked for them if shit hit the fan. "So what happened then?" I questioned. "Then I told them no and drove home. After I arrived back home and got unpacked, I was woken in the middle of the night. When I went to investigate the noise, it was to find the guy who I helped breaking into my house." "What?" I screeched. She started to laugh. "I shot someone." "What?" I screeched again. "Yep," she confirmed. "I did, but the guy was wearing one of those vest thingies, and he ran away before I could get another shot off at him." "And?" I pushed. "And now I'm packing all of my shit and moving the hell away from here without giving 2 weeks' notice on my job because my parents want me to do their bidding, and I don't want to." Audrey wasn't moving with her parents. She was moving away from them. I was sure she didn't even realize that her parents were moving too, or she might not be bothering. But I wanted her here. Tunnel wanted her here. So that was what I did. "I have a suggestion," I said, diverting from the plan. "How about I send out some help, and you come here?" I heard her inhale. "That's where I was going anyway, but I'm glad to officially have an invite." I started to chuckle. "I'll send some muscle. You pack the small stuff and leave the big shit for him." "Him?" Now she sounded nervous. "Him," I confirmed. "He's a sweetie." And he was. Fender was great, and he was very personable. He had that good old boy demeanor that made him come off like a man who would do just about anything to make you comfortable. and hopefully that continued to hold true with Audrey. "Okay," she said, "but just make sure he's not cute." I snorted. "I'll see what I can do. But the men down here aren't ugly, that's for sure." Tommy snorted at my side. I rolled my eyes at him. "Don't you have anything else to do?" I suggested. He shook his head. "Nope, this place is Don't you dare. You don't say quiet in a hospital. It's just not done. And Tommy damn well knew it." He held up his hands. "I gotta go, girl. If you need anything, let me know. Otherwise," I paused and covered the phone. "What's Fender's real name?" I asked. If Audrey knew that Fender was a biker, she might very well freak out. She could handle professional-looking men like Josh. Had he not had that undercurrent of assholishness to him, he at least looked normal. A man like Fender, well, he just looked rough, like a biker. He had tattoos, he wore a motorcycle cut. He was just a typical biker in all ways. And Audrey couldn't control them, which made her nervous around them. Hence the reason for the lie. Tommy Tom looked at me. "Tobias." I uncovered the phone. Tobias will be there tomorrow. If not tonight, I thought. However, Audrey didn't need to know that part. She just needed to think this was me helping her out, not Tunnel protecting her. Plus, I thought it would be better for Tunnel to explain to his sister himself why he had to die. That wasn't something that you allowed someone else to share for you. And Tunnel knew it. He just didn't want to deal with his sister's anger, which he wholly deserved. He got off lucky with me. When I'd made those promises late at night, it was a vow between me and the universe, something I wouldn't break. Audrey hadn't made those vows. She needed to yell and scream at him for the both of us. My smile grew. My husband was in for it. That was for sure.
Chapter 21. My mama didn't raise no fool. A psycho, yes, but not a fool. Ghost's secret thoughts. Ghost. It took my sister and Fender 2.5 days to get to Mooresville, and the entire time I was waiting for the next shoe to drop. My parents would realize rather quickly that Audrey was no longer there. Fender had taken his time getting Audrey here due to the massive amount of shit she needed to pack, and I'd spent the last 2 days worrying. How the hell was I going to tell my sister that I was alive? That all this time I'd just been in hiding because our parents were assholes? Audrey had been through too much. She'd experienced way more than what was fair. She was all sunshine and happiness before my parents used her so viciously for their own sick purposes. Should I tell her that they were the ones behind her rape? Because they were. Agonizingly so. I didn't have the guy that did it, but I knew that the guy was a part of my parents' organization. I'd never been able to nail down his identity, and it wasn't from my lack of trying. "You're wearing a hole in the carpet," Mina sighed from the couch. "There isn't carpet in here," I pointed out. "It's concrete." She gave me a solid glare, and my lips twitched in reaction to her fierceness. "Ghost, can you help me with my math homework?" "I thought school was out for the summer," I asked, walking to the kitchen table where Sienna was sitting. She had math papers surrounding her, and there was a bunch of what looked like gibberish scribbled on the pages. I frowned. "I have a tutor," Sienna said by way of explanation. "I'm not very good at it, and my teachers thought it was best if I continued to study over the summer to help me next year." I looked at Mina, who was watching the two of us with a small smile. "Sienna was barely passing her math classes before she finished 2nd grade," Mina answered my silent question. "Her teacher suggested that she continue through summer school, despite having passed the class. But since we moved, I thought taking her to a tutor might be better. She started tonight." "What kind of tutor?" I asked, somewhat alarmed that she would just trust anybody with our daughter. "The kind of tutor that's a licensed, reputable business," Mina said, reading my worry and moving to soothe it before it got out of control. "She goes to that place in the Heritage Shopping Center. I had Silas check them out." My lips quirked. "That's good to know," I rumbled, then pulled out a chair. "Tell me where you need help." Sienna pointed to a problem. "That's easy," I said. "What did the teachers tell you to do for this?" It was a simple addition problem. The problem was that it had 4 numbers that she needed to add instead of 2. "I just get flustered when I have to add up this many numbers," Sienna said. I took the pencil from her hand, and then split the problem in half. "Add these 2, and then add these 2, I instructed, pointing at each problem with the pencil. "Then, once you have the answer, take the answers and add those 2 up." I saw the moment it clicked, and her excited eyes turned to me. You are so smart, she declared jubilantly. I grinned. No, not smart. Just practiced. You'll get there, baby, I said, cupping her cheek with my hand. Do those and then call me back over here so I can check your work, okay? She nodded enthusiastically and then dropped her head and started writing, adding numbers furiously. I'm fairly sure she needs glasses, Mina said. I'm going to have to take her to the eye doctor in the next couple of weeks, just to make sure. Aunt Audrey, Sienna cried, throwing her pencil down and running for the door. The pencil rolled off the table and then into my lap as I watched Sienna hit Audrey with such force that it rocked my sister back on her heels. Gosh, you act like you didn't just see me, she teased. It's only been a few weeks. Sienna leaned her head back. It's been too long. Are you moving in? Audrey's eyes went from Sienna to Mina's. No, honey bunches of oats, I'm not. She shook her head and dropped her gaze back down to my daughter's. I'll be in town, though. You can come see me any time you want. Her voice trailed off as her gaze finally settled on me. Her brows furrowed and her eyes narrowed. Who? Then she froze as I stood. Her purse that was clenched in her hand fell to the floor. Fender came up behind her. Remember what I said when I told you there was more to this than you know? Fender asked her casually. Well, here's where you need to listen to everything and not interrupt until you know the entire story. Audrey's gaze never left mine. I knew she couldn't figure out that she knew me. I didn't look the same. I'd know that curly hair anywhere, she whispered. I frowned. She knew me by my hair? You're dead, she whispered. I shook my head. Not dead. Our parents, I started to say, and she held her hand up. Did they have you all this time? I shook my head. No. The first year, yes. After that, no. So you've been free of them for 5 years? She asked carefully. Essentially, I said, but there's more. Her hand cracked where it made contact with my face, and I heard Sienna cry out in surprise. Hitting isn't nice, Aunt Audrey, Sienna said, insinuating herself in between me and her aunt. Mina was there in a flash, pulling her away, and saying something so softly to her that I couldn't tell exactly what was said. Sienna disappeared after she'd asked her to go to her room for a little bit. Thank God. This was about to get ugly. All this time, Tunnel? Audrey's voice cracked. We thought you were dead. I lifted my hands, and she batted it away before it could touch her. Then she abruptly turned and glared at the man at her side. You promised me I would be happy. My brows lifted, as did Fender's. You're not happy that your brother is alive? He asked carefully. Her jaw ticked. I'd be happier had he told me when it first happened that he wasn't dead, she pointed out to him. I looked over at Mina. She nodded her head. Then I started to explain my actions, why I did what I did. And by the time I was done, she was looking at me like I was a broken doll. Oh, Tunnel, she whispered brokenly. There's more, isn't there? I debated whether to tell her what else I knew, but I decided that right now wasn't the best time. Not when she just found out that I was alive. Maybe when she was settled and this thing with our parents was over, then I'd give her the rest of the details. But right now, knowing that she was worried about me and for me, I couldn't do it. I couldn't bring any more sadness to her at that point. There's more, I agreed, but I'm not ready to talk about it right now. What I had told her was enough. It was enough to break any man, but it wasn't everything. Hell, there was probably more that my parents had done that even I didn't know about. They were just that awful. It took her a few long seconds to process it and come to a decision, but as soon as she did, she launched herself at me. I missed you so freaking much, she cried softly into my shoulder. I'm sorry for hitting you. I pulled her into my arms and held her tighter. We stayed like this for a long time. So long, in fact, that when I looked around the room, it was empty of both Fender and Mina. I think Fender's eating my tamales, I whispered into my sister's ear. Do you want to go see? She started to chuckle and then slowly extricated herself from my arms. The tamales were always your favorite, not mine, she told me. My favorite is still her tortillas. I grinned. I think she's making fajitas. You're in luck. The tamales were just for me. She rolled her eyes and led the way into the kitchen. I found Fender at my kitchen table, luckily not eating my tamales. These are the best tortillas I've ever had in my... Audrey snatched the still warm tortilla straight out of his hand. That's mine, Fender grumbled. I could do nothing but laugh. Where's Sienna? I asked Mina as I sidled up to her side. She looked up at me. I gave her my iPad and let her do what she really wanted to do all along. She's in my bed watching Monster High. I took the opportunity to pull her into my arms. I think I missed this most of all, I whispered into her ear. She raised a brow at me in question. This. Having you here. Sienna. Audrey. Even Fender. It feels like I'm finally home. She raised her hand to cup my cheek. You are finally home. I leaned down and took her mouth. She was right. I was.
Chapter 22. I love all of you. Except you. You know who you are, douche. Meme. Mina.
No, you're not getting that.
I heard Ghost talking to someone. I peeked around the corner and stared at him where he was standing in the middle of the room.
Because it looks like it says I sharted and not is loved. Because there's a heart in the middle of it. Seriously, is loved. Plus, I don't think you can get special characters on a license plate.
Audrey was down at the DMV getting her car registered in Alabama, and she'd called him to, I assume, ask his opinion on a license plate.
It's best to stick with something nondescript, Tunnel suggested. You're trying to blend in, not stick out. Saul will help you. Just make sure you go to him because he's the one helping us get you into the system without setting off any warnings. If you go to one of the other ladies, they'll ask for your ID. Yes, I know that I already told this to you, but I said it thinking you'd realize you needed to get a regular license plate, not a vanity plate or one of those fucking pink ones, he growled. Audrey, I swear to God.
I started to giggle. Tunnel's eyes locked on mine, but I knew he knew that I was here way before he looked at me. The man didn't miss a thing.
All right, Audrey, Tunnel grunted. I gotta go to work. I have a meeting in about 5 hours in Benton, and it takes me 6 to get there.
I started to snicker, and Tunnel's eyes shot to my mouth.
Bye, girl.
He placed the phone on the counter next to his hand, and then started stalking toward me. I started backing away, and his eyes flared with heat.
What are you doing? I asked, looking at him worriedly. I'm saying goodbye so I can leave like I should have done an hour ago before everyone kept asking me about stupid stuff like pink license plates and shit.
My lips twitched as I hit the wall, unable to move any further. I asked you about cars because I want a new one. The one I have is 7 years old, and I have to make room.
Make room?
He asked. I nodded. Make room.
For what? He pushed.
I bit my lip. I wasn't sure yet, not 100% anyway, but I was 99% sure. For your babies. His hand froze halfway to me.
It's been 2 weeks, he rasped,
his eyes serious and hot on mine. I swallowed, then nodded. Yeah, that's enough time.
What makes you so sure? He asked. Did you take a test?
I shook my head. No, I said. But my breasts are so sensitive today. Yesterday they were sensitive too, but today they're crazy responsive, even to my t-shirt. I shrugged the sweatshirt I was wearing off and tossed it to the floor. Tunnel's eyes zeroed in on my breasts, and he bit his lip as he got his first look at the tight beads of my nipples. His hand rose, and he trailed just a single finger down the perky tip. I shivered as wetness started to gather between my legs. I've had some spotting and cramping, I continued, a little more breathlessly this time. And I'm so horny. That he knew. He knew because I'd practically jumped his bones the minute I got home from work last night. He'd been sitting in the living room with Sienna, who still didn't know about him, but was becoming so attached to him that it wouldn't be long before Tunnel would have no choice but to tell her. I'd given him one single look, and he'd followed me to the laundry room. It was my routine, every night, to change out of my clothes into something that wasn't coated in hospital cooties. But last night, Tunnel had followed me in, taking one good look at me, and had bent me over the washing machine. He then proceeded to fuck me, make me come, and he did all of that in under 6 minutes. This morning I'd woken him up well before dawn with my mouth. Then, an hour and a half ago, once I'd gotten back from dropping Sienna off at her explorer camp, I'd forced him to take me again. Now, here I was an hour and a half later, and I was already needy for him again. And the moment he realized it was definitely a possibility that I was pregnant with his child, his eyes flared.
I remember when you were pregnant with Dee.
My mouth curled. I have a feeling, I said, rocking my hips when he crowded in close, that this is going to be the same. He had no words. Instead, his mouth dropped down to mine, and then he kissed me. 7 times. 7 times. The ground beneath me pitched, and I fell, straight into Tunnel's arms. He'd never let me fall, and he never had. My breath hitched, and I stared up at him with tears in my eyes. "I didn't think I'd ever get that part of you back," I whispered. He curled his hand around my hair. "I had to force myself to stop," he said. "The urge to do it was still there, though, and it always has been." I bit my lip as tears started to fall down my cheeks in torrents. At first, he tried to kiss them away. But when they became too much for him, he started to focus on my mouth. Always in groups of 7. 7 licks, 7 sucks of my tongue, 7 feather-light kisses around my lips. "Did I ever tell you that 7 has always been my lucky number?" I teased him, trailing the tips of my fingers up his side. "So how about 7 kids?" he teased right back, sliding down to his knees in front of me. My eyes widened. "The number 7 isn't that lucky." I latched onto his hair. "Oh, Tunnel." He placed 7 kisses just below my navel, and I realized, as a tear dropped down onto his head, that I'd never stopped crying. The tear ran through his unruly locks. He was growing his hair out. For me. When he'd finally made mention of my hair being way too short, telling me that I would be growing it out from now on, I'd also asked him to do the same for me, which he said he would, to an extent. Now I could actually get my fingers locked in it, and I loved it. "I hope our baby has your curly hair," I whispered down at my husband. He looked up, and those olive green eyes caught on mine, making my breath hitch with all the emotion that was shining out of them. "I hope it's a boy." I grinned. "You're destined to have all girls, Tun," I told him. "They're going to make your life a living hell, and you're going to enjoy every second of them doing it." He shook his head, but we both knew it was true. If we had another girl, she would have him wrapped around her little finger just as easily as Sienna did from the moment of her birth. "I'm already late for my meeting, so I'm going to make love to you for the rest of the time I have left," he declared, unbuttoning my jeans. I grinned and stepped out of them, 1 foot at a time. When my panties soon followed, following the same steps as the pants, he stopped and rested my foot against his shoulder, then leaned forward until his mouth was only a few scant inches away from my pubic bone. "I have to taste you first," he growled. And he did, moments later, spreading the lips of my sex wide with his fingers and leaning forward to trail his tongue down the seam of my sex. I shuddered and reached for his hair to keep me steady, liking that I now had something to hold on to. You taste better, too," he growled, then went in for another lick. I wanted to cry out when I heard that stutter. That was the stutter that made me fall irrevocably in love with him. And another, until he reached the number 7. That was how I came. Hard. On his face. He had one arm curled around my left thigh, pulling my sex apart, while his tongue did all the work. The moment I came, he growled into my pussy, and I seriously saw stars. There wasn't much that this man could do to me that he hadn't already done. But every time he ground his face into me, and his beard would touch delicate places that had never felt a full beard before, I realized that I would beg him to keep it forever. It was amazing. The sensations that it left me with, some sweet, others a burn, caused me to realize that I would seriously freak out if he ever contemplated shaving it. My body, wrung out from his ministrations, slid limply down the wall. My foot stayed where it was on top of his shoulder, meaning that my leg was straight up in the air despite my new position. "I kind of like this," he said, trailing one lone finger through the trail of wetness he'd left behind. I shivered. "You'd have your face touching the wall right now if you took me this way," I panted. And I glanced at the clock.
You have less than 10 minutes until you need to go, so either you hurry or you go without." He grinned, and then I found myself flying through the air. His hands on my hips lifted me up high, and he stood to his full height as he carried me like I weighed no more than a small child straight to the bed. He laid me down, following my progression with his own body, fitting the seam of his jeans against my wet core. "You'll get yourself messy," I told him, uncaring. He shrugged. "Maybe," he said. "But honestly, having your pussy juices drying over the jeans that cover my cock doesn't bother me nearly as much as I thought it would." I licked my suddenly dry lips. "You could just put your cock in me," I told him, "and save your pants." His grin was contagious as he lifted up and pushed both his jeans and underwear down to just about knee level. His shirt shortly followed. When he came back, I realized that his hand had a large black gun in it, which he put on top of the pillow next to my face. "That's so romantic," I teased. Though I knew my man, he wouldn't be without it. If he didn't have that deadly piece of hardware on him, he had it next to him. When we were sleeping, he had it in the floor safe next to the bed. When we were in the car for a long ride, he had it under the steering wheel, even though according to him that was illegal for the everyday citizen. If we were out and about, and he was wearing anything except sweatpants, that gun was on his person. And I couldn't find it in me to care. Not even when it dug into me uncomfortably, or was placed next to my face. Mostly because in a few seconds, I wouldn't care where it was. Nope, not one bit. Especially when he took his hard length into his hand and started to pump it against my clit. Each tug of his hand had his cockhead bumping into my clit, and I was squirming as I tried to get closer to him. He had a fist planted in the bed next to my shoulder, and his muscles bulged as he leaned over me and masturbated against me. "Tunnel Morrison, if you don't fucking take me, I'm going to take you," I growled. His lips quirked up into a grin. "Oh, yeah?" he asked arrogantly. "What makes you think you could do anything to me that I didn't want you to do?" My lips quirked up into a confident smile. "I could cry," I said. His eyes narrowed. "You wouldn't." He continued to pump his cock, and now it was a ruddy red that looked angry that it wasn't getting what it wanted. A bead of pre-cum slid out of the slit at the tip, rolling down the rounded head of his cock to where his hand was fisted around himself. My mouth watered to lick that drop off, but I stayed where I was. "Watch me," I growled. Then tears started to well in my eyes. Because I wasn't joking. If he didn't get inside of me soon, I very well might break down in a crying fit to end all crying fits. I'd already cried not once, not twice, but 3 times this morning. And it was only 9 a.m. I'd been up for a total of 3 hours. I'd cried when I watched Sienna walk into her explorer camp. Again, when I read a cute meme on Facebook. And finally, when I told Tunnel about the baby. So yes, crying was not out of the realm of possibility. And he knew it because he read it easily in my eyes. Did the fucker put his dick inside of me? Fuck no. He pulled me up by my arm and brought my head to his cock, and then proceeded to feed his length into my willing mouth. Not what I wanted, no, but definitely something I didn't mind doing. I loved Tunnel's cock. I always had and always would. I was loyal to it, which was why I'd never, not ever, trade it for anything. If I couldn't have this beautiful piece of him, then I didn't want another. Which was why I showed it the attention it deserved, just like every time he allowed me to do this. Normally, we were both too worked up for anything but fast and hard or slow and easy, though he'd imbibed on me multiple times since he'd come back into my life. By the time he was done giving me pleasure, he was too far gone to allow me the same courtesy. So when he did allow me to have at him, I grasped the bull by the horns, or the man by the balls, so to speak. The moment he came into contact with my tongue, I felt his cock jump. When my small hands met the skin of his balls, I heard him groan. "Jesus Christ almighty," he growled, his hand going to my hair. "Fuck. I wish your hair was longer like it used to be." He fisted what he could, pulling me, urging me further onto him. I tried to take all of him, and I was able to do that at one point in time, but I'd gotten rusty. Tunnel was a big man, and I had a small mouth. The act of taking him into my throat would take a lot of patience and practice. The former, Tunnel didn't have a lot of, and the latter, I didn't have the opportunity to give him. At least not yet, anyway. Because the moment my tongue swirled around the head of his cock, then worked its way down the length of him, he roughly pulled me off of him and pushed me flat on my back. I jolted, my sensitive breasts bouncing, and gasped when I was filled up with him moments later. He didn't stop until the curly hair surrounding his cock brushed my bare lips. "Oh, God," I breathed out, shifting my hips in hopes that I could take even more of him, which I impossibly did. "You're like a dream that continues to come true," he growled against my hips. I arched up into him, dragging my breasts against his chest, playing my nipples along the coarse hair that decorated that muscled part of his body. Granted, the hair was sporadic due to the scarring, but it was there. "You make my control non-existent," he rasped, carefully thrusting inside of me now, dragging the fat tip of his cock against that special place inside of me that almost always sent me over the edge. But it was the way his eyes stayed on mine that caused me to detonate. The way he watched me, the way he practically willed me to feel each and every stroke of his cock, the way it dragged deliciously along the snug walls of my sex, the way, with both of us so wet, that we slid together easily. Then he lifted my legs and brought them up around my ears, changing the angle. And I realized that he wasn't playing fair anymore. He was on the edge, right along with me, and there was no way to stop from falling. So, I let go. I came, and I came hard. So hard, in fact, that I ran out of breath to scream. His grunt of completion above me was lost on me, and I didn't even realize he'd come to a stop until long seconds later, when I opened my eyes that I hadn't even realized I had closed. The first thing I saw were those olive green eyes staring at me intently. "I fucking love you," he rasped. What did I say to that? "I love you too." Then I started to sob.
Chapter 23. Once upon a time, there was a twat. It was you. The end. Meme. Ghost. All the Dixie Wardens attended this meeting, and not just the Alabama chapter, but the Benton chapter, too. This was the first time the Benton chapter had seen me in the light of day. A few weeks back, I'd come face to face with Sebastian for the first time since Ghost had become the new me. Silas had been doing a great job of keeping my existence a secret, but that night, Sebastian had learned that I wasn't dead. Lucky for me, he'd gotten all the way home, 6 hours away, before he'd decided that my face needed to meet with his fist. But as I looked at him across the table from me, I realized that his anger hadn't lessened in all of that time. In fact, if I was a guessing man, I'd say it had gotten worse. The rest of the men hadn't realized who I was yet. That I could tell. Otherwise, they would all be up in arms, collectively and individually, trying to beat the shit out of me. It was the face. Not to mention I'd put on about 30 pounds in muscle since they'd last seen me. Oh, and let's not forget to mention that they all thought that I was dead. I was no longer that naive 21-year-old kid. I was now a grown-ass man who had the last 6 years of his life ripped away from him in the most savage way possible. I'd been tortured for a year of it, and the next 5 were spent living as half a man. I'd survived only on the promise of one day having revenge while I watched everyone else live their lives around me. "What are we even doing here?" asked Torrin. "My wife wasn't happy about the short notice. We had to bow out of a dentist appointment for the kids because I couldn't be there to help take them." Sterling looked at him like he was crazy. "You had to bow out of a dentist appointment," he jeered. "Poor baby. I had to bow out of a fucking practice. They fined me $18,000. Sterling was a professional baseball player. Ever since he'd made it to the major leagues, he'd been on a hot streak, and I loved to watch him on TV. I'd been so fucking proud of him, too. I'd always wanted to tell him that. You can afford it, Kettle rumbled. I had to call in sick. Sebastian grunted. Me too. It worked out because I'd throw up on our last shift. He did look a little green. Don't you fucking give that shit to us either, Kettle grumbled. I do not want to take that shit home. If I catch it, then that means Adeline will catch it. Then the fucking kids will. Then they'll give it right back to me once it's all over and done with. I do not want to deal with throw-up. I chuckled under my breath, drawing the attention of the one man who'd been eyeing me all night, besides Sebastian, who knew exactly who I was. He was practically quivering in his seat, staring at me surreptitiously every chance he got. I knew he was dying to talk to me. The only thing that had kept him in check was Silas, and since he was in the hallway talking to Lynn, I knew that it was only a matter of time before he broke. I looked away from Cleo's penetrating gaze. Though my face was different, the structure of it was not. I had scars now where I didn't before, and my entire face looked like it had been pieced back together after the fire. The only things that were left unchanged about my face were the color of my eyes and the shape of my mouth. Everything else was different. My pieced back together face, like Frankenstein's, was hard to look at sometimes. I was no longer that same handsome man that my wife had fallen for, and it made it hard for me to understand what my wife saw in me. She'd never once commented on the change. She just traced her fingers along my scars, as if she was committing each and every one to memory. God, I'm fucking starving. That was Truth. I looked over at where he was sitting next to me. You want me to order you a pizza, Truth? Truth tapped his lip. Can we? I shrugged. I don't see why not. Pizza doesn't deliver here, Trance, another member, said. His eyes were shrewd, and now they were on me, too. We're too far out of the city limits. I swallowed worriedly, turning my gaze away before he could read too much into my expression. Jesus, this was about to get sticky. I knew these men were going to be happy that I was alive, but I'd also let them think the unthinkable, that I was dead. And it was going to go over like a cat turd in a sandbox. I kept my mouth shut after that, but the next 10 minutes I could feel the tension rising in the room. I'd stayed out of the limelight since I'd become a Dixie Warden. When there were club-wide celebrations each year, I'd skipped them. When there was any chance at all that I might see them, I purposefully went the other way. But my graveside rendezvous with Silas was being interrupted by my former club members. I'd had to watch them mourn me over and over again. They were still mourning me, as a matter of fact. God, this was a fucking mess. Fuck, my fucking parents. God damn it, Sebastian got up, then hauled ass out of the room. I winced. Fucker's gonna give us all the shits and pukes by the time we're done here, Cleo muttered darkly. I looked at him, and his eyes were still on me. His narrowed, and I steeled myself, letting him study me straight on. He took his time, and it was a few long, uneasy moments for me. Son of a fucking bitch! Cleo exclaimed. Lynn walked in with Silas behind him. The minute that Lynn sat down, the entire room quieted. Conversations that the others were having quieted, and I tensed, but not because this was about to go down, but because Cleo was now standing. He leaned over the table, his hands steepled on top of it, only a few feet separating us. I can see you've figured it out, Silas drawled. The tension didn't break. What out? Kettle asked, looking at Silas. Tunnel, you motherfucker! Every head in the room swiveled around at that, and I scooted my seat away from the table and stood up. Everybody, sit the fuck down. Nobody listened. I said, sit down, Silas bellowed. Cleo was halfway around the table now. I was turned to face him, waiting. And the others in the room from the Benton Dixie Wardens were now standing as well. Fuck me! That came from Torrin. Cleo didn't stop until he clearly just puked his guts out. Sebastian came back in. The moment he realized what was going on, he stepped in the middle of Cleo and me, all the while hugging a trash can. Cleo's hands were fisted tightly at his sides, and he was staring at me with such betrayal in his face that it was hard to watch. I held his glare, though. I deserved the hate. A gunshot rang out, and I looked over at Silas, who was standing with his gun in his hand. Above his head was a .45 caliber hole in the drywall. We all stared. I said, sit the fuck down, he repeated, this time his tone clearly allowing no room for argument. I didn't sit until everyone else did, but this time it was with my back to the wall and nowhere near the goddamn table. If I was within reaching distance of any of these boys, they were going to fucking stab me, likely with the pen or pencils that were gathered in a cup in the middle of the table. God, this goddamn room was giving me heartburn. This was the Benton chapter's clubhouse. This was the place where I finally felt at home for the first time. This was the place of my rebirth. Everyone needs to fucking listen to what I have to say before they go off all half-cocked, Silas growled, his eyes on Cleo. Cleo didn't bother to move his gaze off of me. "Show him the pictures," I told Silas. Silas grunted. "Ghost." "His name isn't fucking Ghost," Cleo said through clenched teeth. "Let's go ahead and call him Tunnel. I mean, that is his fucking name, right?" Hearing my name out of anybody's mouth but Mina's was enough to make my heart race. It felt wrong. It felt like that was the only link that my parents needed to have to take the last little bit of my life that I had left to me. "No," I said purposefully, coming off as hard and unyielding. "That's my name now. Nobody calls me Tunnel anymore, and before you get all pissed off, you need to understand why I had to do what I did. If you still want to kick my ass afterward, fine, so be it. Do what you have to do. But until then, save your judgment." Cleo's eyes narrowed. "My wife still has nightmares about having a part in your death, and she still carries that guilt," he hissed. "She has my loyalty. At one time you did too, but you no longer do." I looked over to Silas. "Show them the goddamned pictures." Silas didn't hesitate. He pulled out the pictures and then set them on slideshow. I had seen them, of course, but each time I did, it was enough to make a sickness roll through me that left my belly rolling for hours. The pictures were not your everyday pictures, ones you'd share with your family on Facebook. They were ones that you shouldn't fucking share because you shouldn't even have pictures like this. The first photo filled the screen, and every eye in the house, including a very pissed-off Cleo's, went to it. It was a picture of my baby, Sienna. She was lying on her back in the water. The plastic tub that she was lying in was bright green, and it wasn't one that I'd ever seen before. It had a yellow rubber duck floating up by her head, and the bubbles were floating around her body. Everything was covered with bubbles, except for her privates. The next photo filled the screen. This one, she was on her belly. She was up on her pudgy little elbows, and she was looking at the camera that was positioned behind her. Her legs were slightly parted, and you could also see her privates. It continued like this, over and over again, picture after picture. At one point, a picture came up with Sienna playing with white frosting. She was sitting up on her butt, legs spread in front of her, and she had a cupcake in her hands. White frosting was smeared all over her, and she had a satisfied grin on her face as she leaned forward, mouth open wide, to get a bite of frosting. "Aw," one of the men said. "She's a cutie." I closed my eyes. The picture scrolled to the next photo. "This photo, along with the other 32 photos, were found in my daughter's room," I said with zero emotion. "Mina and I didn't take them." The room went absolutely silent. My father abducted Sienna in the middle of the night while Mina and I slept. I didn't even know that it had happened. When Mina went to work, I went into Sienna's bedroom to get her ready for daycare when I found those pictures printed out for me to see in the crib next to her. A low growl came from somewhere down the table from me. "They don't look that bad until you pair the photos together with the fact that my father is a fucking sick motherfucker," I growled. "He just wanted you to know that he had her long enough to take all of these photos?" Cleo asked, all anger gone from his voice. "That?" I nodded my head and turned to him, "and the fact that he's the head of a criminal organization known for abducting kids and then selling them to sick people just like him who have a secret fetish for young children." The room went absolutely wired. I, of course, didn't know how deep my father's sickness went. I just knew that right before I died, I said, making air quotes in the air, my father wanted me to work for him, wanted me to use my job at BPD to help smooth a few things over for him while he continued to run his business. I cleared my throat. I refused, multiple times. The day I died, though, yeah, that was the day that I got a picture of my wife taken through the scope of a rifle. That was the day that I knew my father was going to kill my wife if I didn't finally cooperate with him, so I agreed. Cleo's eyes went sharp and ruthless. I tugged my shirt off and stood. "These weren't a lie," I said to him. "These scars, they were the burns that you saw when I was carried out of that building." All eyes went to my chest. It was even more fucked up than my face. Scars from my many burns, skin grafts, and lung transplant littered the hard expanse of my chest. They killed some guy whose only crime was to be an organ match with me, and I still haven't figured out how they could have found that out, to give me his lungs. They nursed me back to health in a state-of-the-art facility, in the basement of my childhood home. "You were dead," that was from Torn. I looked to him. "I was?" "Clinically. Twice," I said. "But I was brought back in the ambulance. All the CPR y'all did, it saved my life." My eyes, all the thanks that I could fit into them, were aimed at the man who'd pulled me out of that burning building. "Your parents aren't God. How the hell did they get away with all of this?" That came from Kettle, who'd been silent up until now. I reached for my shirt and slipped it back on over my head. "I can answer that one," Lynn finally chimed in. "The Morrisons are trust fund babies. They had millions to do whatever they fucking pleased with, and they used it to commit some petty crimes when they were younger. Van Morrison, Tunnel's father, is the scum of the earth who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. He got what he wanted, and he was never told no. I snorted. That was the damn truth. Candace, well, she would do anything for her husband. Lie, cheat, steal. It was all of no consequence to her when it came to anything Van wanted, Lynn continued. Bribe a police officer? No problem. Hold a doctor's family hostage? No biggie. She'd do it for him. Kill a judge just so they could get who they wanted, had the same ideals as them on the bench? Done. Multiple times. My parents were sick fucks. If Van named it, Candace made it happen, Lynn said finally. Right now we believe that there are 4 judges, just as many police officers, and hundreds of other people in their operation that make what they do run smoothly. They are the heads of the largest organized crime syndicate in the South right now. What do you need us to do? That came from Sebastian, who was still hugging the trash can. His face looked even more green. And what the fuck do we have to do to get those pictures back? Cleo growled. I dropped my head as relief poured through me. We have all of the pictures back, except for the ones directly on Van Morrison's personal jump drive, Silas answered. We've tried for over 6 years now to bring this operation down. Each time we get a leg up, something else comes down on it and shatters it before we can make our next move. You have a mole. That came from Big Papa. I didn't disagree. I'd been thinking the same thing for a very long time now. Lynn had someone in his operation who was hindering it, and one of these days, very soon, I would figure out who it was. When I figured out who it was, I was going to tear them a fucking new one and make them taste it. This operation should have been over and done with a very long time ago. We've had ample opportunity to bring them down, but each time something solidified that we could pursue it would be gone in a matter of hours. The only thing we kept doing right was interrupting the shipments of children. We'd broken up each and every one over the last few years and had saved a total of 42 children from being brokered and sold. 42 children had been reunited with their parents. 42 times I had had a major role in making sure that my parents' livelihood didn't thrive. When those tips came in, we acted on them fast, not giving whomever was in the operation time to contact their bosses or thwart our plans. The bad thing was that we could never tie any of those child kidnappings to my parents. If anything, their men were loyal to them. Either my parents had something so huge over their heads that they kept silent, or they'd somehow won their loyalty and kept their silence. Whatever the reason, I knew my parents were involved, and I couldn't pin a damn thing on them. On the outside, they appeared clean. On the inside, though, yeah, they were dirty as dirt could be. So what the hell are we going to do? That was Cleo again. We've tried it the right way, Lynn finally said. Now we do it the final way. The final way meant killing them. Even across the room from him, I could read the intent in Lynn's eyes. The funny thing was that I felt the exact same way. And I'd been thinking about it for a very long time now. Something released in my chest, allowing me to breathe for the first time in what felt like forever. Before, I couldn't react to the desire to wipe them out from this earth, but now, with the power of 16 Dixie Wardens and Lynn, who I was pretty sure had the authority to close this case by whatever means were necessary, I felt confident that I would make it home to my wife after taking their organization down, and without spending the rest of my days in an orange jumpsuit. I saw the punch coming, but I didn't do a damn thing to stop it. I deserved it, though, so I allowed the hit. Cleo didn't stop there, however. The next hit came from the other fist, and this one took me right in the gut. I took that one, too. I'd take them all, every last one of them, if it'd take that fucking look out of that strong man's eyes. I'd never seen Cleo look this devastated, or pissed. He literally looked like he wanted to take my head off, then cradle it lovingly in his arms as he told me he missed me. Then he dropped to his knees and stared at me with such a forlorn expression that I started stuttering right off the bat. I'm sorry you had to go through that. I see the stutter is back, he rasped. Thought you only did that around your wife? That was true, at least mostly. I did it during high times of stress or when I was excited. The entire fucking lot of the Dixie Wardens were standing around me. 8 from the Benton, Louisiana chapter and 8 from the Alabama chapter. They surrounded Cleo and I, watching, waiting. It's the heart rate, I explained. When it gets up there, I forget to control it. Cleo stopped, his chest heaving, and stared at me. I stared back, which was why I never saw the other fist coming at my face until it was too late. Torrin's fist hit me square in the jaw, and I turned my head to the side at the last second, which likely saved it from breaking. Fuck, I spat, blood landing on the concrete with a wet splat. I turned to glare on the man. I gotta do stuff with this mouth tonight, I told him, and my wife hasn't had it in 6 years. If you're going to hit me, go for the fucking kidneys. I at least have 2 of them. Torrin didn't hit me again. Instead, he stared at me like he'd seen a ghost. All this time, we thought you were gone, he rasped. We spent many Friday nights at your grave, mourning you, and you were alive this whole time. I stared at him gravely. I was, I confirmed, but my wife and daughter's lives trump your feelings any day. He stared for a moment. As they should. Then for a few long seconds we stood in awkward silence as the men around me stared at my bruised and bleeding face. Then, with a suddenness that surprised me, Sebastian was in my face and taking me into a bear hug that surprised me. "Fuck, I've wanted to do that for a really long time now," Sebastian said. And then he threw up. Thankfully, not on me. Chapter 24. If my life had to have a narrator, I'd choose Samuel L. Jackson. No offense to Morgan Freeman, but my life requires the use of multiple fucks. Meme. Ghost. I walked into my house at around 8 in the evening and immediately regretted it when the book in Sienna's arms fell to the floor. It hit the stained concrete floors with a dull smack, causing everyone in the room to freeze. "Ghost!" she cried out and ran to me. "What happened?" Mina's head whipped around from where she was cooking dinner, fajitas by the smell of it, and her eyes widened once she got a look at my face. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Sienna rushed over to me, and I caught her up in my arms and lifted her to my chest, just like I used to do when she was younger. Her hands went to my face, and those big green eyes of hers stared at me intently. "You look bad," she whispered, none too gently. My mouth quirked. "I got in an accident," I said by way of explanation. With kids, less was better, because where there was an explanation, there would then be at least a 4-question follow-up. Luckily, Mina stopped any further questions when she came up to my side and stared up at me. "Sienna, would you please go set the table?" she asked carefully, trying valiantly to control her emotions that I could see just beneath the surface of her eyes. "Yes," Sienna sighed. "If you'll let me play with my iPad later." Mina looked at her child. "You can play on your iPad if you read, otherwise no siree Bob." Sienna sighed and wiggled. I took that for my cue to put her down. She went directly to the table and started to clean off the paper that she had used for coloring at some point in the day. "Did you get that because of some case you're working?" she whispered, trying not to raise her voice so that Sienna wouldn't overhear. My lips twitched. No, definitely not from one of my cases. These were more what you would call very pissed-off friends. "You talked to the other wardens," she guessed. I nodded once. Her mouth twitched. "You know you deserved that, don't you?" she whispered. "I would have done it to him, too, if I thought I could do it without breaking my hand." That was from Audrey, who had made herself a permanent fixture in our home. Though I couldn't say that I didn't like it, I liked knowing that she was safe. I liked having my entire family under my roof, and I liked knowing that they would have each other if they ever needed anything and I wasn't around to provide it for them. "So what was decided?" Mina finally broached the subject. I kissed her on the cheek and then walked to the refrigerator and pulled out a beer. I pressed it against my face for a few long seconds before opening it and taking a long swig. "It was decided that we're moving in on my parents next week. They've hired movers. We're replacing them with our guys," I answered her honestly. "The movers are expected to arrive Monday morning at 8. Lucky for us, one of our guys intercepted the outgoing call. He was able to act as if he was the manager of the moving company and gave them a good enough price quote to satisfy them." Her brows rose. "That was lucky. But what are you going to do once you get in their house?" "We're going to search it," I answered with a shrug. "We've been hired to pack all their shit. It's our hope that they get careless and let us pack something that we can use against them. If it doesn't work, then we're going to do it the old-fashioned way." "And how is that?" Mina whispered, trying not to bring Audrey into this conversation. I looked over at where Audrey was sitting on the couch next to Sienna, who was quietly playing on her iPad, and lowered my voice. "We'll take them out, and make it look like their own turned against them." Mina's jaw tightened. "Do you really think that's going to work?" I shrugged. "It'll have to." Chapter 25. Living with her was like being in jail. I never knew if I was going to get shanked in the shower or fucked. Ghost's secret thoughts. Ghost. "You know why I named you Tunnel, don't you?" my father hissed as he pressed me harder into the ground. No, I stuttered. "Because I raped your mother in a tunnel that was partially underground, forced her face into the mud, and ruined her hard while she—" I woke up with a gasp. "Just a dream. Fuck." Then, lo and behold, 9 months later, you come along. "I took you from your mama because she wouldn't have been able to take care of you," he informed me. I shook myself off and attempted to roll over to get out of bed, my head a fucking mess, just like it always was. This was new, though. I hadn't had a dream like that before, though it would explain a whole fucking lot. When I couldn't roll all the way over, I lifted my hands to my face and jolted when the ropes around my wrists forced me to stop. Ropes? What the hell? I sat up and immediately wished I hadn't. Nausea rolled in my belly, and I barely contained the urge to vomit all over the plain concrete floor that I could now see. I really did throw up when I saw what was waiting for me in the corner of the room. My sister was there, naked, tied with ropes also, and staring at the wall as if something inside of her was broken. The pain in my chest became more acute when I saw that her legs were stained with blood. The moment I vomited, she turned her head and stared at me blankly. "Audrey," I growled. "Are you okay?" She nodded. "Better than you," she answered. Her voice didn't sound right. It sounded as if she'd spent the last few hours in a perpetual state of screaming, and her voice was now hoarse due to the damage she'd inflicted by her constant screams. I didn't bother to look to categorize my injuries. I could feel every single one. Left leg, right foot, right knee, left kidney, right ribs, left hand, right side of my face. There was a very good chance that I had quite a few broken bones, too. Are you... She smiled sadly. "No, not yet anyway," she answered quickly. "But they made me watch while they tortured you." I nodded mutely. "Who are they?" She looked down at her feet. "My mom. Our dad." My brows furrowed, then the words from the dream came back to me. "Because I raped your mother in a tunnel that was partially in the ground, forced her face into the mud and rode her hard while she... Audrey, start from the beginning. I'm drawing a complete blank." She smiled sadly. "Okay." The more she talked, the more I remembered, and wished I hadn't. 12 hours earlier. "We have about 2 hours until we're leaving, baby," I told Mina. She looked over at me. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" she asked warily. I shrugged. "Honestly?" I asked. "No, it's probably a terrible decision. Likely the moving thing won't turn up anything significant, and we're going to have to do it the hard way." She frowned. "Then why go through the pretense?" she questioned. "Seems to me if you think you're going to have to do it the hard way, then you might as well just start with it, plan for it, and prepare yourself." I pulled her into my arms. It was 2 hours before it was time for me to get on the road, and I'd been instructed to wake her so I could say goodbye. Now here we were, arguing about the same thing that we'd been arguing about for the last 2 days. "Baby," I said, dropping a kiss to her lips. Then another, and another, until my total was the sum of 7. "What?" she frowned, looking at me through the darkness. The only thing lighting the room was the glow of the nightlight that was in the hallway. I could just barely make out the glittering of her eyes signaling Mina's impending tears. "Baby," I repeated, "nothing will happen to me, I promise. I'll make it out of this alive." Then I kissed her with everything I had in me to give. She moaned in my mouth, and her legs shifted restlessly underneath me. I fell in between her spread thighs and moved my arms so I could cradle her face with my hands, and the length of my cock was pressed against her core. She moaned into my mouth the moment that she felt my nakedness against her. "Told you to wear nothing to bed," I muttered in between lingering kisses. "Makes life a whole lot easier, and I wouldn't have to do this." She gasped when I ripped the flimsy piece of lace from her body. "Those were $20, she hissed. I grinned and then went up to my knees, spreading her thighs even further with my legs. Since I couldn't see much of her, I used my hands to rememorize her body. Her thighs were silky smooth and felt so soft against my rough hands. My thumbs skimmed over her core as I made my way up the still flat skin of her belly, pushing her oversized shirt, my shirt, up over her unbound breasts as I moved. The moment it reached her neck, she lifted her arms, and I tugged it all the way off of her, tossing it on the bed beside her head. I ran my hands back down her body, spreading my fingers wide as they covered her breasts. "You're killing me," she growled. I grinned and closed my fingers, trapping both of her nipples between my knuckles. The minute they closed, she started to wiggle. Her breasts were extremely sensitive now. So sensitive, in fact, that I wondered if I could get her to come just from nipple stimulation alone. Holding her nipples firmly in between both knuckles, I pulled up slightly and her body bowed, coming along with the movement. I let go and dropped my mouth down to her chest, trailing my lips and the tip of my tongue along the smooth skin between her breasts. I encircled the first nipple I got to with my tongue, getting it nice and wet before I drew it into my mouth. She gasped, and her hands went to my hair, pulling it roughly as she panted into my ear. "I can't tell if that hurts or feels really, really good," she moaned. My grin was anything but nice as I switched to the other breasts, repeating the same process. "Take me already," she pleaded. "Hurry up!" Though our words were desperate, they were also quiet. Neither one of us wanted to wake up our sleeping daughter or my likely wide-awake sister, who was just down the hall from where we were. In order to keep her quiet, I raised one hand and placed it over her mouth while I situated myself between her splayed thighs once again. The moment my cockhead touched the entrance to her weeping core, she gasped, causing me to press down even harder on her mouth. "Shh," I ordered at the same time as I pushed inside. "Can't be making all those loud noises." She shook her head as I continuously pushed inside of her, not stopping until I was fully sheathed to the hilt. The moment I was firmly surrounded, I closed my eyes and moaned into the skin of her chest. "You feel so good, baby." She licked my hand and I removed it from her face. "Hurry." One word, quietly whispered, but with enough emotion to force me to start moving. I took her in long, hard thrusts, filling her and withdrawing in a cadence that had my orgasm clawing its way to the surface. I knew Mina would come quicker if I took her in a steady rhythm, running the head of my cock along that hidden spot inside of her. If I made her come first, then I wouldn't be so embarrassed that she made me come in less than 5 minutes. And she didn't disappoint. Only 30 seconds into it, she was there, erupting around me, and I loosened the tight stranglehold I had on my control. My release poured out of me, jetting into her with a blast of such intense heat that I got lightheaded as it took me over. I grunted, my hips jerked, and she gasped. There was no screaming, though, which was good. I fell down on top of her, my arms giving out, and I panted as I tried to catch my breath. She groaned, and I grinned, rolling to my side and taking her with me. She hitched her leg up over my hip, and we stayed like that, connected for long moments. It was when my cock was softening inside of her and she started to squirm that I finally let her go. "This is going to get all over the sheets," she muttered. "Seriously, we need to start remembering to put the clean towels away. I can't keep washing sheets every time you forget and get frisky." I chuckled almost silently and rolled out of bed, heading straight for the bathroom. I turned on the light and picked up the first towel I saw, which was one of her hand towels that was hanging right inside the door. I threw it at her, and it smacked her in the face. "Thanks," she said as she pulled it off of her. "You're so thoughtful." Grinning, I turned on the shower and stepped in without waiting for it to get warm. The chilly water hit my skin and my nipples got hard as goosebumps started to crawl all over my chest and legs. Jesus, I felt Mina get into the shower behind me. Seriously? I grinned into the water as I bent my head and drenched my hair. I felt Mina's small hand slip around my belly and reach for the faucet. She cranked it to hot and shimmied her tiny butt in between me and the wall. The water was pouring down my chest and landing on her face, but she didn't move, only stayed exactly where she was as the water warmed up. Grabbing the shampoo, I poured a generous amount into my hand and then started to work the soap into Mina's hair. She closed her eyes and leaned her head back. "I'm scared," she whispered. I started to massage her scalp. "I know." "Tell me it's going to be okay," she ordered. I hesitated. I didn't want to lie to her. This, more than likely, would turn out to be okay. But there was also a possibility that this could turn ugly, that I might be forced to do something in front of witnesses and have to answer a few harsh questions. Or there was a possibility that I might get caught in the crossfire if things got out of hand. There were literally no guarantees in life, so I couldn't very well make a promise to the one woman who always seemed to see straight through my lies. I can't. I pulled her forward and placed her underneath the spray, working my fingers through the thick strands as I rinsed the huge mass. She was silent for the rest of the shower, and when she finally got out, along with me, 10 minutes later, I wasn't sure that she was very happy with me. But I never lied to my woman and never would. If I could give her anything in this life, it was my honesty. "You gonna give me the silent treatment?" I asked her bluntly. She turned only her face to me, but didn't say a word. Okay, then. Stepping into my underwear, still as wet as hell from the shower, I grabbed my jeans and stepped into them, too. "I love you, Mina." She looked down at her feet, and before she could say anything else, I heard a knock at the door. Fender was there. Grabbing a t-shirt up before I left, I made my way down the hallway, turning on lights as I went. The moment I got into the living room and turned on the light, I saw the figure. Fender knocked again, and I grinned through the stained glass of the solid oak door. I'd just gotten it all the way open, my shirt in my hand still, when the gunshots rang out. Fender jerked. Glass shattered. I reached forward and hauled the body that was rapidly falling to the ground in front of me inside before slamming the door shut behind him. Fender's limp body hit the floor with a solid thump, and I quickly locked the door and then hefted the dead weight onto my shoulder before hauling ass to the panic room. Slamming my hand onto the scanner that barricaded the room from anyone that wasn't approved, I tossed Fender's body inside and went back down the hall at a full sprint. The next 30 seconds were spent snatching a still sleeping Sienna from her bed and taking her down the hall to where Fender was finally sitting up and looking incredibly ill. Blood was pouring down his neck despite his hands clutching his throat. Sienna was on the floor looking dazed and confused. "Mina!" I bellowed. The door cracked open with such force that I looked up. Audrey was in the hallway, dressed in nothing but a t-shirt. Mina was in the hallway as well, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. Her wet hair was down around her breasts, staining the gray t-shirt with its wetness. Both of their eyes were on me, and they were scared. Footsteps echoed in the house on the laminate flooring. Then I made the hardest decision of my life. I closed the fucking door on Sienna and Fender, without my wife and sister inside. Chapter 26. It's okay if you don't like me. Not everyone has good taste. Fact of life. Lynn. I walked into the room, no longer caring that I was about to blow my operation to smithereens. This day, along with that day, 27 years ago, had been the worst of my life. I was a special agent with the FBI. I'd done so much undercover work that I couldn't even begin to tell you the multiple aliases that I'd used throughout my career. I'd investigated murder, rape, kidnapping, you name it, and I'd been there to witness it, all the while having to stand around and watch so I didn't blow my cover of the operation that I happened to be working on at the time. But this case, this was personal. It was one I'd been working on for a very long time, and no one knew my true motivation. No one but a dead woman. I'd made a promise to that dead woman that I'd keep her safe, and I'd broken it. I'd also failed the other promise I made her, keeping her son safe. Oh, I'd tried. I tried really fucking hard, but there was no way in hell a single man could go up against the criminal machine that was Van and Candace Morrison. I'd tried, of course, but I didn't have the money to pay everyone in the world to do what I wanted them to do, to bring them over to my side. Sure, I had the backing of the United States government now, but I didn't then. Even so, it wouldn't have been enough. At least not in this case. Because had it been enough, I'd have nailed the two scumbags 27 years ago after they killed my sister just hours after she'd birthed a child. But I'd been only 17 then, just a kid in the eyes of the law. I'd gone to the authorities, told them everything I knew along with my suspicions about who killed my sister. But Van and Candace Morrison, despite being serious assholes, controlled Benton, Louisiana. They were never earnestly investigated for the crime. Everyone thought they were perfect and kind. Everyone, that is, but their family and the people they'd screwed over on their way to infamy. Hello, Linwood. I turned to find Van, the one man in this entire operation who I couldn't kill because it would put the entire investigation in jeopardy, and stared at him. The gun in my holster underneath my shirt was burning a hole in my pocket. It took everything I had not to pull it and use it on the man who made it his goal in life to make mine a living hell. Or should I call you Joker? Van continued, not realizing how close he was to death. That was what Lacey liked to call you. My sister's name, coming out of this piece of shit's mouth, was enough to make my hand twitch. I could practically feel the gun in my hand, feel my finger tightening on the trigger in response to that smug smile that was on his face. What are you doing here? Van leaned back into his chair. Would you like me to call my wife in here for old times' sake? No, I most assuredly would not. His wife was a callous bitch, and I hated her. He knew it, too. Where's my nephew? I rasped. I'd like nothing more than to put a bullet through this sick motherfucker's skull, but this place was like a fucking maze. I had to know where Tunnel was before I could do a thing like kill him. Van picked up a remote from his desk and pointed it at the TV on the wall. The screen lit up and my belly clenched immediately at what I saw. We're getting ready to burn the rest of his tattoos off at the moment, he said. You made it just in time. We're just about to get started. The actual joy in this man's voice was enough to send my pulse skyrocketing with the need to kill him. My fists clenched. Where's the girl? You mean this one? The screen flipped to show Audrey huddled on the floor, watching the man with a blowtorch holding it over her brother's chest. Or this one? The second screen showed Mina huddled in a corner, staring at the door with such hatred in the expression on her face that I wanted to pat her on the back for not backing down and giving in to her fears. Luckily, Sienna wasn't there. That much I knew for sure. Tunnel had seen to that. He'd paid for it, but he'd made sure that his baby girl was safe before they took him down. Fender, who'd suffered a gunshot graze to his throat, had called us the minute that the door had closed on him. Big Papa and the rest of the police in Mooresville had arrived 3 minutes and 30 seconds later, but other than a broken door, shattered glass, and the gunshot-riddled front of the house, there was no one left but Sienna and a barely conscious Fender. You know this is only going to end one way, I told him. I distracted him to attempt to keep his eyes off the screen. Why? Because I'd noticed that Tunnel's hand came free from the rope he'd been working on, likely for the last couple hours that they'd had him. The moment he was free, he had the blowtorch in his hands that his torturer was just getting lit, and the guy's head in the crook of his elbow. The blowtorch was on, and Tunnel aimed it at the guy's eye, and within a few seconds the guy had passed out from the pain. I enjoyed the show, laughing inside as Van's son saved himself, leaving me free to do nothing but internally gloat while I waited. Chapter 27. Ideas are born in the stroke of a beard. Fact of life. Ghost. I wasted no time in using the blowtorch to burn through the rest of the ropes. I had nothing on but a pair of black boxer briefs, and my ribs were killing me. Luckily, the man had only gotten the first line of skin just under my heart with the blowtorch, but it was enough. Even that felt like a red-hot lick of pain each time I took in a breath. Audrey was watching me with an awestruck expression on her face as I hurried toward her. Your knee looks really bad, she said as I hunkered down beside her. I used the blowtorch to cut the rope from the wall, and then used my fingers to untie her, which hurt like a bitch. My fingers were all broken. They'd seen to that within the first 5 minutes that I'd been there. How I'd managed to get untied was beyond me, but I was running on adrenaline and a prayer, so maybe the man upstairs was guiding me. Whatever was going on, I didn't waste any more time. I got up on my feet, walked over to the man who was on the verge of waking up, slammed his head into the concrete. It wouldn't do to have him waking up while I was trying to rescue my wife. I'd heard her screaming on and off for the last 7 minutes. They conveniently put a clock on the wall for me to witness the time pass. It was a solid steel clock that looked like it could hold up through a tornado, which was why I walked to the wall and grabbed it off the nail that it hung on. "What are you doing?" Audrey whispered as she walked over to the dead man. She knelt beside his body and started to work his shirt off, something I should have done myself but hadn't been thinking straight enough to do. I turned to the door, which was ajar, and looked out first one way, then the other. Nobody in sight, but I could hear my wife, could hear her angry growls, which made me reckless. Luckily, I had a fucking metal clock to block the knife that I didn't see coming at me until it was already headed for my face. The man's knife hit the clock and then stopped. His hand, however, did not, and it continued down until it hit the clock, too. Unfortunately for him, the force of forward momentum caused his tightly grasped hand to run along the blade of the knife, slicing right through his hand. Blood spurted and dripped onto the floor. I used his momentary distraction to ball my fist up and punch him straight in the throat. The man dropped to the ground, clutching his neck. I immediately brought my bare heel down on his face. His hands fell to the floor, one after the other, and he laid there limply with his eyes closed. I brought my heel down one more time, this time on his neck, and heard an audible crunch. "Fucking nasty." I turned slightly to see Audrey at my back. "Pick the knife up. Search his body for anything useful." She dropped to her haunches, and I started forward once again. I wasn't worried leaving her there. We were in a long hallway, and we'd come from the very end. The man had appeared out of a side door that looked to be a small kitchenette area, but upon a quick glance I realized it was empty. Continuing forward, I hurried toward the sounds of screaming and came to a halt outside the door, where I could hear my wife's voice progressively growing louder. With one glance through the small window into the room, my blood boiled. With a low, almost animalistic growl, I entered into the room and headed straight for the man who was standing over my wife, huddling in a corner. He was taunting her, shaking his dick in her face, and I could see he was very close to using that pathetic excuse for a dick. He was leaning forward, rubbing it along her hair, and I lost it. Complete and total dissociation with my body.
Mina. "Get away from me!" I screeched. "Don't touch me!" I repeated it over and over again, as I prayed that what was about to happen wasn't going to happen. I'd been given to this man, Josh, for good behavior on his part. That had been the exact freaking words Tunnel's father had used as he handed me over, bound and gagged. Fortunately, I was still dressed. Josh was standing over me, rubbing his cock against my hair and smearing it with fluids that I was hoping weren't what I thought they were. He was telling me, in explicit detail, what he was about to do to me. And I had no other recourse but to huddle in the corner and pray that what was happening wasn't really happening. But then I heard a roar. A loud, soul-wrenching, furious roar. One that was so deep and full of emotion that I looked up just in time to see Josh yanked back by his hair. By his hair! He went flying and landed on his back, with my angry, savage husband standing over him. Tunnel's chest was heaving and bleeding. I came up to my knees, but stayed where I was, while I watched what was happening in front of me play out. Tunnel took Josh by the throat and lifted him up as if he weren't a 200-pound man, and started to shake him. Josh was inches up off the floor before he'd even realized that he was in the air with my husband's angry face only inches from his. "You should have listened to me the first time," Tunnel said in such an even tone that had I heard him over the phone, I wouldn't have realized he was mad. "But you didn't. And now, I'm going to take my time killing you." Josh's lips turned up into a grin despite his lack of oxygen. "Had your sister, too." And that, people, is not what you say to a man who is already on the edge. "She was pretty. Your parents said I could, so I did." Have you ever seen steam coming out of the top of a boiling tea kettle? Or maybe a tornado that comes up out of nowhere, impacting everything in its path and shredding it? That would be too nice of a description for what Tunnel did to Josh. I had to look away at one point, the sound of the sickening thuds of Tunnel's fists hitting Josh's flesh turning my stomach. Tunnel held him in place with one hand on his collar and used the other to pummel his face. "You know,
Tunnel dropped Josh, who fell immediately to his knees. I was going to beat the shit out of you, but that would be too easy. With your confession added on top of what I caught you doing to my wife, oh yeah, you're going down. You're doing time, and I'm going to pay a man named Joe to do those exact same things to you every day for the rest of your life. Ghost started fishing in Josh's pockets and came up with a phone. It was good, too. Tunnel handed the phone calmly to me, and I handed it to Audrey. I didn't want her to hear any more. I'd, of course, understood Josh's words. Hopefully Audrey hadn't put 2 and 2 together yet. But with one look at her face as I passed over the phone, I quickly realized that our smart girl was brilliant and had already put 2 and 2 together. Sure, she'd been the one to experience the rape, but she'd had no clue that her parents had played a part in that. At least, not until tonight, that was. But she calmly took the phone and dialed, all the while keeping her hate-filled eyes on the man that was currently getting the shit beat out of him, again. I vaguely heard Audrey talking to someone in low, even tones, but I never took my eyes away from what my husband was doing to Josh, which was what cost me. I wasn't paying attention until my head was wrenched back and I cried out in pain. My gaze lit on a woman, Tunnel's mom, and my mouth opened to scream. Before a single sound could even leave my lips, she had shoved her gun in my mouth. Stop. I froze, my eyes closing as I realized that I should have paid more attention. I'd known, of course, that this wasn't over. I'd also known that I'd seen her come out of that hidden doorway once today when she followed Josh in, not even 15 minutes ago. What I hadn't realized was that seeing my husband beat the ever-loving shit out of someone would have held my attention so completely that I would miss a freaking door opening behind me. A cry of rage had me turning, as far as the gun in my mouth would allow, to see Audrey racing forward, a long pipe that Josh had been taunting me with earlier in her hand. Tunnel looked up, moved out of the way just barely in time, and watched as his sister brought down that same pipe straight down on Josh's goods. His cock, which was still hanging out of his pants, took the brunt of the hit, and I had to close my eyes at the severity of the wound. But it didn't matter. The image was seared into my brain, and I started to lose the fight with my stomach. All this fear, uncertainty, and anger started to swirl together in my already churning stomach, and I lost my battle. I threw up. Puke went everywhere, but it landed mostly on the woman still holding me. Her instinctive reaction was to pull away, which was her fatal mistake. She should have just taken the puke shower like the badass she claimed to be. Instead, she backed away, still pointing the gun in my general vicinity, and glared at me. There was puke all over her, on her hands and on her shirt, all over the gun and her arm. It was even in her hair. I had a ripple of sick satisfaction at seeing her covered in my vomit before I saw a missile made of flesh and bone shoot past me and tackle the woman to the floor. The gun went off, but Tunnel was up and maneuvering his body so that the majority of his weight pinned his stepmother to the floor. With one well-placed punch, he knocked her right the hell out and then picked up the gun. He did exactly what she should have done, which was to hold it like he wasn't scared of a little puke, because if she had, she wouldn't be passed out cold on the floor, lying in the vomit. You okay? I nodded. Fuck! I knew. He hadn't been aware that I was in danger, and I'd just come so close to the end that it was scary for both of us. I turned at the sound of another thwack and quickly turned around. Might want to take that away from her, I suggested, and tie your stepmother up. He nodded. The phone call get placed? I nodded. At least I thought it got placed. Good, he grunted. Take her shirt off and tie her up with it. Hands behind her back, legs too. Then tie those two together. I did as I was asked, but ran out of room using her shirt, so I had to improvise with her belt. Once I had her trussed up well enough, I shoved her over to lay in front of the door. She hit with a small thump,
and I turned just as I found Tunnel's hand in mine. I had vomit and other stuff on me, and I wanted nothing more than to go take a shower in the peace of my own home, to see my child and hug her, to make sure that Bender was all right, even though I wasn't sure that he would ever be okay again, especially since he'd taken a bullet to his freaking neck. It was highly likely that the man hadn't survived that, and I wanted to just cry out my sorrow over the loss. A groan sounded from the woman in the corner, and I looked over my shoulder to see her eyes open. "Let's get you cleaned up." I wanted that more than anything in this world, but Candace was awake, which I told him moments later.
"I know," he grunted. "Fucking bitch."
I held my urge to bellow in laughter. "You'll never get out of here alive. I have men all over." Tunnel didn't bother to turn to Candace, who'd obviously woken up.
"You're lying,"
Tunnel said as he tugged me toward the small bathroom area that was set up in the corner of the stone cell we were in.
"The house is already at half capacity to make it look like you were truly moving."
I loved it when my man called her bluff. He was a fucking superstar. I loved it even more when she had nothing to say to that.
"Here."
With the utmost care, he pushed me toward the sink and started to wash my hair. He urged me to bend over the porcelain bowl, without words, guided my massive hair under the faucet, and turned it onto high. He didn't wait for it to heat up to a more bearable temperature. I was sure he could sense my unease, because he wasted no time washing it with the pump dial soap that was on the ledge next to the sink. "Here," Audrey said, holding out a towel. I wasn't sure where she'd gotten it from, but I didn't care. I was just glad she'd have something for me to dry my massive hair off with. Otherwise, it'd be dripping down into my face and down my back when Tunnel was done. "That's good, Tun," I whispered when he started to work the soap through my hair for a third time. He didn't stop. In fact, he did it a full 7 times. And I let him. "We should go," Audrey said, once Tunnel finally let my hair go. "I can hear voices." Tunnel grunted. It was only when the door opened that I realized why he was so lax. It wasn't anybody bad that was on the other side of the door. It was the Dixie Wardens, both the Mooresville chapter and the Benton chapter. I could have fucking cried the moment that Silas's familiar face popped into view. I sagged, and Tunnel scooped me up around the waist and pulled me in tight to his body, which I immediately started to protest. "No," I pushed away. "You're hurt. I'm not allowing you to hold me until you get this scene too." I'd allowed him to do my hair, but only because I knew that he needed to do it. Now that he'd done that, I wasn't going to let him do another thing until he was seen by a doctor, or at the very least, a paramedic. "You!" I pointed at Cleo. "And you!" I pointed at Sean since he was closest. "Y'all come look at him and make sure he's not about to die on me." Sebastian, who was standing in the hallway, but had his eyes pointed down the opposite direction of where we were standing, started to laugh. "Sebastian, you need to come and look at Audrey."
"What about you?"
That came from Torin. "I'm okay," I promised.
"She's pregnant and needs to be checked out," Tunnel grunted. "Don't accept arguments."
Tunnel grinned at me.
"Good news," he said, holding out his arm. "Your paramedic awaits."
I rolled my eyes, but nonetheless followed him out the door. "What's going on?" I asked. "How did y'all get here so fast? And how did you know where we were?" Torn looked down at me.
"You."
"Me?" I asked, startled. "How did I help?"
"You had your cell phone," he answered.
"But they took it away."
"They finally made a mistake," Silas answered.
Big Papa was standing next to him, discussing something that he'd paused in his conversation before answering me. "How'd they do that?"
"Took your cell phone but didn't turn it off," he answered, though that was due to one of our undercover operatives taking the phone into custody. Either way, you would have been found.
My mouth twitched. "That is fucking awesome!" I looked away, studying the long white hallway. "Where are we?"
The new place that they purchased as a front, Silas answered. Would have been our next place to try if we didn't find you at their old place. I'm not sure what the hell is going on with them and why they made such simple mistakes, but I can't complain about it if it got y'all back to us safe.
I gasped when I saw Lynn limping toward us. "Oh, my God," I screeched. "Are you okay?" Lynn caught my hand before I could touch him and placed a simple, small kiss on my hand.
Been better, girl.
"Piece of shit," I heard hissed from behind me. "I gave up everything for you. Watched my husband dote on this little piece of shit kid that wasn't even mine. You looked just like her. Then he had to go and do it again with that sister of yours. How is a woman supposed to deal with her husband's infidelity when she does everything for him?" I paused and turned, finding Candace Morrison standing behind us, spewing venom. She sawed through her ropes, most likely by using the jagged piece of metal that was on the ground near her feet. Lynn stiffened in anger at my side as he heard Candace's words.
"I'm not your kid?"
Tunnel asked sarcastically. He'd known, of course. I could tell that his body was strung tightly, though. I could see the anger pouring through him, holding him stiff as he regarded the woman in front of him. "No," she snarled. "But I treated you as mine." Tunnel started to laugh.
"If that's what you want to call it," he replied darkly. "I seem to remember a time in my life where you treated me like garbage, refused to feed me. I had to go dumpster diving just to feed my sister and me."
She sneered. "You didn't deserve better. You were trash. Only seems fitting that you ate it too," she snarled. "Only became useful to me when you joined the police department. Tried to make it come across as you being all noble, but I knew why you were really there. You wanted to shut us down."
"No," he countered. "What I wanted to do was live my life with my wife and child. What I didn't want to do was deal with you and Dad's shit. I wanted the exact opposite of what you gave me. But you couldn't stand that I didn't take your offer."
"Offer?
"What offer?"
She laughed bitterly. "Should have taken me up on it. Would have saved you a world of hurt." Tunnel started to chuckle, and it was so sinister, so freaking scary, that I shivered. I'd never seen him be so cold. But this man standing in front of the woman he'd always thought was his mother, well, he wasn't the man I knew. This man was harder, more intimidating. This man was the man I'd known as Ghost before I'd known that Ghost was my Tunnel. Tunnel was hiding behind a blank mask, one that was clearly in place for his protection, the one he always slipped behind when he was dealing with his parents.
"What kind of mother asks her grown son to sell his child to her?"
he snapped. And that, my friends, is when Mama Bear came out to play.
Chapter 28. Beard the fuck up, then we'll talk. Ghost to his father. Ghost. I looked at Lynn, and by look I meant really looked. I'd seen the resemblance, of course, at least in our eyes, but now that I studied him, knowing that he was my uncle, I noticed that we were a lot more alike than either one of us had realized. I'd seen him once a month for going on 6 years now. I'd never once suspected that we were anything other than boss and subordinate. Just 5 minutes ago, I'd asked Silas if he could help me find my real family. Sure, I'd had a lot of other things I'd needed to take care of, but since I was sitting in a hospital bed with nothing else to do but think, I'd asked. And had been rewarded. Though not by the person that I'd expected it from. Lynn sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. I can't help with Audrey's family, Lynn said carefully. From what I remember, the woman was an addict. He used her, kept her clean while she was pregnant, and then took the child. From what I remember, her mother was back under the influence of drugs before her episiotomy even healed. Shit. That was from Audrey. I'd been harboring hope that I was some filthy rich multimillionaire's daughter who was stolen at birth, and now you tell me that I am some drug addict's kid? Audrey teased. Well, that's just rude, but a great deal better than having that woman as my mother. I suppose I can live with him as my father, but only if he stays in jail for the rest of his life. Lynn had apparently already taken care of that. Not only did my father get charged for kidnapping my sister, me and Mina, but he'd also been charged with attempted premeditated murder. Holding us there was only to have been a temporary thing. They didn't actually expect that we'd make it through the night, but my father had gotten overconfident, thinking that his operation was more covert and clandestine than it actually was. He'd made a rookie mistake by not thoroughly searching Mina. He'd vastly underestimated her, since he hadn't expected her to be able to conceal a phone in her tight jeans and shirt, and in doing so his cronies hadn't realized she even had the phone on her until they'd already arrived at the house they were temporarily using as a base. When it was found, they'd made another mistake by leaving it on instead of turning it off, which enabled Lynn to tap into her cell and access the GPS to find her location within an hour of our abduction. Lynn got to our location within hours of our arrival there, followed quickly by the Dixie wardens. While I'd been busy freeing myself, Lynn got my father talking and waited for him to admit to a few things. My father, being the arrogant prick that he was, obviously thought Lynn was incompetent because he'd talked, and in doing so he had shown his hand, giving Lynn all he needed to arrest and convict his stupid ass. Once he had what he'd needed, he'd given the signal to the boys who were undercover in my father's operation, and they'd helped arrest him. Men who were, unfortunately, absent during my torture and unable to get there in time to stop it. Seems that my father was smart enough not to trust them completely because he had them doing other things that kept them busy on the other side of the compound. Who knew he had it in him? At this point, I couldn't help but wonder why we hadn't been able to nail him sooner, but I knew that it was mostly due to my pseudo-mother's involvement. It was obvious that she was the brains of the operation. Speaking of my pseudo-mother, seeing Mina go off on her was enough to make me giddy. I'd held off on telling her about my mother's offer because at the time I hadn't wanted to worry her. Sure, I could see the error of my ways now, but when Candace made that disgusting offer to me, I'd been a younger, more naive man. I thought that simply being a police officer was enough protection for me and my family. I was mistaken. I now knew that nothing was sacred to these people. It didn't matter if you were an officer of the law or not. If they wanted you dead, no one could stop it unless that individual knew how to protect themselves. Something I hadn't realized that I needed to do 6 years ago. Now, though, yeah, it would be hard to get the drop on me. Today, though, I hadn't really showed that I had improved my ability to pay attention to my surroundings. When I'd seen that gun in Mina's mouth, my heart and my breathing had both stalled in my chest. Then Mina had thrown up, and I'd taken advantage of the situation by tackling my mother to the ground. I'd suffered even more broken ribs thanks to that move, but it gave Mina enough time to get herself together, as well as giving me the chance to regain control of the situation. As for your mother, Lynn hesitated, breaking into my thoughts. She's dead. I was there the day that she delivered you. I tried to gain custody of you, but your father was a prominent member of the community. I was only your uncle and a minor myself. There was nothing I could do but watch. I'd made a promise to my sister that you would be protected, but I completely botched that. It felt like I was always 2 steps behind when it came to your father. I smiled wryly at him, the first smile to land on my face since the whole thing had gone down this morning. I looked down at my wife, who had Sienna in her arms, where they were sitting in the seat next to my bedside, both asleep, and realized that I needed to make another promise. We finally got him. I looked up at my uncle. Now it's time for you to have the family that you always deserved. Lynn laughed. I'm not a family man. Silas started to chuckle now, too. It looks like you are now, Joker. Audrey broke in then, her voice cold and unyielding. Yeah, Audrey said. You can be my uncle, and your first act as my official uncle will be you telling me what room my rapist is in so I can go shove my foot up his ass. Lynn coughed, looking at Sienna to make sure that she was still asleep. You don't have to worry about him, Lynn promised. I've got a special place in hell just for him. Audrey smiled. That's the nicest thing anyone has ever done for me. I was asleep hours later when the soft voice of my daughter woke me. You're my daddy. My eyes opened, and I saw Sienna sitting at the foot of my bed, my phone in her hand. Bleary-eyed and foggy-brained from the effects of the pain medication that they'd given to me before the room had emptied, I couldn't quite comprehend what was going on. I thought it might be you when Mommy kept calling you Tunnel, she said softly. Tunnel was my daddy's name. I swallowed, then sat up. Muscles screamed as I pushed my bruised and broken body to a sitting position. My fingers spasmed with pain when I put even the slightest pressure on them, but I did my best to make sure that none of that showed on my face. No, all my daughter could tell was that I was sitting up and giving her the attention she and this conversation deserved. Yeah, baby, I rasped, then cleared my voice. I'm your daddy. She stared at me intently, eyes so much like my own, and smiled. It was like the fucking sun was rising right there in my goddamn heart. I've missed you. So simple, so understanding, so fucking awesome. I've missed you too. Are you still a police officer? She questioned. I want to be a police officer when I grow up. I smiled. No, I answered honestly, but I still put bad guys in jail. I just work privately now. Her grin was infectious, but that grin quickly fell off her face just as quickly as it had arrived. You won't go away again, will you? The sheer panic in her voice was enough to have me reaching for her, despite the pain that was echoing off every broken bone in my body. I wouldn't leave if I had the choice, I answered, pulling her gently into my lap. But no, I don't ever plan on leaving again. Not if I can help it. Was it your choice last time? She demanded, suddenly angry that her father was forced to do something he didn't want to do. I shook my head. No, I admitted. I would have never left you and Mommy if I'd had a choice. You two were my whole entire world. Her grin was small, but it was there. I have your old badge under my pillow. My throat tightened. Yeah? My voice cracked. She nodded. I sleep with it every night. I carefully twisted my torso and placed a kiss on the top of her head. I used to sleep with it every night, too, I murmured into her hair. Why do you think she does it? That was Mina. I turned. What? She smiled. She saw that you slept with it underneath your pillow when you were still alive, she said. She may have been really young, but she remembered. The night that you died, she stole that and slept with it, and has been ever since. Overwhelmed with emotion by my daughter's simple act, I felt tears starting to burn my eyes. Fuck. That's a bad word. Mommy says I'm not allowed to say that. I started to huff out a laugh. Mommy is right. You shouldn't repeat any words that come out of my mouth. Mina snorted. Sienna wiggled off my lap, curling up on the other side of me, pressed between my big body and the hospital bed railing. The minute she was comfortable, she closed her eyes and fell right to sleep, like the past 12 hours had been nothing more than a scary story. I looked over at my wife the moment that our daughter's eyes closed. She just shook her head. Let's hope our next one sleeps like she does. I started to laugh. The next one is going to be hell on wheels, just like our aunt. She had no clue how right she was. Speaking of her aunt, where is Audrey? I asked. She yawned and settled back into her chair. Last I checked, she was in the room with Fender. I found a smile as my eyelids started getting heavy. And Fender is fine, the last I heard. He's being released tomorrow. What is she doing in there? Mina's eyes blinked open slightly. When I went to check, she was telling him every single thing she did wrong. I just shook my head. God help him. Epilogue. A beard is the difference between Mr. and Sir. Fact of life. Ghost. 8 months later. How's your wife, man? Sebastian asked me. I offered him my only open hand, which was my left, and said, She's fine. Sebastian grinned and clasped my hand without shaking so as not to wake the sleeping child cradled in my arm. That's the best news I've heard all day. I looked to his side where his daughter Blaze stood. And how are you? I'd gotten to know my old club members' kids quite a bit over the last 8 months, and I was fairly sure all of them liked me. All of them, that is, but Blaze. She was too much like her father. All quiet and watchful. I never knew where I stood with her. I'm fine, Blaze replied. You look different from Pop's pictures. I blinked. Blaze, Sebastian warned in a low tone. I waved his concern away. I was burned pretty badly, I said, holding out my arm. See that uneven skin? She nodded. That's from a burn. The ones on my face were fixed, but in doing so, the shape of my face changed enough that I no longer look the same as I once did. She nodded solemnly. Blaze! I turned to find Sienna barreling down on us. Do you want to play outside with the water guns? Blaze looked up at her father. Sebastian nodded, and Blaze ran off with my girl. So polite, I muttered. Can you teach my girl that? He laughed. It might be too late for that one. She looks like she's already set in her ways. This one? Sebastian ran his hands down Gianna's thick mop of curls. Maybe not too late. I chuckled. Here, I offered my newborn baby girl to him, and he gladly accepted. He cradled her expertly to his chest and looked down at her with such loving adoration that I felt the love that was wafting off of him. But that was the way with these big life-hardened men. They loved their kids, and they loved their club members' kids. A sound caught my eye, and I grinned when I saw Truth and Verity's young son getting belly raspberries from Trance. The little boy was laughing so hard that he could barely draw in a breath. I like this, you know. Sebastian looked up. What? Our blended family. You can't even tell where one chapter ends and the other begins. It's like that line doesn't exist for us, I explained. His mouth turned up into a grin. Are you sure you don't want to come home? Sebastian asked. All of them asked. Every single one of them. Loki, Trance, Torin, Kettle, Sebastian, Silas, Sterling. If I saw one of them, they asked. They missed me, I missed them. But Mooresville was our home now, and Benton, Louisiana held a lot of bad memories for my wife and I. This place was a fresh start for us. No, I answered honestly. I love Benton. It'll always be my home, but we're happy here now. This is where we're staying. Sebastian sighed. I was afraid you'd say that. He then handed me back my baby girl, who I curled into my chest. With one hand, Sebastian lifted his fingers to his mouth and whistled. The piercing sound broke the quiet conversation around him. Dad, Sebastian called. You got that cut? Silas broke off from his conversation with Big Papa and weaved through the tables that were occupied by other members of the club. Once every few months, we got together for a club-wide picnic family party of sorts between the two chapters. This particular party was held exactly 1 month after Gianna's birth, and it was more of a celebration of her birth rather than just our normal party. There was cake, gifts, and a good time to be had as we all celebrated my daughter's birth. Silas picked up a box from the gift table on his way over to us, the only present that was on the table that wasn't wrapped in fucking pink, and stopped at the table next to where Sebastian and I were standing. He dropped the box on the table, tore off the top, and shook out the contents onto the table in front of me. "This is for you." My throat thickened as I reached out and took it. "I hope that you know that you're always welcome back here with us," Silas said. "You're a fine man and one I wouldn't mind having in my club if you ever decide that Benton might be home again." My smile was almost wistful. "Oh," I heard my wife's hitched voice say. "This one is yours." That's when Mina, who I hadn't realized had even come up beside me, burst out crying. "I can't believe you found it," she cried out, reaching out to take her folded leather vest from him. "I threw that out." Silas's smile was instant. "Yes, you threw it out, but you did it in front of 4 old ladies. We thought that one day you might want it back," Bailey, Sebastian's wife, broke in. "Though at the time we only thought you'd want it back as a remembrance of your old man. We certainly didn't think that you'd need it because your old man came back from the dead." I grinned at Bailey. "Thank you." She winked. "We made some modifications, though. We think you're going to like them." Mina held out hers, and the smile on my face grew wide. "Property of Ghost," I read. "I fucking like it." She tossed me a withering look. "You're holding our kid. Watch your mouth." I shrugged unrepentantly. "My bad." She rolled her eyes and then threw her Property of Ghost vest on over her shoulders. The buttery leather settled perfectly over her body, and a feeling of contentment settled over me at seeing my name on her. "I like it," I declared. She stuck out her tongue. "Yours is different, too." That came from Big Papa. My brows rose, and I gestured to Mina. "Hold it up for me to see, or take her." The baby was taken from my arms, not by Mina, but by Fender. He settled her into the crook of his arm and watched the proceedings. "Thanks," I said, and then took the leather in both hands and held it out in front of me. "We changed your name," Silas began, "but that's not where the real change is. It's here." He gestured to the back, and I turned it around, my stomach clenching when I saw not one rocker, but 2 at the bottom of my cut. One rocker read Mooresville, Alabama, and the other read Benton, Louisiana. I hadn't realized when my new cut had come up conveniently missing that they were merging it with my old one, but I could see the detail now that had been unique to each individual piece. The gold buckles of my old cut paired with the snap buttons of my new. My old patches mingled with my new ones. The 2 rockers declaring me a member of both chapters. God, I fucking loved everything about it. "You're a member of both of our chapters. There's not going to be any bitching or questions asked. You just are, and you always will be." With that, he gestured for me to settle my vest where it belonged. Right over my shoulders, covering my back. I felt her watching me, and I knew that the time had come to finally approach her. I'd apologized the moment I saw her the first time after she found out I was not really dead. She hadn't accepted the apology. I didn't blame her. I'd damaged something between us, and until that damage was healed, her husband wouldn't accept my apology either. Sure, he was happy that I was okay, and had even been cordial, but it was the betrayal against his wife that he hadn't been able to forgive. I'd made her suffer, and he would never forgive me for that. All this time, she thought she'd been responsible for my death, and I'd never corrected her assumptions. So in all actuality, I really did deserve her anger. She'd lived with those feelings of guilt and remorse for years. I hitched Gianna up onto my shoulder. I'd been holding her all night. She was definitely a daddy's girl, just like her sister, and hated everyone and everything unless she was sleeping, like she'd been doing for the majority of the day. Moving to the shadows where she stood, I stopped just short of touching distance and said, "I'm sorry." This time, though, instead of looking away from me like she usually did, she stared straight at me and then burst out crying. Then she threw her arms around me and cried into my chest. I wrapped my free hand around Rue's shoulders and pulled her in tight, dropping my chin down on top of her head and closing my eyes. "I'm so glad you're okay," she said in between sobs. "I'm sorry I've been such a bitch these last few months. I was just so angry and hurt." I made a humming noise under my breath. "You had every reason to be angry. You have to know that I didn't have a choice in the fake death at first, but I did have a hand in the way I allowed it to play out. I'll never forgive myself for allowing you to think I was dead for so long and causing you to carry around the guilt that I know you felt." She sniffed loudly. "Your baby smells good." I laughed, causing her head to bounce on my chest. "You want to hold her?" "In a minute." So I continued to hold Rue, allowing her to compose herself for another few minutes before she pulled away and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "I'm glad you're home, Tunnel." I pushed Rue's hair back away from her face, then pulled her in for a kiss on her forehead. "I'm glad to be home, Rue." Not that I don't think this needed to happen, Cleo said, interrupting us, but don't put your lips on my wife again. I grinned and pulled her into my arms, and she wrapped her arm back around me tightly. Oh, Cleo, I teased. I can't help it if your wife likes me better than you. Cleo snorted. You just keep telling yourself that. Laughing, Rue pulled away and then took the baby from my arms before she walked away. Cleo waited for another minute, making sure that Rue was far enough away before he turned to me. You ever hurt her again like that? Either of them, and I'll fucking kill you myself. I sobered. Good to know. He offered me his hand and I took it, keeping my eyes on his as I did it. I'm glad you're home too, Cleo said, squeezing my hand tighter. I squeezed his back. Me too. You let your daughter take that to sleep? Mina whispered from the doorway. I looked up to find her standing with one shoulder leaning against the wall just inside the door. It was the only way she'd stay asleep. I've been trying for over an hour now to get her to sleep, I said. Her smile was soft as I watched my girl hang on to the t-shirt I'd been wearing up until I'd somehow maneuvered her and my shirt off to get her into bed. Well, hurry up. Let's not wake her up with our talking. She turned to go, and I walked up behind her and scooped her up into my arms. You check on our other girl? I asked. She nodded. I did, she said. I walked in, and she was asleep like usual, with one arm and one leg hanging off the bed. I grinned. That was how I slept, too. It wasn't because the bed was too small, either. It was just how I, and obviously now Sienna, slept. So we have 2 sleeping children, I clarified as I passed through our bedroom door and kicked it closed. Mina caught it before it could slam, closing it quietly from her perch in the protection of my arms. We do, Mina confirmed. Now what are you going to do about it? I groaned. We can't do anything. She sighed and threw her head back to look at me. We didn't follow the 6-week rule with Sienna. Why are we doing it now? I pushed her back onto the bed and followed her down. Because with Sienna we were young and stupid and had no idea of the consequences of having sex before you were fully healed. Now you're a nurse and we know better. She grunted. I have to go back to work in 6 weeks. Do you think Tommy will give me another 2 weeks off? She rolled over onto her side, and I pulled her in close to me, dropping a kiss on her forehead. Yeah, I said, but you told me just yesterday that you were ready to go back. She grimaced. That was when they had a busy day, and it was a moment of weakness. I grunted in amusement. Have we decided what we're going to do with Gianna yet? I questioned. Actually, she said, I do have an idea about that. What? I pushed. I was thinking that since we have a lot of kids here, all under the age of 4, that we could see if everyone wanted to hire a full-time nanny who would watch them all day while everyone was at work. That way no one has to take their kids to a daycare, she started, but I don't know how to broach the subject with the others. Just ask Tally, I said, or Imogen, or... She started to laugh. I know. Grinning, I reached over to the lamp and plunged the room into darkness. We better go to bed now, or we're going to hate ourselves in an hour when she wakes up. Mina yawned. You aren't kidding. With that, Mina shifted again, this time underneath the covers, and then rolled until her face was resting on my bicep. I slowly stroked her hair, thankful that she was growing it out again for me, and wasn't surprised when she fell asleep within a few minutes. That was normal for an exhausted woman who had an infant and an active 8-year-old, though. She slept when she could, or she suffered the consequences later. As my eyes drifted closed and I thought about how much my life had changed, I realized that my dear old dad had done something right. He'd hired that cleaning lady all those years ago, the one with the beautiful daughter, and in the process he'd changed my life. Though my daughters would never know their grandparents, I knew that they would never miss that love. They had so many aunts and uncles and cousins that they would never feel that hit, would never feel the pain that my parents had almost caused them, would never know the hatefulness of Mina's parents. Maybe someday they would know that my parents were both serving life sentences for their crimes, but that's as far as it would ever get. As for Mina's parents, well, they weren't even in the picture. We didn't care, and it was obvious that neither did they. And to be honest, we didn't miss them. How could we, with the amount of love that swirled through the hearts of every single member of the Dixie Wardens MC, not to mention the protection of the Joker, who struck fear in the hearts of nearly every criminal in 3 states? My kids would never know what it was like to not be loved. I'd make sure of it. And 6 hours later, when my daughter woke up, screaming at the top of her lungs to sate her hunger, I could do nothing but smile. My smile grew when I brought her into our room to find Sienna and Mina snuggled up in my recently vacated spot. Is that how it's going to be? I asked her. Mina smiled. Sienna patted the bed beside her, and I took her up on the offer. You know, I said as I passed the baby to her, this would be a lot more fun if you would feed her. Mina started to laugh as she gently placed Gianna in her arms. Yeah, I'm sure it would be. I was right. It was. With Mina nursing our daughter and Sienna telling me what she wanted to be when she grew up, I finally felt at peace. My heart was full. I had the love of my life in my arms and our kids in our bed, my club, both of them at my back. It was a long, painful road back to this point. I'd never take any of this for granted because life just didn't get any better than this. This concludes Beard Up by Lani Lynn Vale. Narrated by Mason Lloyd and Kendall Taylor. Copy